When it comes to getting forages put up, the most important thing for us is getting it done as quickly, as efficiently as possible. And that's largely dictated by the equipment that you're using. So we've really focused the last 5 to 10 years on looking out in the industry and finding the best, most efficient equipment that we could find out there. If you don't have equipment that's reliable and that runs well when you get it in the field and stays running, you're gonna have a hard time. Vermeer products are a big reason that we can get more done in a day.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets right alert, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and the home of the brave?
Nice job. Nice job. All right, Heifers on the north side. Mr. Jake Bloomberg and Bernard Osmus. Steers on the south side as usual with Dr. Parker Henley and Stock Martin. We'll talk more about all four of these guys here in a little bit, but we're going to get the 2026 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Show kicked off right now.
Are we live? Are we good? We are good. Hey, welcome everybody that's tuned in here this morning. We're at the Iowa Beef Expo, just starting the first class of your heifer show. We've got Drew Jacobson here with me. We've got Jake Bloomberg and Bernie out here as our judges today. But as we get going, we're underway. Drew, what's your thoughts of this ring? I've got several times today.
Comparative to the pavilion, it's a lot different in terms of the, kind of the background, right? Everybody's kind of on the backside of the cattle, so I think your underline balance has got to be a little bit better than up there in the pavilion. And lighting's real bright. Cattle got to be fit, look good, and look apart. But I like it. It's a lot more open and
Looks like they've done a good job. That first year was here on
slick.
but here on the
There's-
first bit
yeah.
here,
Yeah,
after it gets in the pellets or something on below.
yeah. It looks like it. This type of surface they got out here this year's got a little bit more paction to it. Cattle are able to grab it a little bit better than. But the first year, like you said, a lot of cattle slipped around and
Yeah.
yeah,
Too bad. Not saying them all here too today as they come in and get going.
mm-hmm.
I know there's a lot of shows, but some of them still might be the first shows here. So being all good. This is a colorful pair. You know Bernie really well. You see both of you guys pretty good.
Yeah. Young lady that just went second kind of looks more like a paint goat, if you would, for Bernie's idea.
All right.
Well, good morning, and a nice way to start off our heifer show. We're excited. I think it's going to be a very fun weekend for the both of us and for the guys on the other side of the ring. We start off our Charlotte Composite show with a couple nice individuals here, and the young ladies, more predominantly Smoke Heifer, is very fresh, very attractive up front. Silhouette here from the side and on the stand is very, very nice, and her top line and her body. She gets out and goes out of her hind leg. I think with some athleticism, we'd change her and tweak her up front and her shoulder alignment just a little bit. But a nice one to go ahead and start. Very cowy female. It's probably more acceptable, I guess, in her shoulder alignment and her structure and her flexibility. Heifer just reads a shot plainer in her look and her design, a little bigger about her navel when compared to the heifer right in front of her. But congratulations, both those young ladies. Nice pair of heifers to start off our show.
Oh, Brad, who could tell us there who won the class? I wasn't paying
I
attention.
think it was Henley Photographer would have won the class, and I'm pretty bad at names. I don't probably butcher that last name of that Emily girl.
Jake talks about being excited. Puffed up.
I think this is our last entry here in the percentage.
Single.
Over on the heifer side, placings for the first class of the day. The Charolais percentage breeding heifers. First place goes to Henley Holgrapher. Second to Emily Fiping.
There we go.
Now in the ring, second class, single entry. Charolais percentage breeding heifers.
It's kind of a good way to start too when we get out there judging. Just have a few and a small breed to kind of get
Not as stressful.
I think it's a good view here. We'll get the camera from live on 2 weeks. So there's, it's great to get right on there. You can see like
Actually be able to see the cattle really good on the live stream.
Right. Hey, the big thing we do, we talk about too, you see Revere a lot.
Yeah, it's huge sponsor of the. I think it's Holmes and I want to say Boddicker.
Back on our composite show, just a single entry, and the young lady, we had a few comments. I asked her if she woke up pretty early to get this one ready and dried, and you could probably tell on her look and her face that she was, but a nice effort in her own right. She's moderate, she's stout, she's got some Springer rib and some dimension when you get behind her. I think structurally she's very acceptable when you set her into motion. Is she the biggest and softest to her center rib? Maybe not, but I think she's honest in her breeding condition, probably for this stage of the game. We'd like to see her when you get her back out here. Congratulations, that young lady.
All right. We got
Over on the heifer side, single entry there for Class 2 Charolais Percentage Breeding Heifers. First place goes to Caitlin Sullivan. Judges Jake Bloomberg and Bernard Osman will now be selecting First Division Champion of the Day in the Charolais Percentage Breeding Heifer Show. Over on the market side, placings for Class 1 Simmental Steers. First place, Gary Lawrence. Second to Grant Hoffman. Third, Gabby Lynch. Fourth to Kinsey Barnes. And fifth to Macy Stoner. Currently in the ring, second class of Simmental Steers, which will wind up that division after
Skinder
they're done placing it.
that thing. She kind of hip the lip or leg or shipped around. Just took it right to the skin.
Yeah, it's almost like a perfect little square over there too.
They call perfect when they have.
No,
I bet there was some.
been in that moment before. It's a little frustrating as a fitter when something like that happens.
Signature.
Yeah, oh yeah. She's now from the outside looking at it, it looks like she's gonna have that one for a little while. It's yeah, like it's pretty tight. Yeah.
Time. Yeah, you ain't gonna forget about leg hair, tail head hair. That's too hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So there's a good view for you. The two class winners out there, folks. And this is going for Champion Shark Composite. Look like we've got February versus March in the two different classes. Okay. Caitlin Sullivan, be our champion. It makes it pretty simple.
Yeah.
That was
Photographers reserve.
We got it. We're rolling. Was that Bernie's time to talk? Do you think?
I don't know. I think he maybe just skipped the mic and went and shook the hand.
Let's go. For folks don't know, Jake Bloomberg, graduate Blackhawk East, Oklahoma State University. He was on the livestock judging teams through his academic journey. He manages. He's back home. He's back home there in Illinois with his grandparents, his mother, and his brother. The up show members. Hey, one thing about Jake, he does. You follow him on Snapchat.
Yeah.
He does count stuff every day.
Every day. Oh yeah.
Not afraid to share what he's got.
I always
He's one of them ones. He's not afraid when things go bad to show you that hey, things go bad someday.
always enjoy getting the opportunity to go down there. Blackhawk. I go to Blackhawk, and it's only an hour drive down to his farm there. And whenever there's pictures, or if I just need a little something to do, just drive down there and enjoy the day with Jake's really enjoyable. Like you said, you get to do everything down there. And
Man, I don't know what to say. These two jump right in here. I'm not going to do anything there, but it's just quality.
it's really good pair.
And he thinks it's like elevate in an outer line.
On the heifer side, your 2026 champion Charolais percentage breeding heifer coming out of
Yep.
class number 2. That's Caitlin Sullivan.
Not
Your
really. But
reserve coming
do
out
you
of
think
class
this
number 1, Henley
girl there in the
Oldgraffer.
kind of the
Once again, champion
on a
Charolais percentage
tan colored
heifer,
sweater? I think that was the
Caitlin
individual that had the
Sullivan,
heifer from Boyers a
reserve
couple years
Henley
ago. That Supreme at Louisville and won our state fair, I think, too. And
Now currently in the ring, moving into the purebred Charolais heifer division. 1, 2, 3, 4 classes.
Charolais show is always exciting at the state of Iowa with Boyers raising such good quality Charolais. It's always fun to watch this division.
Thing about Iowa, when you get into competing with these things, you never know which breed they're going to come from.
Absolutely. Yep.
You get it back all together, they're all so good.
Mm-hmm.
Fit right in here. So, pair of marches. So we've got, well, we do have just a few, 1, 2, 3, 4 total Charolais purebred classes. It'd be fun to see what Jake's going to say about these things. It's pretty the top.
I apologize in advance for the Charlotte Composite exhibitors. I thought that was just a division within the show. I didn't know that was, we just had 2 classes. But starting off with our purebred white cow division, we got 2 very, very high quality females. We like them the way they came in. Young lady, except for in the red, so dimensional and stout and powerful. I think even with her extra mass and dimension and body, I think she probably handles and is more comfortable off either end of her framework. I like her depth and her softness. I think that split-eared heifer brings forth a very, very, very good picture breeding cattle, and especially represents the Charolais in this particular class very, very well. Heifer in second is one that is stout and powerful, very cow-like about her head and her neck and just her center and her upper rib shape. I think her structure is just okay. She's probably not handling the hard bark as well as the one that goes out in front of her. I don't know if her softness and her center body and her maturity right now is where the end game needs to be. But I think that one still has a bright future. You like her length, you like her maternal look, you like her extra strength and her extra power when she goes with. Very, very high quality class of females. We like both of them quite a bit.
Hey, just like you talked about there, steer side of that. Basically, it's the long side of it. Kind of taste the cake. Yeah, sure. I knew he had to. Dr. Parker, he's white cow, so
Yeah, he does. Had to get a glance on see how they're doing over here. Two entries in this class.
he's fine.
Both February borns.
We're talking. No, I can't. I kind of got less of my stock talking. Cameron there, as long as one behind his shoulders, that's where he's better. 1 second, he's good in terms of his forehead, he's big, bad, there, his family. But Cameron just gets a little bit rounder there on his tail end, out of the hooks, I get clearly gas that's going there.
Yeah, some of the last names are just a little challenging to pronounce.
You guys can follow him.
Showman app.
Show back.
Yep.
Class. So, TV. Talk about what's down underneath, but here, like some else is Canada major sponsors here. Got a first and a second. Jake's ready to talk E6.
comfortable place to start for me and Bernard here. And the heifer is just easily more balanced, and she's better bodied, more attractive in the way she's assembled off her rear skeleton. And I think a female that comes with a sensibly size. We like her extra power and stoutness. Is she the most attractive from her shoulders forward? Is how we'd probably change her a little bit. But a nice kind of a female. It's going to make a moderate, big body kind of a cow. Heifer here in 2 is a little bit more feminine and ladylike about the shape of her face and her forehead and the top side of her neck. I just don't think that heifer balance is quite neat and as nice when he set him into motion. It gets a little rigid there in her hock and then when she sets down in her rear pastern. Nice couple pair of heifers. Congratulations to both them.
Catch up over on the heifer side. Class 3, purebred Charlie breeding heifers. First place, Addison Sweeney. Second to Avery Sweeney. Class just left the ring. Class number 4, Charlie breeding heifers. First place, Jersey Mishler. Second to David Swamp. 2 more classes left. Single entry classes left in the purebred show before we'll be selecting champion. Over on the steer side, they are selecting the champion Simmental steer, first division of the day.
Drew, fill us in a little bit. We're pretty solid.
Well, yep.
Start things off.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been very fortunate over the last couple of years to be able to get some, for our family to get some goats and Bernie and have some success. And, with the state fair being 4-H only kids to be able to fit the goats, they come over to the cattle barn, get the cattle kids over there. And that's how I got to know Bernie. But Bernie, being able to have cattle and goats in the barn, he always, whenever I've talked to him about cattle, he always still seems a very sharp-minded stockman. So Blake must be listening on there. He just texted me and said that Jake's the second best judge in the family. So Blake Bloomberg.
Sarah, what?
That Jake's the second best judge in the family. Yeah. Oh, he must think he is. Yeah.
Well, back on our heifer side, just a single entry that she's still figuring out the show life and the show halter here today, but one that does have some length and extension, some femininity, some ladylike look about her head and the top side of her neck, and she's long spine. Is she the softest in her center rib? Probably not, but I think she's green and she's fresh in her condition and her shape. We'll see her. We'll give her another look when she gets back out here. Hopefully she responds a little bit better to some other cattle, but congratulations to that young man.
Over on the steer side, your 2026 Iowa Beef Expo champion Simmental steer coming out of class number 2, going to Houston Holgraffer Reserve. Also, second in that in the class number 2, going to Ellery Henriksen. Once again, champion Simmental steer, Houston Holgraffer Reserve to Ellery Henriksen.
If Blake's listening, I'm probably going to get yelled at if I don't choose him.
Final class of purebred Charlie breeding heifers coming in now, but the placings for class 5 single entry there in the purebred Charlie show was Charles Sweeney.
Collegiate level and still very successful today.
Right. What is it, Big Stouty? What do we got here? What class are we into?
Class 6. We got a fall-born entry here.
So we've got, this would be Bristol Burtis. Right. So Jake, you'll be ready to talk here right now.
Nice single entry here. Big fall heifer. That's really nice bodied. I like the way she hinges out of her hip and her hind leg, and she's bowled up high. She's stout and powerful there when you get behind the cattle. I think it does a very nice single entry to wrap up our Charlet division. Is she perfect in a couple ways? We'd probably change her, but I think that is a very high quality effort that's presented very nice. The young lady's doing a great job of getting her shown. Congratulations to her.
Single entry class winner over on the heifer side going to Bristol Gertis will now be selecting out of those 4 classes of purebred Chars your champion and reserve champion Charlet breeding heifer. Currently over on the steer side, class 3, first class of purebred shorthorn steers.
Like that one pretty good, didn't he?
They did.
Talked to her well.
Have our champion Charlet here.
I think would be from what's a prefix? You know the prefix?
WGB.
Illinois heifer. I know they had her at Denver. She won her division up there.
Blinkers. Will Blinkers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is that. I'm pretty sure that's a Will Blanker's heifer.
Yeah.
Well, she making. Well, she's about. Well, that one there be dual purpose too, wouldn't she?
That she can make some steers. That's a
Man,
stout, opened up type of female, and
her rib shape and awesome power. What is she out of? Milestone. First one to win that first class, that looked good. They both had the two girls battling out. I believe that was a RS Elevate, which would be that new bull. That's I know some of the things sold really well on Elevate this last fall. So here's Jake going to tell us what he's going to do.
A very nice way to end our Charlotte division, and we got our respective class winners and second back out here, and very nice set of heifers here for me and Bernard to evaluate. Pretty hard and to deny the one that took one step in the ring, and we thought the split-eared heifer be pretty hard to get around. Young lady out of class 1 is going to be your champion. Congratulations to her. We thought it gets a little closer there for reserve. Which one do we probably appreciate just a little bit more in their rear skeleton? Which one's probably just has a shot more power and true dimension to her? The young lady out of the last class, she's going to be reserved. Congratulations, both them.
So we got Sweeney. You're Addison Sweeney. And all the time. With your Bristol. Waiting with the Canada Bristol girl. Now I'm ready to begin. Give me a ready numbers for it. I sure dig them two heifers. They were both.
that was a very impressive division of Charlets. Those two that win that division, those are very good cattle.
Cool. That's just kind of the difference of like the first, like in fall.
Mm-hmm.
It's fresh hair because of how the hair comes on the turkey.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
That's what makes it different. But it does, it still gives them, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Patience. This key division ought to be good. I would say. So this would be class.
Number 7. Yep.
So the start here.
What's that, a scratch or are individuals a little late?
Don't know the answer to that one. So who's in there? Do you know?
I did not see his back tag as he was walking in.
Baylor and Dayton, I don't just tear it out. Which is nice heifer there. Look at that camera there. Gets a good view. Very nice.
Yeah, a really nice single entry heifer here. Younger female that's got a world of quality and balance and eye appeal here on the profile. She's big through her center rib. I think she's attractive and she's high-headed and proud-headed. Female isn't the stoutest probably at the surface in her foot and her bone, and maybe has a little unattractive set to her hind leg at times. But when you set her into motion, she reaches nice. Heifer that's still got some upper rib shape and some pin width when you get behind her. Just a nice way to go ahead and start. We're in the same class. Swing back around. We'll give them another evaluate.
Oh,
So did we just talked her? We brought her back.
talked?
We're gonna do it again.
yeah, do it again.
All right.
This is our first of 6 classes here in the key breed.
6 classes key heifer show.
Look like the classes are going to get a lot bigger in terms of how many entries are in each class.
Well, that happens and goes. Jake's watching her go around there, give her a good look. It's always a tough position to be at both sides
Mm-hmm.
because you've already you looked at one for a while and
Yeah.
you're trying to figure out where to go to what to do. Advantage, nice pair of heifers. Okay, we'll talk them now again.
This young man came in a little late, but we gave him the common courtesy, giving him a nice evaluation. We still like the young man's heifer. We just talked a little bit better in her balance and her symmetry here from the side. Young man's worked hard, though, this morning, and we can tell we'll give him a fair shake. Nice hip and hind leg. We appreciate her structure and her flexibility. She does have some body and does have some mass when you get behind her. I don't think that this heifer probably just examples brings forth as much pizzazz and as much eye appeal from any angle you look at her as the one that goes in front of her. Would like to just change her in the angle of her shoulder and bring her front feet in just a little bit more comfortably. But a nice pair of females to be 1 and 2 in this grouping.
Drew, I know we're going to have, we'll talk about a little bit more on my age a little bit. But we're going to begin the spot division. I remember when Sarasota shit.
Yeah.
Now this division, it's always tough, but boy, you wasn't going to turn one of them Buddha man, so she brought out here, dude.
Yeah, now we see them on a lot of backside of the pedigrees today, and yeah, they do. They do.
And it goes along with them heifers that were showed at the VFX.
Oh yeah, and had a lot of success.
I mean, when they brought them out, well, they just had those things pop in.
They did.
Wow. So we have a love. What the hell is going on right now? What is he doing? Look at this.
Showing a little bit of little love
Jake
this
showed
morning.
love to Bernie.
Hey, well, class 2 to North Sask and nice slope here.
They got class right now.
I think we're gonna go.
What do we got? I get kind of slow kind of studying as you go through here.
Tactical in terms of dimension. Maybe just change it a little bit under the side leg here when you some motion. He pulls her in just to show you. This is a little uncoordinated, but that's it's a very, very nice steer to win this class. We'll talk more about it in just a second here.
Think about it.
It's being on side and lady.
Absolutely.
No matter how perfect you understand.
Mhm. Structures a
Now we can talk.
Got a little locked in here. We're trying to get them all set up there.
It's fine. Appreciate that. And there we're looking at you. That's nice. Also, congratulations.
Hey, you got your Brody Bowler fan club, man. He's listening to you.
yes. Oh boy.
Did he text you there this morning? Or
No, he's not texting this morning.
He just tuned in. He's a listener. He wants to hear more wisdom from Drew.
Better be getting his sale goat showed around so he can get a little bit of money.
Maybe he does. He have? I wonder if he's had a big screen played up there so he can.
So
everybody
he blowing on his goats while he's
We catch up over off to the side. Wait, quiet.
They got Purdy. Oh, it's a good view. They got there again. They got.
it is.
Talking about it.
Jonathan Ford.
Trying to figure out.
Hanson Small.
So he is going to go. Bigger question. Kind of see how it wants to work.
Yeah.
Work him down. Size to first as he goes.
Small. And next door. Now. And during the reflection of the 2020, It's out there.
Bernie talked yet?
He has not talked yet.
I didn't think he did. That's what I was going to say. I thought, yeah,
Now, Jake told me that they were going to go every other, but I've yet to
I heard that already.
see that.
We've yet to see it every other yet. Bernie
Think-
does have a microphone.
He does.
Down to 3 to down to 2. Heather McLaughlin is going to win this class. Good to have Cody company.
The show and me, like shipping over the rest.
See, one time Jason got left with Harper's talking. Got Houston.
We got Houston and we're done. Yep, that is it. It's gone really fast. This kind of
Yeah.
sophomore year of JUCO's gone really fast, and we've had a lot of success. Our team has, and it's been a great run.
It's time we might like
Yep,
for years and Blake's team.
very successful as well. Yeah.
Team has been
You know, it's
We got some
close.
discussion over here on this class of females. If you break them down, which one I think has the most breeding versatilities? Young lady in the yellow shirt, big bone and stout bodied, and actually has some dimension and some power off either end of her skeleton. She read just a little coarse at times in some areas, maybe, but I still think with her extra feature, extra stoutness, her rib cage, and her power, she's a nice way to go ahead and start. Probably a more ladylike female about her head and her neck and just her smoothness is the one that goes in two. She's nice in her center rib, and I think she's attractive when you set her into motion. Does she come with as much stoutness and true power in her bone, her feature, the center of where I'm going to get behind her? But I do like this heifer, and she's a very, very ladylike. When you set her into motion, I think she's adequate in her structure. Just doesn't come with as much power and probably breeding value that I find the young lady's heifer that goes in one. Young man's heifer is burly and she's stout and she's powerful. Probably nothing wrong with her from a structural standpoint there as well. Gets a little coarser about her tail head, maybe a little bit more masculine about her face and her shoulder. But we like some things about her and her center rib, her extra stoutness, her extra feature in terms of her bone. I don't know if this heifer's got a UTI or what's going on. She wants to just not be comfortable out here, and she's roaching up in her back. She's feminine and she's nice in her build and her design. Just hard to get a really, really good look on her, to be honest with you, especially that right there. Just not comfortable out here. I would dang sure check her out if you would, young lady. The star-headed heifer is one that is bold, and she's got some power and got some dimension. Just doesn't come with the extra look and body and style as the four that go right in front of her. But good class of females. Got some discussion there between 2 and 3.
all right, Drew. You got a little reinforcements there. We're going to come up here to talk to us just for a little bit. So, you guys come up with a couple things?
Yeah, we thought about it a little bit. I'd say if we're able to win Houston our last contest, I think we could probably be the best.
You gotta put
Yeah,
pressure
we'll put.
on yourselves.
It's fine. We'll take the pressure. It'll be all right.
The pressure. I'm going to say you guys are still better than his team, but even that,
Yeah.
it's pretty loaded though too.
They were.
John DeClerc, Ravenna, Tyler Whitehart.
And a lot of those people, you know, maybe didn't judge, but went on to do a lot of successful things, become great leaders in our industry, and raise some really good livestock.
Yeah.
Jake's even out there being the ring help and catching cattle that got away here.
Right. Stockman, little showmanship.
Oh, yeah.
What a nice competitive class up here. How are you?
It's a very nice
Very
class.
good class. Man, I tell you what, it'll be sixth place here. Gonna have a dang nice effort. That's a lot of what you get into with Iowa. I always did say that's always how you measure how good a show is how good your bottom two are. If they're
Yeah,
so good, functional, high quality. And a lot of times in this, we may have lost a few numbers here at the Beef Expo due to cost and weather and timing.
absolutely.
Or also, I think part of it is competition
Hmm.
because I mean you have to, and you got to bring it. You have to bring it.
You know, and like you said, especially in a class like this, there's going to be some heifers that are on the bottom end of the class and still be very good cattle.
Some of the ones like these are still going to county fair.
Oh yeah,
Showdown.
yeah,
You could have a heifer here not do good, and then actually win a showdown. You know, out there, and that's the neat thing about Iowa. And we'll talk about that as we do. But the showdown series is awesome.
it's a great opportunity for those first year 4-Hers to be able to compete for that,
Yeah.
and not only the first year 4-Hers, but just for the families that maybe don't want to go to the state fair, but love their county fair and go get that other experience at the showdown. It's a great opportunity.
Take it's great. Steer side, first class. No, we had steers first place. Wow. First place, Michael Walker. I always got a kick out of Addie Johnson down here. She's been regularly chilling there. She's been a grown up young lady. She's always been little, just can't ever get there. But she does a good job.
Has a really nice effort as well.
I think she did. Did she win her junior showmanship? Anybody shout out to there? I think
I want to say she
I
did.
did see her with
Yeah.
a big banner. Yeah, if somebody gets some shout outs and who won showmanship, I guess we'd have to pull up. I'm not very good at research, but we should know there. But you know, I've said that before. You talk about quality of the cattle, fitted presentation, showmanship is all the difference right now
Yeah.
because so many people are so talented through this Sullivan supplies,
Mm-hmm.
the educational use that they have to teach everybody
Yep.
and everyone teaching everybody else. It's getting so good. So many people so good at this. But the showmanship is key. Yep. You betcha. We got a little study, a little conversation here, and that's going to take a little bit to get figured out how we're going to place this group. Now, the Houston contest, you get ready. They still have horses in there. If they got
No, they do not. That was just at Fort Worth. I won it.
you want the horses?
They have horses there. We did not go there because we had our Iowa Beef Expo their contest last weekend,
gotcha.
and so
Sorry. Yep.
Yeah.
Same page. So I thought that they did get rid of horses that year.
yeah,
They probably did that when they had a guns back
Yep.
15, 20 years ago, probably. That's how fast I'm taking tracks. When do you leave for that?
I want to say we leave in the second week of March, towards the end. That I want to say it's maybe the 14th or 13th, 14th there of March that we'll leave and head down to Houston there.
Yep. Gotcha. Yep. No. Did you have success in the Iowa Beef Expo contest?
I did. One reasons?
You won reasons?
Yep.
You had individually too?
No, I was sixth.
Sixth.
Yeah, didn't have the best day with cards, but yeah, we had the top 3 teams, I want to say, there in the sophomore side.
Yep.
Then our freshman
How did I chase? How do you do?
Parker was second or third, I want to say.
So who's high individual?
Will Hoops.
Okay.
Yeah, from your area. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I like
Yeah.
it.
I think
Fan of Will.
that Addison Lehman, that's from Iowa as well. She was 5th, I want to say, at the contest.
Addison, she's sophomore or she freshman?
She's a sophomore.
She's sophomore.
Yeah, they have 2 separate divisions here for freshmen and sophomores
I thought they
at
did.
Iowa Beef Expo.
I just got confused. It just didn't seem like she should quite be a sophomore in college yet.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I can talk about my buddy Will. They had They done, yeah, he's done really, really well for himself. Come up and they do a good job taking care of stuff at their place too.
They do.
They do a
They do.
great job. See him around fitting everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I was up at Michigan State at that AGR show the other day.
He's up there fitting on cattle, yeah.
He's all dirty up there working
Oh yeah.
away.
But he's here. I know he's
Very good. Oh, I'm sure
I know he's around here. I think he's worked for Devin Fraker this summer, and I want to say he's here fitting for them today. And
hair product together.
yep.
All right, we got a place in here. Jake was waving like he was
Directing
waving
traffic.
and flying. I didn't pay attention to what he was doing or where he was going. So did he whip her around? Yep. All right. Who's that boy that just won that class? That's a nice. Her, as Jake talks about her right now.
We took a little time in this class, and there is some discussions and some differences. You could probably go 3 or 4 and change it up a bit if you'd like. The heifer that just hard to pick just a big hole is the young man. She's massive bodied. I think she's adequate in her structure, and she's very feminine in her build and her design. I think she does have some width of body and some spread when you're getting right behind her. Is she just probably the most tricked out, I guess, in some areas? Maybe not, but she's safe and she's good bodied. I think she's going to make a very, very nice kind of a cow. Showmanship lessons, definitely go in favor of the young lady. I think that heifer is very, very high tying. She's bold bodied, and she gives you a look that'll make you scratch your head sometime, like, why is she not winning the class? When we set them into motion, I got to change your forerib. I got to change your shoulder alignment just a little bit. But I think a very, very high quality heifer that is probably the freshest in her condition of anything that's out here today, and I compliment the young lady for that. The young lady in the pink shirt, one that is big bodied and she's stout, does have some dimension and does have some power to her. Wants a paddle and gets a little uncomfortable up front. I'd probably like to clean her up around her pones and just freshen her up in her condition. Opposite of the heifer here in 2. From the side, I think she can give you a very, very quality look. She's sound, she's flexible, she's loose built. She's big bodied and she's very attractive here on the profile. When you set her into motion, you step behind the cattle. I think she's the most insecure about her hock, and she gets a little crisscross applesauce as she's going right away from us. Young lady, have a little trouble. The heifer just acting like she can do whatever she wants, but she's fought it out here, and I appreciate that for her. Big-bodied heifer that does have a tremendous amount of center rib and volume there. She got the most attractive hind leg. No, we'd change that. But I think one that does have some utility, does have some versatility. When you set her into production, there's some different ways you can do some different things for a cow. A better necked and more attractive heifer here on the profile, and on the stand, the split-eared female. Just wish she had more depth of body. Wish she had more durability there in her center body when we compare her to the rest. But very, very nice class of females. Congratulations to them.
Class over here, and I'm thinking for players, let's debating.
Well, Drew, I tell you what, I like that. I mean, that top end, you guys talk.
It's a very good class of keys. Very good class.
So, yeah, we come right here to point out we have one solo that primo square.
For which number is this?
Things gonna be solved. What are three things?
I don't even know where to start with. So in all around to do this.
Yes. Came from the arm. And I still think
We had that
inspired.
what I'm talking about. It's not going to get
Frank
that year that last year. Yeah, that's fine. You can do it. So this morning.
was green. When you write it, find it, no, it just doesn't have a loss. Right there to the center. And
It was a big names for this class here.
Yeah.
Schwartz did the job. Walls, 2-time Israeli Supreme Craft Valley, Jackson. It's pretty fun. Clark Henry, I don't got talking to him type too, but he just commands. His voice is commanding. Just gets you to pay attention to him.
So the chance 2, 3. He's one who just gets a little lighter. It's just a little more uncoordinated when I put him in motion.
I get guilty of sneaking in here and pitching these heifers. I got to forget to talk because as they come right in front of us here on the table, we want to.
You just want to study them.
That's. We'll see. I see it, Davis.
Yeah, I want to say the one of shorts would be one from Lucky Strike and the Arthur family there. I seen they just followed her into the ring there, but
Lucky Strike signing there.
Kelton was here. I did not see here.
Jerry and Johnny.
Yeah, Kelton's up there.
Yeah, there's judges there doing this busy weekend.
It is a very busy weekend, not just between Illinois and Iowa. I know Indiana's got Purdue AGR. Yeah, and I want to. Yeah, and I maybe think there's one down in Tennessee's got a bigger show this weekend that they normally have, or
Industries, industries big, and
it is.
there's
It
a lot of
is.
people activity, a lot of Facebook on. So we don't care about the rest of the world. This is our world right here.
Yeah, at the whole Iowa Beef Expo.
Jacobson Center. Great.
Sure, it's all right. Like you are here. Go on 12. Oh, thank you, Brian, for letting.
So you guys just tune in. You know, it's a good surface. It's a good ring. You can see a lot of there. A lot of people makes parents, but folks in here last year, that never seems
Yeah.
a lot better than the old aluminum mix.
Oh, yeah.
There's no doubt about it, and how well we work this lot. There's no way in this August we can be there. Policy.
That's right. That's right.
There is nothing like the Iowa State Fair.
That's right.
See them in all. Right now, this is a whole lot better option.
But isn't then, for kind of the makeup ring, if you would, there's a lot more space here behind us. And so, kind of over in the pavilion, you're maybe a little more packed in on there. And that really allows, people to just come up maybe a few classes early if they got one that's not as settled into the show. And
It's cold.
yeah, get in out of the. Yeah.
You got plenty of, like I said, plenty of room up there. Sometimes up there, you're stuck outside for a little while.
Yeah. Got a really good trio here of key heifers circling here.
A little bit of size variation in three, but boy, the quality is hot. So we got what do we got? Short, long, and Jackson. Is that it?
I would believe so.
We got an actual here at the far back. Cool. Longs have a primo. That'd be a CLAC. That'd be a Jamie Campbell. Outside of that one. That would make sense if she had a Divas in her ear. Icon. 80s Flurry. 2, 3.
Well, there is some quite a bit of differences, especially between 1 and 2 here, and I mean, good cattle come in all shapes and sizes, so it doesn't bother me on what their builds are, or color. My cow herd, there's not every one of them that looks exactly the same, so I don't really care on that, but I think there's some differences and some trade-offs between 1 and 2. The heifer that wins the class, her growth curve is quite a bit different. She's big and she's long and she's extended. She's the best in her top line. She gets a little weak there, but I think portrays a very maternal look. She's big-bodied. I think she's adequate in her structure and her flexibility. Probably like her just her extra length and her size, her length of hip compared to the one that goes in 2. The black and white heifer in 2 is a neat little critter, good necked and bold ribbed and powerful when you get behind her. I think she's appropriate in her structure there as well. I like to just lengthen her out, make her a bigger shot of frame and scale. dang sure just lengthen her out in her hip. I think she gets maybe just a little tight in that regard when you set her into motion. But I think those are two high quality heifers. If you want to flip them, I'm okay with you. The heifer here in 3 is moderate, and she's chubby bodied, and she's really big centered. She's got some power when you get behind her. I don't think she probably handles either end of her skeleton near as comfortable as the two that go right in front of her. I like to lean her up there just a little bit too, and I think it would take away a little bit of that chub up front. Heifer here comes next, is more attractive and more feminine about her face and the top side of her neck and the side of her neck. I think that heifer just doesn't come with as much bells and whistles as the ones that go in front of her. I think she's a little shorter and plainer about her hip. Like to stouten her up in her bone size there as well. Young man coming in next. He's dressed to the T. I'll give you that little stud. Heifer that's very attractive about her head and her neck. She's big and long and extended. She's got some power. I just like to stouten her. For as much muscle she has up high, I like to match her better down low, stouten her up in her foot and her bone size. Probably the better structured heifer that's going to round out the class that comes next. You like her looseness and her flexibility. Just doesn't balance up quite neat enough from the side for us to go any higher. Congratulations to them.
Little fella got called stud.
They did.
How you like that? You get that called out on you there. Hey, that mean now that make you back. Yeah, that was a good class.
That was a good class. Got our second to last class here. Keys coming in.
Skin is
Yes.
We got Dane Fraker. He wears his hat. He wore his hat last year.
Another really nice classic door steers. But they don't play black and white just in terms of a settiness perspective. If it gets out and kind of looks around.
Drew, what's your take on cowboy hats? Cowboy hat wearer when you did
Not a cowboy hat wearer myself.
cowboy hat wearer?
Like in the winter time, it's good. And if it fits right, it's all right.
What's the difference in the winter and the summer?
I don't know. I've
Steer the cloud.
Straw hats are a hell of a lot cheaper than belts.
They are. They are. Personally, I just think the felts look a lot
They do
better.
look nice.
They look a lot better.
You know, it is legal etiquette-wise to be able to wear a felt hat 12 months out of the year. Well, etiquette-wise, you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Is I think it's like Easter, Labor Day.
Really?
Pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, they give you parameters for like cowboy etiquette to be able to be okay to wear straw.
You know, I don't follow the old
Yeah.
cowboy hat deal, I guess.
Our boy Stock Martin, Texas, that he gets right to wear hats there in Texas.
Oh yeah, he does. If you don't have a cowboy hat and you're from Texas, you ain't a Texan, I don't think.
From West Texas, for me.
Yeah.
I bet most of them got cowboy hats
Yeah.
on everything.
Yeah.
Jim, I don't know if I've ever seen Jake. Jake in a hat once or twice. I have seen him in a hat before. I don't think I've ever seen Blake in a cowboy hat. Have you ever seen Blake in a cowboy hat?
I've not. I've not.
Some pieces are like very funny.
Hey, depending on what they do, boy, the Curtin family is definitely a job to continue.
Very good. I'm gonna have to leave. See you.
Under all.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. Fine.
Okay.
You're
Well, that's
Oh, my dear God. Wait,
now. Yeah.
where is the dream falling? We're talking about it. This question asked Drew. It's going to be Is I believe to be here in a bit to go over and get your systems here ready?
Yeah. Let's say it'll be close to probably an hour or so. But yeah, it'll be a little while yet. But
And watch where they're at. Start.
over there on the pluses,
Yep.
they say there's been quite a few classes to go through. I want to say they're don't have the program over here. I want to say they're maybe getting close to division, but I don't know if that's a division or a class over there. Or,
Where we got on the. Well, they down to 4. Them 4 are dang sure nice.
yeah, they are.
They got right there. We got down to 3. Do you think Will Hoops has put this much smoke on that first one?
I'm gonna guess that he did.
Yes, he helped on that one.
I'm gonna guess that he did.
Yep. Talked about the Curtin family always doing a good job. They won the Expo here a few times.
Yeah.
They come in there, get ready to go and ready to battle. Well, that third one, she is big body. We'll get her number. She comes back around here. And that looks like Jake made his mind up. He kind of had that detailed, focused look on his face. So is this the Craigers? I'm not so sure that even. I'm sure she's not addicted to Kelly. You really do think?
Let me introduce you to Jackets here today. Overall, we got.
I want to say that young man there that I don't know if he went first or that had kind of that blue roan colored heifer. That's Sealy Lindgren would be this. Yep.
I think he pulled her first, didn't he?
Sure.
He did.
That's pretty Jake. We like that. Right. Let you know the decision of the class will put you on third.
Thanks, Brad. Challenging class here, and you can do a couple different things, and I won't blame you at all. I'm not a big fan of blue roan cattle, to be honest with you, but I like your heifer the best pretty easily in this grouping. She's big-bodied, she's smooth-made, she's the most ladylike in her features and her joint work and the way she's assembled. I think she's easily the most comfortable when we set her into motion. Does she come with as much just bone and power and mass as a couple other ones? No, but there's not just a big hole. I can pick her right in that animal, and I like her. On the stand, big legs, good looking, big bodied, stout, highly presented. As the young lady's heifer here in 2. When you set her into motion, I think she's a little uncomfortable off either end. She wants to duck her head and wants a roll in the top of her shoulder. She does have some pieces. She's big bone. She's burly. She's stout. She's powerful. I think there's some things you could do with her. Young man's heifer is more probably feminine, and she's probably more our speed about her head and her neck or the shape of her neck. Of these 2 heifers on the stand, I lead towards this cattle. When you set them into motion, although both of them, I think we could change them structurally. I think there's just more to that heifer that makes her go up a little higher. We got to change this one up front in her front end assembly. Bigger outlined heifer that does have some length and some extension just becomes the most easiest one to pick a hole in. Forerib, depth of body, and probably just doesn't have as much bone and feature as maybe some of them cattle. She is late maturing though, so you get this one bred early. I think this one could have some good days in front of her. Just need to soften her up there in her heart and her forerib. One that is hairy and got some extras and got some power and some mass that comes next. Probably just her head throws me off the most and just reads a little bit boxy and squatty. And I think it does from her length of body and just doesn't have as much just athleticism when you set her into motion. Hair, bone, power, and mass, you're into it, you can still tie into some things about that one. Young lady heifer is very ladylike and very attractive there through her front 1/3, and she does have some body. Structurally, we need to change here a little bit. I like to make her just a little bit more eye appeal here from the side. More moderate heifer that is stouter when you get behind her comes next. We got to change her structurally off either end of her framework to go up any higher for us. Nice group of cattle. Congratulations to them exhibitors.
It's a class of color here, and Jake just mentioned about wood brackets. It was not, that's maybe a little more prejudice. So I'm sorry, you have to tell my
Hey, got a little crosstalk. Crosstalk going on. Pastor Jed side to side. Really just got a single entry here already. The side note with that one being a how great. And I don't know positives and not positives. To bring out how great had a campus game right there. She was nice on plays well. Gas Francis, a lot of power.
Yep.
At the side X. Promise.
Get a little bit of that club calf in them. You're probably gonna have that pretty often.
Had a little bit of the pelvis, not big enough
Yep.
to fit. Quality calf. She's a good nuts. Got
Yep.
letters. I mean, that's about like Corey Thompson and talking to him. I think this evolution of this next thing. You know, where's not really there, but I looked at it like
Yeah.
Place. So they, you know, they will.
Just a single entry here,
Real
big
good.
fall, key heifer that's old body, and she's got some power and some mass. Dang sure could have stand some more competition. We'll give her another look here when we bring her back in for a grand drive in our key division. Congratulations, that young man.
There's a lot. There is. Sure. It's the different. So Nebraska's into it. All those are yeah, guys.
Can't go over on the other side. Place. First place, Sealer. Second to Swallow Curve. Third is the Ring. Fourth to Warren Holmes. Six to Margaret Stevens. And seven to Bowman.
Sure, this is going to be a good division.
It's gonna be a really good division.
Lots of things that interesting. That's usually a top 5 contender right there.
Well,
Our dog there, Charlotte. To see if we can knock out that Charlotte. That Charlotte look
on the gear side, wait, final plan, show skiers for the player. Bring exactly, Charlie.
they clear that, are they?
Third, yes.
That's a preset station.
Where you? First wait, bring it all.
We had a dignity. There's some sires that we keep battling on.
They stop. Margarita, you're a champion. Showing on the place.
Primo.
I think we got a first class winner was a Good Times.
All me.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a main end you there, and then we just then there's just primo, dignity. How great. Yep.
Little variety.
Man, look at that good view there. That's a powerful set of helmets. I'm sure he'll tell you that. I don't know, not put words or say, but man, I tell you a lot of different ways you probably could go. But just impressive here at the whoa. You got a good story about that getaway.
Yeah, I had a calf one year. Every time that the microphone would turn on or something would clap, he was gone. Yeah.
I think everybody can get there with that.
And it wasn't that he was wild. Like it was just one little thing and he'd be gone.
So sometimes he likes the whole
Yeah.
somehow. I think everybody's showing quite a bit of this.
Had one of those. Oh yeah. Sister had one year that we had to put a nose ring in, and I showed him at his first show just because didn't want her having a bad experience with him. And I just remember he kind of like reared up like a horse right before we were going in the ring, and I was like, "Oh boy."
Here we go. So we got some debate going on. There's no doubt about it. Even though we don't get the verbal Bernie, we're sure getting Bernie's input.
Got two division drives going on. Shore and plus on the other side, and got our keys over here. Maybe Bernie will
All right.
warm up a little bit, grab the microphone, and
You think so? Okay. We should do the re-up. Except Ernie was nervous.
yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit.
Make sure
This is a big show. It is.
sign it.
Yeah.
Have to see if he's actually listening or just snapping on Barrett Carlisle. He's Barrett.
Yeah.
Good. I've been seeing
A lot of shows.
I know Barrett has he's a sheep guy.
Yep.
Sheep guy. Barrett, so if you really listen, I got tuned in with Brody. He was watching the goat show in San Antonio. And we So I didn't Barrett, I didn't know he was a goat guy. The goat guy too. We like judging all. Barrett, to get you up here. You could maybe be maybe somebody's associate over here is telling us about pretty much. Yeah, I'm talking to his brother. He's a good guy. I was like, I've been some races for anything or he's a great guy. I really talk to. So if you are listening, we got you. Here's Jake going to tell you about what that means.
Back on our key side, there is some discussion on our class winners, and congratulations to both them, our respective seconds, for coming back out here. It's close, and I think it's hard, and there's some different things you can do. We're pretty confident we like the young lady here directly in front of us in the red to be your champion. Congratulations to her. I think it gets a little bit closer here for reserve. There's a couple different things you could probably do and justify. We like this for her body and her substance and her stoutness here from just a utility in her center rib and her power from behind. Hind legs a little questionable. Big bodied one that's stout here, and it comes in two that you appreciate her stoutness, a feature in her bone. Is she a little coarser about her neck, her shoulder, and her forerib? Yep. Next one. Nothing wrong with her. No holes cattle, big bodied, sound, and very functional. Does she come with a lot of things that you just want to load her up right now? I don't know. The black and white one is moderate. She's stout and she's good looking. I like to lengthen out her hip. Her mature size probably concerns me the most. I got a lot of corn silage in my country. I don't mind big cows. Her moderation, I wish she was a little bigger. The blue roan, Parker doesn't appeal to him over there in the steer ring, but we got a class winner over here. She's moderate. She's big bodied. She's easy doing. Her mature size too probably concerns me. I don't know how big she gets. And then the big senior yearlings, big bone and nice structured, like to soften her up in her center rib. Different things you can do. Me and Bernard are going to look at it one more time. We'll get you reserved, but can get you, if you would please put your hands together for these exhibitors in our key ring. We'll show you which one we like the best.
Sure, how'd you like that comment there? I like bigger cow. We got corn silage. We got feed. I can take a little more size. Like it. What do we got? Okay.
Oh, they picked her to go reserve?
It, right there. Yep. Very nice. Well, I got a little quick there, and I didn't get to talk about this second place here. Comes out. That's a good lineup, though. We probably talked about that earlier. I think I'm down for
There's some, yeah, we'll hear about them later this summer and into the fall there. And now those would have been out of the same class there that went grain reserve, correct?
Yeah, another good division. Wow, that was good. Then we get into.
Oh,
Yeah, we've had some Heifers that have been top 5 reserve brand in the last couple times they've been in this ring, I know.
got 3 classes of horns here.
We've got some horns. Sean Mockers, they do a good job up there. Would that be him right there? Would that be cool with the cowboy hat?
I want to say it is there.
First one looks nice. McKenna's got
Here's Tiger.
It's always,
all right.
yeah.
So they give her Charlotte White. Single holder and for 1 year reserve show. Moving on the other side, champion in the ring ever take your reserve champion both coming out of class. Champion going to be long reserve driving short. Once again, both champion and reserve in the ring ever coming out of class 10. Champion going to be long reserve driving short now in the ring class 4.
Class 13 of April. So I think you heard Dr. I think we call Dr. Bradley. Bradley got the doctor of some sort, ain't he? Professor of something, yes, maybe. Pretty good at it.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Talked about her.
He's been at it your whole lifetime, ain't he?
Yeah, yeah. She talked about like showdowns earlier this morning.
Yeah.
He's always done South Central, and then he does all Iowa and does a bunch of them. So
South Central, he's about to have to. And
yeah, yep.
yeah, we're stuck. Can't find drive. We're stuck in the park.
Champion short get her back. Rhea was silent. Rhea Bell, thank you very much. Champion short last year, Rhea Bell, Charlotte. And around the month here, 5.
Loud Mark Heifer here that starts our Hereford division. I think a confident way for me and Barney to appreciate her just cow-like look and her maternal function. She's nice body and she's got some dimension when you get behind her. I think she's substantially the better structure option between 1 and 2. I like the angle to her shoulder and just more feminine look about her face, the top side of her neck, and the when you study her down through her shoulder. The stouter option and bone, feature, mass, and just dimension goes into the better haired females, bolden her upper rib and powerful when you get behind her. Structurally, we tweak her in an area or so and make her just a little bit better about her forehead shape. Young man's going to round out the class. Got another Loud Mark one that's big and long and extended. She's a little green and condition here today. We like to soften her up in her center rib, but a nice kind of female. It does have some femininity, some extra length and extension.
All right. We had McKenna there was Marksman Heifer did win her class. Sean Bacher the second. Oh, Hawk Green. We got a little Tommy Hawk in there too. I see on the backside of that one.
Same with the he's going to win the class today. And I hope he does. The ball from Jesus.
Nice single for Gary. She
Silence. Cancel this down. Control. Man. Okay. There. Oh, Hank coming in second. I love this camera from the profile.
The other name in this class, American Classic. Classic too. He's had a few winners.
Want to say that's another hawk bred female there.
So,
Yeah.
My buddy Holcamp over there, he still couldn't get this class wrong. We got a nice one to go ahead and win. Just a single individual here. It does have some length and some extension. We maybe soften her up here in her center rib, but a nice heifer. It does have some femininity, some maternal look about her here from the side. Nice way to go ahead and start this class.
Hey, we got the shout out over here.
We did. We did.
Throw down. That's a confidence builder.
Oh yeah.
13. Wow. Really never that's the people. Oh, shot. Man, you think like anything. Granted, it's 540 minutes. Train. It's fine. Places. It's class. Central understanding which was placed. Are you sure that Jacob has that's
He does.
next place to
He does.
never knew this was like,
Yes.
class the service was carried by four divisions right? So
There you go. How old's this one?
Very, very maternal and cowy one here. Single entry fall heifer, big bodied and awesome in her structure and her flexibility. You like her proudness of her head and the way her neck ties on the front side of her shoulder. Full rib shape, a little bit different there, but a very, very high quality heifer that's going to win the last class of our horn show. We'll bring her back out here in a second.
Jamie wants to know if you guys want anything to drink other than stock. Oh no. No, we got water. I think we're good. Okay. Right around for championship.
Yeah. Probably not as many numbers. Still really good quality division though, and can have 3 nice class winners.
I think will. I think there's going to be one of them that comes out of here that's going to be right in our supreme lineup.
Absolutely.
Way good.
Let me go back and tell you, Jim Blooper. State University is all around opportunities. Throughout the journey, to continue to remain to the herd hungry, next 7 12 pounds alongside your grandparents, alongside your grandparents, mother and brother, focuses on developing children while maintaining its strong base, documentary, winning family tradition with innovating lifestyle practice. Like Dave is associate judge, our office, the owner and operating office, operation. They're engaged in raising, selling high quality and shelters with a strong foundation.
Hopefully you guys can hear Brad talking. I want him to just talk about that, guys.
Green, 45, water, college, where it comes to the last call. Our journey in life, relationship, including his partnership with James Woodward, to grow up generally in the streaming through the Illinois 4-H and FFA divisions. Over the years, the partnership has evolved today in order to expand this portfolio. Now only goes cows and goes together. Good sense, good friendship. Only gets better with time. Let's get our heifer show judges Jake Cooper, Bernard Osmus, the 2026 Iowa Beef Expo well.
Just 3 classes in our horned Hereford show, and we do have some nice representatives out here, and I think it comes pretty close between 2. Which one, if me and Bernie were big-time Hereford enthusiasts, we're going to go dive in on one. We like the senior yearling or the fall heifer to be our champion, followed up the young lady out of Class 1 to be reserved. Congratulations to both them.
Very good. Schombacher. Carly Schombacher with that American Classic. Heifer, very nice heifer.
Very nice.
Very nice. She looks good. Big footed, sound, big bodied. Make a nice cow.
Brad mentioned there on the mic how Jake's bought in a couple of does. We had a weather last year. Would have been out of one of Bernie and Jake's partnership. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Did you say Royal?
Yeah, which we over by Spencer. Clear up in where? What's that? Yeah, it is. But he's over at it's Royal's close to Spencer up there in northwestern Iowa. Correct. Yep.
It's just better bottom time. They change the different highway.
And they'll shove shit comes to Jake there. Get that head up. Get that top down.
We got just a single entry here. Young lady's putting on a showmanship clinic out here. The redneck female is very feminine, very maternal about her head shape and her look, and she's got some upper rib shape and some power. I think honest in her breeding condition for this stage of the game and her age. Just a nice way to start off a pulled show. Congratulations, young lady.
Crazy crap. But you need more reading help.
All right, should have 4 in this class. As we wait for them to head up out of here. Hey, shout out to us on
Yep.
I think they do a good job.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Everybody else has
Yep.
count down the days. It's good to see them there. I should have probably said that because it's Sloan.
She is.
Seasons and fitness pack, but I think these cattle are their purpose. Like suckers that like to it's kind of like having a big giant versus like miniature Herbert. So we're gonna let stock do that here, but they're good cattle. Congratulations to y'all.
We got out here. Well, this is nice. This is nice class scheme too.
It is.
Out here, we got some
April's, a couple Marches.
2 and 2. Well, when a Hereford is good hair, they're kind of cool looking.
They are.
I've seen some of them guys take them really wavy haired ones. They can get the heck out and actually look good. Well, when there she got frostbit ears. 3-1 man. Jackson Allen, pretty savage. I kind of believe that by the first week of March, we might get some stuff
We might. Yeah.
here in Iowa,
Yeah.
pleasant as it's been.
You just never know that. Them first couple 3 months here in Iowa, you never know how the weather's going to be.
Tell you what, you're very cold if you got either if them baby calves get with the
Yeah. It is a very nice effort. Presented really well.
We were talking about because a lot of them are around like they're helping. And our fleet is good. We've got a lot of young faces with some faces that have been here before with our directors.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice effort to go ahead and start that. She was born on probably not a very warm day. It doesn't look like her mother or recent mother wasn't very good at licking her ears off. A nice effort, good neck, nice in her silhouette, nice in her structure. Easy way to go ahead and start this particular class. 2 and 3, there is maybe a little discussion. On the stand, you like this one's body and her symmetry, and she's very attractive up through her front 1/3. I don't think the heifer, when you set her in motion, he's stouting her up in her ankle. change the angle of her shoulder just a little bit. But I think just from a hip and balance standpoint, she easily probably goes up for me. And that was the deciding factor between me and Bernard. The darker red heifer, that's better about her hair coat. I think does have maybe a shot more breeding potential and features with their stoutness, with their extra bone and her ruggedness. Top line and hip juncture and just depth of body is where we draw the line and slid her into the third spot. The heifer that rounds out the class does have some extra bone. Probably nothing wrong with her from a structural standpoint. She becomes the plainest, not just because her head's not clipped, but I do think in her top line and her hip juncture is where we change her just a little bit if we could. Nice group of heifers. We like the one that goes up first. Pretty good.
Got a calf over there on the steer side. Wouldn't be a little difficult.
Come over, maybe you'll come visit us. Come back around.
Big class of Cold Herefords here.
It's cool steerable.
Yeah.
Hey, we get boy, this would be a good one too.
Yeah.
I wonder, to be factual, do you know that with I see Copeland in here, the fact that Mr. Jeff Paulson's back home calving cows, being a cow guy. He's not running necessarily for Father of the Year, being here show. He's we respect that from the cow guy there. He's got one in there, and the big class is 6 of these heifers. Somebody did say, I believe that is a bred and owned for Copeland too.
It's a really good bred known if it is.
Boy, she is. She's different in her head and neck.
Mhm.
Yes, for a purebred, ain't she?
It's one thing that's a little more challenging to do in the Hereford breed, just keeping them clean enough there through their chest and up through their throat. But
Yeah.
the heifer's very good in those regards.
Looks to me like those Hereford guys, you really have to pay attention to how to feed one. Don't you?
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
Definitely got to probably take it a little slower. Don't want to get them too chubby too quick.
I'd say you probably get too far, you'd be over the hill and not come
Mhm.
back. Well, she kind of got connect the dots,
Must have had some ringworm.
kind of coming back in there.
She does got some.
You know, and that's what you look at Iowa, though. I mean, Iowa's always had a strong Hereford division.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of passionate breeders. All breeds have passion in what they're making, but I do think that, you know, some of them guys that have, you know, stayed with it and had it and
Yeah.
believe in the product, what they're doing. It's good to see. So we got, well, he's just kind of pulling and flying, and we go. Right here back, I know that one's 7.
Nice class of heifers. Easy place to start. The heifer that's got a little bit of case of the worm, it looks like there on her side, but big bodied and really, really good looking. Her silhouette gives you an incredible look here from the profile. I think a heifer that at the start was a little tentative of the chips, but I think is getting more comfortable when you get her back out there. Angles read good off either end. Maybe comes up just a little bit short in her rear step, but a very, very high quality one. Gets you a great look from the profile. WDA and just natural performance, I think you got to gravitate to the young man's heifer that goes next. She's big-bodied, she's stout, she's bold, she's powerful, little bit of chest, and probably just doesn't come with as much just look here from the profile as the one that goes in front of her. I think the next logical place and just cow-like look and function of the remaining 4, I think the young lady's structure has to come up next. She is a little plainer. I think we'd like to stouten her up there in her pin set when you get behind her to play with those other 2. big boned and stout featured, and one that does have some extras structure. We got to change her and just give her a little bit more softness there in her hock. And you study her up in her shoulder and her knee alignment. The next heifer is big bodied and nothing wrong with her from a sensibly size, and going to be a kind of an easy doing, low maintaining cow. Just a little too plain, like to stouten her up in her bone work. The young man's heifer that rounds out the class is bigger. She's longer and more extended than the one that goes in front of her. Just like to soften her up in her center rib, balance her up better out of her hip.
Well, Chad left to go to the bathroom there. That'd be the second to last class there. We just concluded in our pulled Herefords.
It's cold. Third, four. You can't rouse.
This should be our last class in the Hereford breed here. I got a class of Januaries.
Placing class 18, cold herd breeding never turned the plate. All since 2 8. Third, range comment. 2 9 1 John. 2 John 4. Catches up to the class of the lane class 19, which is class of the Lord.
Nice pair of stout cattle here that come 1 and 2. The dark red heifer, just in balance and body and symmetry. Quality of look, I think, easily sorts her up. I think a very, very high quality one goes ahead and wins this particular grouping. Young lady's more yellow heifer, is stout and extremely bold and powerful when you get behind her. Relation to her size, I like to soften her up in her center rib, smooth her up probably in the angle to her shoulder. Just like to see her go with a little bit more ladylike look when you set her into motion. Nice pair of females. Congratulations, both them young ladies.
All right, well, over here.
That's been our last class of Herefords, I think.
So that was our last class Hereford right
That
there?
was, yep. I did not see the back tag who would have won that class.
I either.
So now
We'll
we'll,
find out here pretty quickly.
yeah, go ahead and pick our champion pulled Hereford heifer.
Short here.
She is a very good heifer.
It's something about proportions.
Mm-hmm.
Step percent. I like that one. If you have one out there, what do you have? This here one? What do you have? Yeah, we just talked about her. She's giant. She is very unique. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's awesome. Does have short ears though, doesn't she? Hey, that's something I can relate to.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta get side view. Side view, boys. Side view, boys. Well, they should be set up side view for champion.
Okay, we're going to keep him on out there again. We're going to. Looks incredible. Looks, by the way. Cold swing. And it twists around here and so loud. Okay. There, but this thing right here is very good as well.
So I was paying attention to a lot of things going on. I was talking.
We did.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah, they're from over by our area. Yeah,
he does a good job.
they do.
The emphasis of it and so thankful.
Yep.
There's time to do. But yeah, he was just a comment. I appreciate it. That's why I got her.
Yeah,
If it doesn't hurt her breeding potential, very nice.
that's right.
She's a good heifer. Let's also have to right behind. Obviously, she's beautiful. She looks nice. That big heifer that's just wasted, taking the lead everywhere back. They got to get her back over here in line.
Our line's kind of offset here. We got a little mess out there.
Now,
They're getting it fixed though, and
get our ducks in a row here pretty quick. have a little debate. They're ready to go.
Good class or good division of polls here, and we got our respectives first and seconds back out here. It becomes a little bit more of a closer comparison between the two young men's cattle come right in front of us. Which one probably me and Bernard were talking. Which one has more presence? Which one probably just brings more just look and eye appeal and harder to make? Hereford and British stock is the young man, the cowboy hat. We like her good bit. She's going to be your champion. Followed up with old Frosty here out of Class 2 to be your reserve.
Paulson would have won that division, and then Allen Boy would have been reserve.
So everyone gets reserve grudge.
Yeah.
That's a good pair of heifers.
Very good pair, pulled Herefords.
Yeah. Hey, the Paulson heifer, she is nice.
Yes.
I mean, she is special as far as head, neck, chest.
Yep.
They'll look good. We bring them back out here in the champion lineup for sure.
Moving into our Limb Flex division.
Limb Flex. Well, that's been a division that's been.
That's really taken off over the past couple of years.
Look right there, we'll break for Skinny again at speeds. There should be probably no shortage of quality in the limb flexes. What do we have? 3 classes. A big class right there in the back foot there. That first one be the Breaker Boy, Steve.
Oh, this is a very good trio here.
So she's got the bendy legs, doesn't she?
Yeah, big feet.
Sets right down. Will, you coming up here to talk to us? Sure. Hey, we can bring you right up in here. We're going to talk about there. We're going to bring another teammate of Drew's up here. Look at all celebrities. Will Hoops, the 2026 Iowa Feedback individual, right?
That would be correct, yeah.
Hey, that's good. You were there, you won, you did the best.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of the show here?
I think it's going well.
Going good? Get down here, make sure they can hear you good. You help.
What's this one of Frank's? Will?
I have no idea. I'm going to be quite honest with you.
How about a Forbes? Okay, how about her? Is that the one that won Louisville, or is that daughter her?
You know what, Chad? I'll say this. I think you're probably going to know a little bit more about the heifer pedigrees on which one would have won Louisville than I probably would.
How about her?
They all got to be related somehow, those three do.
Yeah. Shoot, they with all of them the same, ain't they? No, they're all different. All different tattoos on the cow side. They're all in the same deal.
Yeah.
Full sense. But boy, yeah. I didn't even look at that. He got new heights and gold buckle. That's a purebred, so that's probably she's a higher percentage.
Yeah.
Being Forbes, well, he worked well on that on multiple breeds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, we're all here retired. We pulled we're green here in first place stores.
So it's kind of lost. Look at them 3 folks. I'm telling you, all 3 of them are green.
Time to be there. So, cut down the fire. 18 going to also reserve.
What's he asking? You know, 17, 2 March and 2 April.
All reserve. Jack. Or figures back to Chloe Rogers third, to Taylor Thomas fourth, Lucas Honeyke fifth, to Andrew Heights, and sixth to Jake.
So what's he just doing? Just bringing around?
I don't. You know, I'm not for sure.
At times, if he wants to see one walk, he makes just an individual.
Yeah.
Versus watching them all do it. He's looking important.
Let me just quickly grab the
What's it find out?
Couldn't tell. He was kind of pointing up, down, he's kind of going everywhere there.
Noticeably, many of those came out specifically states that it's up to the children that is being taken care of. So, I know we're still listening to that.
Mm-hmm.
Brad's talking about
No 3-and-out rule.
no three. I like it. I understand the rule.
Yeah, and it's nice now, that we don't have that rule here, right? A lot of cattle, it's their first show,
Exactly.
and there's individuals walking ringside, maybe along the rail there, that'll maybe just kind of unsettle the calf and
Right.
maybe not just be as settled in as some of the others, but
Yep. Yeah. It's good to see, but I'm sure probably, a lot of times what we get is people ask a question
yep.
when they have it, It's
Hmm.
like, so, yeah. And I think sometimes, controversial, like, sometimes they we get caught up in competition, so you think
Mhm.
when somebody has a grief, you want to pick them out, but it's the way.
That's right. And the best ones need to win and make our state look the best that we possibly can.
I think so. Yeah. Because what you do, what happens today might be different.
That's right.
And also stays consistent.
Hmm.
We just got some of these motions. It's never been so clear.
That's right. It's a lot of work, and I mean, if you want to compete at the highest level, you really got to put everything towards it, and that's like you said, it brings in a lot of emotions and want things to go more your way than others. And Jake must be trying to look at some feet there.
He wants to see toes. Well, you guys you could see a good angle. These three are
Yeah. Nothing taken away from the trios of the classes before. I would say this is a little more of a challenging class, if you would. I mean, just a lot of different things you could do and break down between all of them. And
I think Bernie's telling him what to say now. What do you think?
maybe they're having a little disagreements.
Just trying to figure out what they're going to want to talk about. Here you go, Jake's what's
Well, no offense to the young lady, it's going to be third here. You got a nice animal as well. These are two very, very nice limousine stock that come up. And I don't know which one, if they're purebreds or Limflex. They tell me they're Limflex. Both are very hard to make and great, good livestock. I'll tell you the differences on what I see. I'll be the first to admit I'm not a professional clipper. I know how I want them to be. Standing, perfect. Maybe need to leave just a little bit more at the top of her blade just to balance her up a little nicer on the go. But I think hoof shape, quality of toes from her rear skeleton, she has the advantage. Length from her blade forward, she has the advantage. And dang sure prouder about her head. I think she's nice in her body. She's nice in her shape. I think her structure reads very adequate when you set her into motion. I probably like her from a long-term perspective, maybe a state fair, later on next fall as a big bred heifer. I would take my chances with her. Not saying this one's not going to make me and Bernard look dumb, and she might be supreme next year at Louisville. But because this one is high quality, moderate, huge-bodied, incredible look here from the side. I'm guessing just head shape. She has more purebred features in her. Just got to change her hind leg. Hoof shape, I think her outside toe needs to be more pronounced. Just gets a little bit, wants to roll on her outside toe. I got to square her up from behind. Those are the subtle differences on two very, very high quality ones. Young lady, I'm sorry, you got a good animal. A lot of classes we would have had today, you would have had a CW and a blue ribbon taken home. She's big bodied, she's cowy, she's maternal. Nothing wrong with her structurally. I have her hip and her hind leg. She doesn't come with the extras or the structure up front to compete with the two right in front of her, but a very, very good way to start off our Limb Flex division with two extremely high quality ones.
Yeah, Jake talked about them things. I made some calls there. I mean, yeah, that was challenge. That's good
There was a
stuff.
really good class there.
What do we got? We have another one of these coming.
Second class should be 6 of them coming in. Got a 5 Februarys and just 1 January in this class.
Well, we get right here. We're watching them right here. You can see it. So we have that's it. We'll have to double check, but we've had that calendar time before. You know, different. Well, we got some different tattoos on that stuff.
Yeah, we do.
We should get. We need a Sullivan crew to actually tell us
Which ones have?
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
Over on the Hammer side, it's class 20. First class, Limb Flex, breeding heifer. First place, Dan Breaker. Second to Ashton Sweeney. Third to Avery Sticks. Currently in ring, class 21. Breeding heifer. From steer side,
I was gonna.
black.
I was out there. Start a little bit of
Just yell on that.
pretty not too far away from Phoenix in the ring.
Yeah.
But talk about they talked about there. What about the exhibit where you're coming in, all your work in preparation, all the people that help you get the ring? Just
Yeah.
making sure
It's
markets
yeah. It
just come right here next to it.
yeah, you can see the emotion and the nerves. Oh yeah. Yeah. Don't want to, we talk about how their presentation and the quality of cattle is so good, and then it comes down, showmanship's got to be, towards the forefront of it. And so you wouldn't want as a showman for it to be your fault, if you weren't to do as well. And so there's a lot of things that go into it from a showman perspective.
Clicks. Perfect that way. Do you think it's 17?
Yeah.
It's hiding back control.
Yes. Allow their spine and everything to relax. And yeah. Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What's happening?
And structure, structure is so important anymore, and you got to be sound structured.
It gives people more.
Yeah.
It's after. It's like I can just have first. You see her this side.
Yeah. Oh,
I did.
thank goodness.
Yeah. All right. Discuss it. Get their input. So after this big class, so we got a single entry,
And then we'll have our division.
and then we'll pick us a division winner again.
Nice pair of cattle that actually me and Bernard would have switched. I'm the head judge, so I picked them the way I wanted. But he likes the heifer in second with their extra bone and feature a little nicer. I like this heifer's just femininity and just her body and her symmetry here from the profile. I think she's a little bit more appropriate and just the angle of her shoulder and the way it's assembled onto her skeleton. On the stand, she's big body and gives you a nice look. The power, stoutness, and mass, I think, goes to the heifer here in two. Center rib, mid rib back. She's a CW for me. Mid rib forward. I got some things I got to change. The angle to her shoulder, her fore rib, the way she's pronounced on her front end skeleton. nice cattle here. Nothing blows you away, but there's nothing wrong with her. She's moderate. She's chubby bodied. She's good structured. She's just too plain to compete with the two that go right in front of her. A bigger outlined heifer that comes next and definitely does have some WDA and some visual performance, and she's stout and she's powerful on the stand. You can see she's just rocking a little bit too much on our front end assembly. For her extra frame size, I think we would like to make her a little bit nicer in her center rib. Same goes to the young lady in the pink on the stand, mid-rib back. We like her hip and her hind leg and her center body. We got to change her in our front end assembly, kick her back in her shoulder and her knee set. Young man has given up quite a bit of performance at this heifer that rounds out the class, but she is probably the most honest in her breeding condition and her shape. But with that, she's a little bit lack of body, doesn't have as much just true dimension when you get off to the side.
All right, as we get here, Drew had to leave. Drew is headed out. He is going to get a show steer ready. So we will have in a little bit. Hunter Lock Roach will be coming over there. She was going to get through to her sister. I see Scout Lock is over on the steer side. She's going, but
Just a single entry here, our final class of our flex show, and one that is big and big bodied and very, very maternal and cowy in her look. Be a nice look to get back out here. Does have a little shoulder, and we'd make her a little bit longer and more feminine by the top side of her neck, but good cow-like function. Dang sure can appreciate her structure and build.
as we go, we'll be coming right back out here. Now we'll be picking your champion Limflex. Should have a nice set of leads. Get out here. Aiden Franker comes out there in that really tough class with a trio that was so impressive. Then we get
Go on. Free effort for playing massive. Second quarter. Song. To bring to whoever Fisher and six that Fisher. Single entry class 1 2 with you know.
stack it down.
Nice division of cattle, and our poker face isn't very good. The first class came in, and we studied them too quite a bit. If you like to switch them along ringside, I got no problems with it. We prefer the young man that Cowboy had to win this particular show. The young lady in the red's going to be reserved. Congratulations, both them.
Yeah, I would say they kept them two together pretty quick. That things were very, very nice. I think it was close. I think they had some debate, but Dane Fraker end up being champion. Limflex Heifer. Let's see now if we go into our limousine. So we do have a set of purebreds. Looks like we got nope, we're going to have one class of 2 limousine happens to be receiver.
Red flag green for 2026 hours. Today, Springer reserved red flag green hammer going to battle. Swing.
As we get, we're going to talk a little bit here. Talk about what Vermeer talks about. We're very proud to have Vermeer as our sponsor of 2025 Iowa Beef Expo, headquartered in Pella, Iowa. Vermeer shares our commitment to the livestock community. Important events like this are building the next generation agriculturalists. They build reliable equipment, help you get more done in less time. Yes, Creekside Vermeer for Thursday. Absolutely, Vermeer. We appreciate what you do. I'm a proud Vermeer dealer owner, and kids Lab 604 Pro Generation 3 mailer. It does well. We've got good service with our dealer. It really works well. I love it.
Over here on our heifer side, we got 2 purebred lemmy or high percentage or purebred lemmies out here, and respectively, I'm going to talk both of them because they're different age group. Young man with the younger one out here is moderate, big bodied, and very very nice structured. I like that her neck, she can throw it up there and sits it high on the front side of her shoulder. We appreciate a lot of things about her. The white flank heifer is big and longer, and I think gonna be just a bigger sized cow than the young man's that goes in front of her. It's not a bad thing. I said before, I like big cows. I like her extra length and extension. For her frame size, though, I would soften her up through her center rib structure. I don't think there's a big problem with her neither as well. But congratulations, both these two. Would preferably probably have class winners if there was more numbers. We're going to keep them how they lay for this breed champion. Young man out of the younger heifer is going to be your champion. Young man at the white flank one's going to be reserved. Congratulations, both these.
Okay, well, this is I think things like time that will look like at the beginning. Yeah, he's all right. Going into another division there. We're starting back over on Heifer. Getting two breeding heifers. We got two breeding heifer calves. Let's see if you get this is clear starting on this. This makes it up better than when I know we got this really class. Felt fair. He just said quite hold himself together just 100% there today, but I think a big features in that camp. This next we go. Looks like Jake's got these two winning two placed. Or then after this, we're gonna get into some bigger classes. There's a reason why like Nelson and Brew and such a good gentleman. So a little later, the break good class here. Thank you. Seven to be there. It's fine. Three breaks. Ready. He gets waiting for where Dr. Harper going to finish up talk on the steer side of the main. I think we're main on main right now. Here, Jake.
Off our main division, and just a couple out here. A young lady in the black sweater, heifer with dang sure more body and center rib and mass. I think a nice way to go ahead and start. An easy way to start for us. Young lady here in the purple has got one that's more youthful. I think she's honest about her age, and she's fresh up front. Just doesn't have the body or the mass or the dimension as today is the one that goes in front of her. But we like her length, like her extension. Nothing wrong with her from a structural standpoint.
Jake gets through there a good way. Like that. And we got rid of everything. Yeah, we have 7 minutes. So April 1st, April 27th, 23. Let me what makes it considered kind of watch them as they're coming in here. They sure look good right off the get go. Count over. Here's I for back forward. It is perfect. Red gets back. It's got a lot. Third Henry. Who gets the point? Hell of the roll. Final place. 550. And it's here's perfect. Buddy Braden Tabor out there. I wonder if Grandpa's listening or if he's out here in the cold. I don't know. You'll have to text me if he's listening. Braden's grandpa over there. Mark, if you're listening, give a holler out. Just get class here.
Over on the other side, pushing to try 24 lines. Green hair, getting off from the small.
Which I'd like to think in the main, we got data bank on me, on me, and calm. I don't remember what calm is, but I know Tyler Weinberger was telling me he has some calves out of calm that he thought were pretty dang nice as well. Coming back around, might look it up, but because One for All is all me, so we pretty dominated here in the all me. I bet Combs either an all me or that bank, one of the two. They're very dominant in that division right now. Lot of discussing going on right there in them two in the middle. We'll get out here again. We're glad to have you guys listening in to liveauctions.tv. We're glad to have you here at the Iowa Beef Expo 2026 here in the Jacobson Center. Sure like it in this ring. Good lighting, good footing. Footing's been good. We had issues there that first year, and just like that, we've taken it upon ourselves to make sure we get it there. I see she's coming in there. Kim Lewis, one of the junior directors out there in the ring, helping making sure everything goes good.
Class for one. Well, I guess they think you're a little more ready for it.
Talking down through.
To win the crack.
On the side, you can see one other Stock Martin from Texas, West Texas. Out there talking that class. Good to see. He's associated with Dr. Mark Handler. We've got Bernie and Jake Bloomberg. Jake did a great job. High energy guy. Sure likes to look and study. Always looking, talking. Talking to the kids. Very good interaction. So he's got a couple pulled out here. You know, we got 3 of these division names. We do shout it out there because I know we just have one of the really good junior nationals. If you want to go and have the experience, I think they have such a young group of exhibitors that go there. So, well, it looks like kind of looping around there.
Over on the side, class.
Down the floor. It's coming, going.
There's part and part. There's that program. Now, selecting. Going to side, best close, main.
I got you. Sound like they pick a champion main and you over there. We've in the second class, high mains down to 3. 2, 1. Braden Tabor being class, but that's a nice up.
I think there's some discussions, 2, 3, 4, not the young man's that's going to win for high main cattle. That kind of center body, that kind of look of quality on the stand, I think is very, very hard to make. Her head and her neck presence and just her feature. She ain't perfect. When you square her up on both ends of her skeletons, you watch her come and go just ever so slightly. Yeah, it's getting critical on a very, very high quality and very, very valuable animal, I think, for this particular breed. Young lady, heifer that comes next, we got a little extra heritage down around on her legs. We dang sure like to pretty up a little bit, but I think cattle for cattle, she's the next best one with her body, with her look here from the side. I think structurally she still keeps her top line together the best of the remaining ones, and I do like her added substance of muscle and bone compared to the 1 and 3. The 1 and 3 on the stand, deadly looking and nice high tie-in, does have some body, does have some look quality here from the profile. Like to stouten her up in her foot size and her bone, and then when she goes, I wish she was to just grab the surface with a little bit more security and just authority. Young lady, Heifer on the stand can give you a good look. She's nice necked. She's nice in her turn to her upper rib shape, and she does have some stoutness there through her stifle. Heifer just wants to run downhill a little, get a little tighter and more washed out in her forerib. One just like to expand in that regard. Me and Bernard talked about this one. She's skinny. And she's probably not just blessed with a tremendous amount of hair coat as a couple other ones, but basic build and function. I think this heifer brings forth a lot of upside potential for the young lady. She's attractive up front. Maybe don't hold her head just quite so high. Just let her walk. I think it will relax her spine just a little bit. Get her bred up early. I still think that one does have some value in the breeding potential and does have some value and could be one to be reckoned with later on this year. Young man's heifer is neat about her neck, and she's presented dang nice. She's nice down her top line. Just gives up too much center body, gives up too much bone and feature when you study her through her jaw line, setting her down at her ankle. Bold body, stout made one that rounds out the class. That does have some unique things. Just gets too piecey, and we got to relax her in her spine, just calm her down, and we set her into motion.
How you get ready for this class, folks? We just went gonna name judge, go just names off of here and look and study before they walk in here. You get pretty blown away when they come on in here right fast. But my goodness, we've got some stuff, some categories, and it's very interesting. Yeah, should be good. Should be a fun class here, I'd say, folks. Tune right in here. So we've got a Fame leads off there, coming in here with a data bank. Then we got an Almi, would be the white-legged one coming around there. Copeland has got the data bank, and then we get into a Driving 80. Almi again. We have a Hits Different in here. 20718, it hits different. Apex. So we're getting all the popular different sires here to take a look at. And then a data bank. So we've got Noonan Girl. Holmes Girl. Man, this is good. This is good stuff. This is a lot of dang nice ones all the way through here. There again, like we talked about there before, and this is every one of these in this class. It's dang nice. So they can take a little bit of work, a little bit of discussion as they go down and break down through here. Wasn't paying attention if they picked the high main over on that side or not. But they did, I think they might have rewalked those. You know, folks are just I think it's just interesting, and we'll see how them things break out. You know, Data Bank and all me been so dominant in the main as you read, then we get some of these tones. You know, the Apex Bull. Apex Bull is done really well. I know each seaman has really got some of the hits different. Just had really just kind of knocked it out of the park there as far as selling them this year online. I think that one there is that hits different that's heading out there at that point. That'd be the unit girl that's there on me, I think. So I know we got the Holmes, Copeland, and then Curtin's Lola. Oh, I got you. Ryder Hogan. There we go. Gonna put them 3, 4. I forgot premium. Well, they'd always do a good job too. Youngs do. Western County down there closest to us, but I mean, they've always had one like that it looks good. Copeland does a good job. Pretty challenging water right through here. Kind of study them as they go back around here. Trying to watch a little body language between them guys. Taking the white-legged one out.
All right. Well, this is the so we get to the tracks. We're driving 80 seconds. Down. Some differences style-wise. Well, they're setting up nicely right here. They look really good in person, folks. For you guys looking at them out there for the side in terms of division. Nice. Next, talking about some of them differences. Kind of my logic. Take a look. Just studying and talking and carrying on. This is that thing is famous. What is a nice one in the front as far as a good looking beautiful fresh brown one. Actually, we got 2 in the same county. Because just hit me there, Youngs and Holmes, they have to battle it out at the county fair, the Great Washington County Fair, one of the most competitive counties you can go anywhere to find there. Get you. They're talking. Crowd gathering, kind of telling them being tough division. I think they've all just kind of go on and just watch you guys go. But see that they got flexible in the sign. There's no Jake Vernon back and forth, back and forth. It'd be fun listening to them talk the differences of these 3 because these 3 I do see some differences too. My goodness, they've got good for it. Really can't be wrong unless you're the one that isn't where they're at. Looks like Bernie's going to give him the official placing as we get out here. What's he going to do, Bernie? You're right. So it's right there. We can't recall. We just get to this flood.
It's like Copeland. This high main is going to be our classroom.
That's right. Can't. Well,
So we go
come on,
all through the whole, you know,
Well, Parker and Stock got a good group of steers to evaluate on the other side of the ring, and we do too over here on our high main side. There's some differences and there's some trade-offs between these cattle, and we go 4, 5, 6, 7 deep in this particular class, and probably one of the stronger classes we had today. I like the young man's heifer to win pretty comfortably for us. Just body and symmetry and mass and dimension. I'm not saying she's just perfect in every which way and regard, but I do think that one's just an easy and logical winner today for this grouping. 2 and 3. We flip a coin back and forth on which one you like better. I talked to the young lady in 3, standing there. Whoa, moving. Why? Why you gotta do that, animal? So we gravitate to the skinnier, greener, fresher one here in second. That's probably maybe just our safer route of making a big bred that can compete. We like her build, we like her structure, we like her longevity. And get behind the cattle. She's probably the most disappointing of our top 4 or 5. But she's also probably the greenest in her condition there as well. So take that what it is. Do you want to switch 2 and 3 for today? I'm cool with it. If you just want to think about it, maybe in the future, I think she maybe has just a little bit more longevity in the show career. Generating potential and on the stand, this is a neat critter. High tying, good looking, bold, stout, powerful, dimensional. Is she perfect in the angle of her shoulder? No, we changed that about her. About every 4th or 5th step, though. I don't know why. She wants to crinkle up that pastern, and that does just bother me a little bit. But I like a lot of things about that young lady's female. The black and white heifer is moderate and stout, and on the stand, you can like her as nice as anything. Center into motion. We got to do something different with that top line. She wants to hump up in the middle of her back, wants to duck her pins, and just gets a little bit more uncoordinated there in the rear skeleton. Standing still, big, stout, powerful one that does have a lot of rib shape and dimension. When you get behind her, like to soften her up in her center rib, make her go just a little bit more athleticism off either end of her framework. A moderate, chunky-bodied, low-maintaining type of a female that comes next to the young man just needs to be more feminine and attractive up through her front 1/3. Bigger, longer one that I think there's nothing wrong with her from a structural standpoint. She has a little extra set to her hind leg. She's just too flat when you get behind the cattle. The young man's heifer that rounds out the class is the opposite. She's big and she's stout and she's high performing, just a little too harsh through her center rib. She's probably the most we would change from a structural standpoint.
there you go. He just took that awesome class. I think there's when you take that class, there, they can change your heifer. I know we have classes around holy, it's going to be a good division. So, right in here, another big class. So for 6 and 8, another 8 of them. These will be marches. There was a few marches in that last class too, so these should be the older marches. So hey, like that at the Iowa Beef Expo, we got 2 classes of march heifers and your high percent managed cattle. So the junior national is on the ground style. Name recognition in this class is so what do we have here for so first one's a made man. We have another it's different here. That's bigger. One for all. It's different, bad bang. One for all, promise keeper, be delivered, and that'll make it you. 6, that yeah. Hits different pepper there. Second one in, and check her out.
Really nice single entry here. Pretty sweet one too.
Well, get good class into here.
Your 2026 Iowa Expo champion. Here, the entry winner.
Well, I got some debate. You can sit right there in front of you and say, look, if we could discuss a little bit.
Give away money here.
Oh, give some money away.
Johnson got something up here. Third place and completed the kill on. Winter Brown, second place, we still gone. Kelsey Hogan, third place. Hadley Brown, first place, juniors, and still gone. Ridley Young, second place, junior, still gone. Alan Olson, third place, junior, still gone. Wayne Johnson, third place, junior, still gone.
Got stuck loose or back in.
Third place, junior, still gone. Frank Rivers, place, still gone. Alan Rivers, second place, Grant Trails, place. They will be out there having announced everything else. Good. Well, Ginger Dingley, Simon Walker, they're outstrapped. Abilene and Heifer reserves. We are stressed. That's the big champion. We are stressed. City streams.
There we go. We're starting to.
We're stretching for.
I wonder, today's lucky to talk. They're going to have walkers. Would have been have them look around. I know, I just lay out. The only one that can put up like this. Right here. Yeah. Don't take long. Yeah, this class is challenging. I know just watching here as they go, and they had them set up from the side, talked about some different stuff, and then put them in motion one more time. It's one thing about today's unit, when you stop and get them set up, you hide all the issues that you may have, you put them in motion. So they're just trying to find a good starting spot on to pull or you're to end up with either way. He'll get it. He'll get it figured out. So he's got a pull. So that was going to stay up there on the side view. He's going to be on that side. So he's got two pulls. 3 pulls. He's on the ground while they're moving. He's going to make it. So Addison Rugman, University of Iowa student. I got fooled by that the other day. 1. You lost it. It's like Bailey will be our class winner.
pretty confident with 1 and 2 in this grouping. If you want to change up some of the ones down the line here as they trickle down, I'm fine with it. We struggled maybe just a little bit where differences and priorities go. But we like this heifer that wins. She's moderate. She's big bodied. She's nice structured. I think just a logical and easy place to go. Is she the skinniest about the wrinkles in her neck? Maybe not. But I think it matches her center body and her cow-like look, just like her maternal function in that regard. The white flanked heifer on the stand does have a lot of center rib. She's attractive through her front 1/3, and she's got some power when you get behind her. A little roachy in her spine, and one that probably doesn't hit her hind leg with as much authority and just attractiveness as the one that goes in front of her, but a nice heifer in her own right. We moved this heifer up, and we just kept sliding her up a couple spots. We would like to make her just a little bit, she wants to run downhill a little, but I think of the next cattle, she's the safest on making a cow at my place with her center body, with her chub, and with her extra dimension. I think she's attractive about her hip and her hind leg, just shoulder and fore rib, and maybe wants to run downhill a little is how we go. Bernard liked this one. He would probably have switched it. He liked her extra femininity, her depth of body, and her smoothness. Me, I didn't think her structure was any nicer than the one that went in front of her to put her up any higher when she doesn't have as much feet and bone and feature as the one that goes in front. Cowboy hat comes next. More moderate heifer that's long up front. She's bold through her center body. Just a little unattractive, a little bit more tiny about her build and just about her jawline, like to strengthen her up in that regard. A really moderate, bold, stout, and powerful female that comes next. I just wish moved a little nicer off either end. Gets a little coarser about the top side of her neck there as well. Structure's not an issue with the one that goes next, and she's deep-bodied. Just not a lot of things restricting her when you get behind her. I think she's the flattest of the ones that go right in front of her. Young man that rounds out the class, one that is probably bolder and stouter and more powerful when you get behind her compared to the one that goes in front of her. But the more moderate heifer just needs more body and more balance here from the profile to move up any higher for a couple guys like us. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I know about that. Yeah, time flies, doesn't it? I mean, it's really good. Oh, yeah, very good. Yeah, no.
So we're on the outside, clear, class 27. Quick. Come on. Hang on for it.
All right, we are in class 20, last class here. The 5.5 heifers, and that is powerful class. Chair, 6 of these things in here. Not hard to find some names in here to find to get to. Hey, we got a Me Too. I haven't seen a Me Too yet. That we've had here today. Looking at his big leg. Looks sweet. Another one to simplify. We ain't had a simplify for a little while. Got a draw. That's hard to get. That's hard to get seen. We Heidi, Devin Heidi, for senior today. And then I'll just settle in there and you know, I'm doing a little bit of sire evaluation here. Like this breed, I've got to figure out some sires that we like and what will be the class. So once we get out here, there's these pulling weapons. Nope. Other side there, young lady.
Over on the steer side, good stuff. Perfect.
Yep, roll right through here.
Second, rows 10 or 30. Anyway, and 4, 5 rows. Or on 37. Or 25, especially.
Nice class here in our high main. I think a fault-free one to win. Doesn't blow you away in any regard, but structure, body, look, balance, build. Young lady's got a nice one to go ahead and be a CW winner here at the Iowa Beef Expo. Congratulations to her. Hip forward, hook bones forward. We like the white flanked heifer. Very, very nice. She's attractive and sets up high in the front side of her shoulder. She's deep-bodied. She's big bone and stout-featured. Got to change her hip a little bit for us. But I think she's the next highest presented and the next best quality one, I guess, of the remaining ones. The one that comes in next is nicer in her hip for sure. She has a bit extra set to her hind leg, but I still think it adds to her functionality as she reaches and goes. Doesn't come with as much just softness and true softness, I think, back to her center body and her flank. I don't know if her angle of her shoulder reads quite as nice as the two that go right in front of her as well. Highly presented heifer that comes next. It's big, long, and extended. I don't think she proportions quite right good enough for us. We soften her up, definitely in her center body. Gets a little bit just awkward when you set her into motion. Skirt heifer is moderate. She's stout and she's powerful. I'd like to lean her up a little conditionally. I think maybe that'll help her go with a little bit more freedom and ease off either end of her framework. Next one that rounds out the class, she is leaner and she is greener, more honest. She's long and extended. I like to chub her up, actually. I think it will help her there in her center body. If you push her just a little bit, not too hot, because I'm a little scared of her angle of her shoulder on how that's going to go if we get her too chubby too quick. But still some cattle with some function, still some cattle with some stoutness that's going to close our class.
Well, Jay, don't be so critical of people that are real chubby, all right? Just not be funny. But come back to the so,
I'm going to cross top you. All right, we're going to get in here and we're going to be taking our changes. Well, these things you bring in classroom, there's a couple. Well, I mean, these classrooms are going to be good. There's a pair of them, I think, that are extremely to be contenders to get out there and watch them please come out here. So that all-meat heifer is coming there second of Braden Tabers. Incredible looking heifer. Got a dollar bay. Right behind him was Cowboy. That end is Copeland also. Steph Lucy. Then we got all-meat. Mason, I guess I would say. I guess I get that right or wrong, but we get them back lined up in here. Bringing the second stack in there behind them is what they're doing, but boy, they get set up here. You guys should be able to get a really good look. So these are, boy, there's some very, very, very nice ones in this group. It's been good. Hey, what do you know? Mr. Manage you himself. Brian Hawk. You're not? So if you're not painted you guy, what are you? So it's trying to figure it out. There you go. All right. Yeah. How about a division?
Parker, I don't discriminate. You know my brother. And his size there as well. But back on our high main division, very, very high quality group that we sorted through. Maybe the deepest division that we've seen today in our respective class winners and seconds. These first three out here, I think, are very, very good. No offense to the young lady in the first class or the young lady that wins that last class. The ones that are in contention the ones directly in front of us. And even so, I think it matches up and lines up pretty good and pretty easy for us. I think both the two that we like are very, very high quality. They're good for the breed. And not only that, I think they're good cattle just in their own right. If you would, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Bernard's going to go show you the two we like the best.
There we go. I got this. Yes. Call me out of Kingston, sister. Brian Fox just tell me that heifer is very nice. I mean, it is good. That's a good pair too. And I kind of feeling sad. I didn't know where he's going to end up placing that pair, but for them two are really good. Copa Paulson with the database, he's nice. I want to Tater, but he was that's great.
Got hay on the brain? Vermeer knows the feeling. They've been thinking about hay and forage for more than 50 years. From the first large round baler back in 1971 to today, Vermeer continues to pioneer and engineer high-quality hay tools for every step of the haymaking process. Mowers, tedders, rakes, balers, bale wrappers, bale processors, feed wagons, and vertical mixers, all supported by your local dealer and backed by Vermeer. For help finding yellow iron built for your operation, contact your local dealer.
Nice single entry to start off for another division of main influence cattle, and we'll pull her up just a little bit more, young man. Heifer's urinating here, but she is nice structured, very angular and very feminine about her head. And then when you study her up through her front 1/3, she's plenty green here today. But for the young heifer she is, I think she's honest in her breeding age and her size. Nice way to go ahead and start off this division. Congratulations, that young man.
Well, they jumped in on this main Angus right off the get go too. I mean, you know, where we played off the Angus,
Right.
What you did, but they had like 7 years. Like we also talked about Angus on the main Angus side. Well, this division's really good too.
Lindsay runs that, right? That main show, Main Geek International. She does such a great job. I mean, she's high energy and she does.
Really?
I've heard nothing but great things about how that is. Where's it at this year?
So we got 4 in this class.
Great, Brian Martin show there. They're operating seven. Miles with a focus on race. He shows here and going down well, top prospects.
One thing when they brought those main Angus in here, you always think of the same body. You know, part of the main Angus you can have, you got to be well main Angus, what's your deputy,
Stock starter and Jerry Freer.
And none of the Angus deals either. None of the Angus anomalies either.
I'm not sure where they come here. They're specific on white and different things, so they make some pretty good hoops too. One of them's trying to be released to be dominated into so it makes me a bit of a balance with the Angus. So even some of the breeds do where you have to have you know, like the Libby's, you have to be having Angus. It has to be purebred on either side, I believe. And a few of the other ones kind of do that too. But Scimitals, now they leave that pretty wide open just after you have Scimital on the minimum.
Right, open to the world.
Yeah, right. They have, yeah. They talked about doing a Scimital Angus division, just an Angus, but I talked to Greg Gordon at Oklahoma City, and he's like, no, that's not going to happen. One thing about this show, it's run professionally. They get them in and they just keep everything rock and rolling.
And everything good. That no matter who is here and who's retired, it just keeps going the right way, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it should happen. Right. That's
knowledge.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, you just think of, I see Mark and Deb were friends of the IJBBA Expo and they passed it on and the next generation built it. Now here we are and it's still awesome.
Still good. Mallory, she does a good job.
Be thankful and here. Asked him stuff what he thought. You said that 100% there, but I mean that's my only thing is I want to talk about it. That is one of the
Yeah, we got them placed on there.
from the profile.
How about our steer guys? That's our steer guys going.
No, I have not watched the steer guys at all. So
Chip.
when I walked in, I thought, oh, some of them are steers are big. They're wide loads.
That they are. Hey, nice looking heifer coming across here. I know they're going to talk about it. We're done live auction TV. Do a good job.
They do a great job. Yes.
Well, this is camera angle and high. They go low. It's fun to see kind of the randomness of the ring and see some stuff. Cool. Man, that's a good look to get online and home watching.
When big Steve.
Have you watched you driving here? I don't know, CJ or Murray here. Man, a hug about it.
Absolutely.
See. Oh, all right, Jake, see what you got.
a nice one to go ahead and win. And she's fighting the halter a little bit, but I just still think her angle of her shoulder reads plenty comfortable. We throw the halter off her and run around this ring. I don't think her structure would be an issue. She's nice bodied, nice in her silhouette. She's got some power and some dimension when you're getting right behind the cattle. Not overwhelming, but I think she has enough, and one that I like a great deal well for this particular class. 2 and 3, Bernard thinks it's a little close. To me, I like probably just the future of this heifer next. I think she brings forth the next highest quality look. Is she a little probably harder bodied for sure, but I do think she is a little bit greener in her condition. Time will tell if that ever really does portray. 109 tag here is moderate. And she is easy doing and easy keeping. Maybe kind of reminds you of some of Moose's cows who Bernard helped back growing up. Here sensibly sized. To me, just a little frailer in her ankle. One I like to stouten up in her feature. The heifer that rounds out the class is moderate. She's stout, and I probably got a little extra set to her hind leg, which helps her get out in reach. Just needs to be a little bit more attractive in all aspects, especially when you get off to the profile.
Thank you, Mr. Jake Bloomberg, for your comments there on that class. That's good. We're going to have 5 head in this class.
Let's take it over on the starts. Class 40.
Class 31.
Wait, Johnston, second unit. Well,
We got Belmont. Hey, Griswold. Oh, I've heard good things about him. Severe Style.
Class 24.
Severe Style. Spelled wrong. Memphis Mafia. That's the times. Playing a sire, Mahogany.
Yeah, 3 Angus sired heifers in here, and got that Angus little bit type with the power of that main end Jew and that nice look.
Second Carol. Third, Hanson, 4. You can get him done. Once again, you're going to get the ring back 31. We'll give you more back.
Yeah. That's a fun part. When you
Also, everything else.
we still have
Right.
So you got how that shape.
Think of the longevity of the style cattle in a lot of breeds in this deal, how long they've lasted and how much they've came to the top. It's just been pretty amazing, really.
Yeah. And we had Garrett, Garrett Blanchard.
I do.
Did you see there? And that's kind of an interesting spot. He's moving on to California, back to I should probably know I don't know the Kansas or not, but I just seen him on Snapchat. He had where he was pulling out, to think where they've been out there and that
Right.
area there. California.
That's one of my Silvera's ranch out there is one of my favorite spots in the whole wide world, to be honest with you. I used to go out there every September for their bull sale and to visit them, and it's that's such a special place, I guess, in my mind. We've had a lot of fun out there, owned some bulls with them guys, and that's been really good. Get him in the Midwest, that'll be good. Yeah, good people.
Yeah, I met his dad and stuff. Years ago, I first did out in California, and just to visit with him, just awesome.
Just really, really good people.
Good people.
And a tough place to live from a taxation standpoint and the property value standpoint to raise cattle, right? It's just no, and not. It's just a tough place to live.
No, it's sad that they're going to just
What is the next go to marry? It's a shot. Shot, large, no, better.
That's we got down to 2.
When you haven't been here in a long time, you miss some of the faces, I guess, and some of the last names stay the same, but the faces sure change as the generations change, right?
My friend, year to year, the kids change on how fast they change.
It won't be long. I got a 3-year-old and a month-old pair of granddaughters, so it won't be long, and I guess we'll be participating again on that side of it.
Let's get quite right.
Nice pair of heifers here. That we like both of them a great deal. And the one that wins, pretty hard to deny that look right there, and her structure and her flexibility. Very, very, very high quality female that I think just blends a little bit nicer under her shoulder and her forerib. She isn't blessed, or this one's blessed with quite a bit more fresher hair coat than the young lady's heifer, and I think that does probably just come away from her just a little bit. If she was a little bit just more naturally hairy like the one that goes in front of her, I think that could be just a little bit more of a deciding factor today. I think the heifer is extremely bold-bodied. I like her out of her hip and her hind leg, and she's probably truer in her muscle shape. Just reads a shot PC from her midrib forward compared to the one that goes in front of her. Moderate, big-bodied one that gives you a nice look on the profile. Doesn't come with as much athleticism on the front end of her skeleton. We like to tweak that a bit. Moderate, big-bodied, chubby, centered one here that's going to make a nice kind of a cow for the young man. Probably just like to change her structurally off either end if we could. The one that rounds out the class is long-necked, and she does have as much shape and as power and dimension of the final three as we have to me and to Bernard. She gets the most, once the one that we can pick the holes in the most, gets a little coarser about her shoulder. She struggles and fights the halter the most when we set her into motion.
Very good. I like them top two pretty well.
I do like those top two pretty well. Big mass, really nice look, really nice, really, really nice cattle.
Yeah, look way good. Congratulations. Yeah, but kind of whipping around back here, we see some faces and ones that win. They got the big smiles on their face, and kind of like you'd remember that though back in the day. That Wild World of Sports was that agony of defeat.
Agony of defeat. That's right.
There, you know,
The guy, yeah.
You know, we were talking to Drew earlier about just the emotions you've got to try. You know, everybody puts so much time, effort, and devotion. It's just there, but it's just. You know, just that emotional swing of things go right.
But
You just feel on top of the world. And things.
That's right. When everything comes together, it is really an awesome feeling, and I certainly am a competitive. I have a competitive spirit in me, even as I've grayed up a little bit. I still have that competitive spirit. But like I said, everything changes, and February is February, and August is August, and you know. But it's awesome to when that hard work pays off for these young people, because we do know how much work it is. Both of our children did that, you know, and you've done it your whole life. I mean, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it ain't easy. And on the farm every day, things go wrong quicker they go right.
That is true.
Or they do at our house anyway. So we've got Jason Minter, safety first, in game. It's different again. So we have. I think she looks good. Gronk again and a Liberty. BBR Liberty. You have to ask Fox about that one. That'd be a BBR. That'd be a linebacker ranch.
As we get into these Februarys, we've gotten competitive. It's there's a lot of really good ones out here in this 5-hit.
Yeah. He went and pulled her that Aubrey Belcher, boy, she's always shows really nice stuff. That'd be it's different heifer. And you know her, that would be Kendall Rimmer,
Okay.
Daughter.
Very good. Oh, very efficient set of judges today as well, man. They are efficient, kind of picking.
Yeah, they must like this one pretty good.
Yeah, picking them quickly, efficiently, and yeah, no, and a really good heifer to lead off this class.
Great.
The class that sorts itself on the move, pretty fault and free, easy for me and Bernie here. The young lady set for the wins is a one stepper in the ring, and thanks for coming for this grouping. Moderate and big bodied and very, very good in her structure. And this isn't just the longest from her blade forward, but I think it matches her center body and matches her cow-like look. A young man's heifer here, has some pieces. She's big bone and she's powerful and bold in her rib, and she's got a neck that sets up high on her front side of her blade. Blade back, forward her shoulder, forerib juncture gets a little different. Probably like to change her in her structure up front if we could just a little bit well too. Big, long, extended heifer that's going to make a nice kind of replacement value in terms of her body, in terms of her extra length and her extra visual performance. A little fragile at the ground when we tweak her in structure just a little bit there as well. Two cattle come next are more moderate. The heifer here in 4 is chubbier body, and she does have more dimension than the one that goes in front of her, especially bone and foot size. I like to balance her up better. Gets a little coarse about her neck, a little coarse about her shoulder. Nice kind of a cow-like, big-bodied and very maternal about her look, about her head shape, and about her just her structure. She just becomes the plainest and the most hardest to pick a hole in as we compare her to the 4 in front of her. But a nice group of cattle. Congratulations to all of them, especially that young man.
Sorry, to be on with a little, but good, but just be great.
Yeah, it didn't take him long to like that one for sure, did he?
No,
So we've got, well, we dig right in here. This class can't be bad. Just looking at some names as they come back in here too. Safety first, all me, one for all. What age? These are January.
January, yeah.
Yep.
Last class of these main Angus heifers.
Yep. Yeah, they get in here and it'd be interesting to get them back. Well, if these look good wrapped around the ring right there, don't they? I was like, well, we got 3 firsts or 3 thirds. I'll look at it.
There you go. There's not much difference.
So I definitely see a lot of difference in my opinion.
Yeah, no, they're built very similar. A little difference in frame size, but they're built very, very similar and very, very good. All these young ladies came to win this class.
They sure did. We don't have the towns of where they're from. Be curious to see. Got a Burns Angus ear tag in that one. Yeah, it's fun to get right up the top of them. Look at it. Priors are sure no different on having some success. Colt graphers, man, they do well. It's Does this Hirschberger, do they have a Angus? Do they have the Angus there with Joe Burns? Would you know that?
I don't know that.
Yeah.
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have some Angus as well.
Oh, say,
To keep it back around. Got a little powwow the judges there at center, Jake and Dr. Henley.
Talking about how much fun they're having today, sorting a lot of good Iowa cattle.
Woo, I'd say. How about these Iowa State students, man, showing up and doing a good thing?
Yeah, that was always the beauty of this thing when I was helping too. Just the number of volunteers it takes. But man, they work hard and their feet were tired by Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. But no, it's always been great volunteer work effort for sure, and just an extremely well-run show, and it's been that way now for generations.
Oh
You and I were talking a little bit about that, how it just continues to be well-run, efficient, and now we've improved the venue. So this is just an awesome experience.
Good. You know, I get to see what they do as far as just like pulling kids in different states, like this young lady here, Riley Lanham. She's picking up some manure here in the corner, from Indiana.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of Illinois. A lot of them guys in Illinois, I think they, do some things, but I know we got a lot of that Western Illinois comes to Iowa State. They just they do a good job. It's good ag school.
Very, very high quality class here, and all three of these heifers, I think we like a great deal. And the one that wins does so pretty easily for us. Balance and eye appeal and structure, and I'm gonna grab that for you. It's the one I was needing. It's the one I was looking for. But very, very high quality heifer. We like her a great deal. Be nice to get her back out here in this particular lineup. Very, very high quality female. We like the heifer here in second too. I'd mention I like cattle bigger and I like them long and extended, and she's dang sure that. With her extra size though, I don't think her tail head sits in there as nice. I don't think her body and her forerib portrays and portions as good as the one that goes in front of her. And then, you know, not to be critical, but I don't think her structure is near as neat and as nice and as tidy as she goes from behind. Moderate, big bodied, another highly presented heifer that, you know, I probably bet the young lady didn't think she was coming to the Beef Expo to go third in class today. Just how the straws align. And she is nice. She's big bodied, she's moderate. Does she come with as much just feature, and does she come with as much athleticism out of her hip and her hind leg? Is how we got to slide her down a couple notches, but still a very, very high-end heifer we can appreciate a lot of things about.
Okay, here we go. We're bringing them in for the championship drive of the main Angus division. Very competitive division at the front end of those classes, especially that last class where all three certainly could have won. There's just a difference in, you know, in preferences for sure. But man, there's some high quality individuals in this draft.
No doubt about it. They get them things lined up here. Them things are impressive. You guys at home trying to watch and get a look at them, boy, they ought to look good for you from the side. They get them set up.
Right about these camera angles and live auctions, it's done here. This is really, really good
It's
camera
good.
work for
Yeah.
sure. Especially in this interview.
We talked about it before, but boy, showmanship has always been a key, but it's a bigger key now than it's ever been because everybody fits them the same as far as really, really good presentation.
I see that the Fenners haven't lost a step and probably gained a few even as we went through
Isn't it incredible?
the years. It's actually incredible how good these heifers look. And there used to be certainly some differences, and the differences are smaller now. And showmanship does play a bigger role.
Oh, it's huge. So it's what he does. He just kind of he'll walk.
Just the ones that are competitive.
Yeah, kind of in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes you just bring one out, and he just wants to kind of get narrowed down, so you kind of know what he's thinking about.
There's three divisions right now, 31 for the place.
So what's walking? The first one's a Severa style, and hits different, and then we get a one for all. But she has got big feet. Wow,
Big feet.
Second, two, incline, third, fourth,
A lot of power for not much elegance. That front end.
you bet.
final friend.
Yeah.
Really never played Grace and her. Being Ryder, third, and we all have her. When we get power,
You know, she's a January.
Joy went down there. Oh God, he was like, I feel weird about it. Great, it will work.
Very competitive.
I got about Jay. Oh, there you go. Now he's ready.
No offense to our two young men that came out of the first couple classes. Those are nice heifers in their own right. I think, we rewalked these back three, and I think those are the ones that are in contention for right now. And there are some differences between the three. We just talked them not very long ago, but I'll give you my opinion real quick. The heifer here that comes in the middle, I think she is probably the freshest of them. She does. I mean, she ain't skinny by any means, but I think she at least handles it the freshest on the top side of her neck. Their silhouette, her structure, her balance, and her look, I think we like a great deal. Is she the most powerful? No, but I don't think she's narrow by any means either. This heifer on the stand, we like mid-rib back or shoulders back, probably as nice as anything in her center cage. She does have some width there from behind. We like her out of her hip and her hind leg. She's just a little short-necked, and it probably just compacts her just a little bit, maybe, but that's still another high-quality one. I know the weather's been hot, not today, not tomorrow, but the weather's been hot, and it's probably these older cattle, it's harder to keep them fresh and the hair on them. And her hair, it's ready to spit. I don't know if you're going to slick them or not. She's looking like she's fighting to get, needs to be slicked off or guarded. But we like her bone. We like her structure. We like her foot size. We like her body. Freshness today, she probably goes 3. Cattle, though, we still like her a great deal. We like her probably better on the move than we do on the stand. She wants to just get a little lackadaisical about her and the way she ties her neck. But we like these 3 heifers a great, great deal. A couple respective seconds there as well. We're going to take one more look. I have Bernard go show you the 2 that we like the best. But if you would please, along ringside, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Hey, give his ideas. Back and forth. Bernie's going to pick it. Where's he going?
He used the style.
There you go. Yep. So, young fellow there. Jack Wiley, I believe.
Yes.
Oh, he got the high five. That might have been the first high five of the day. I believe that's a curtain ear tag, so congratulations to the curtain crew. She's sure a nice heifer too, ain't she? Brings Riley short, and then behind there.
Always competitive as well.
Jake likes the feet on that big heifer good. He keeps looking at her. She just don't want to stand right for him there as well. Feel bad for Gracie. You want to get that thing showed good. Aubrey, there's no doubt about Aubrey on showmanship. She's got hers.
She's on point.
I mean, on point, ready to go.
Riley's trying to get her settled
Oh, and she's such a good show person and done so well. But yeah, going to keep it out of that class, ain't they? Yep.
Keep using those marching.
They did that time or two before too. Hey, we got through the main Angus.
Now the maintainers coming.
Maintainers. Maintainer breeding heifers. Boy, we got a short coming, and Asher comes right in there behind again, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 classes of maintainer heifers. We are on class 34. You follow along?
Six classes of maintainers.
Big division. You add in the maintainers, main Angus, high mains, and it's used a big part of the show.
Main engine is a big part of the show. Starting off with Mayborn.
Finger breeding number. Now,
Oh, Cash leads us off pretty good there with old Rose Apex.
Got an icon. Game on.
Yep, high class. I don't know what high class is though. You probably didn't follow on Apex. He got hurt. So Apex is kind of an interesting story for him. He was just telling you we're an Angus guy. We can talk about some of them. So he's out of the Wheeler heifer that would have won Louisville. That was like Supreme at Kansas City. They originally thought he was a purebred Angus bull. They took him to Denver, displayed as a purebred Angus bull. They had bred him to an Angus bull, and the bull stud had got semen mixed up. They loaded medium juice semen in an Angus bull the day that the bull stud got switched up in Michigan. So then he ended up being a 3/8 medium Jew.
Okay.
Out of that good Angus cow.
That's a good Angus cow.
Yeah. So they thought they had an Angus bull and end up, due to DNA, did not match. So, but he's a very dominant new bull for 3/8. It done a really good job.
Sometimes when the good Lord has a plan like that, it works out really good for everybody, right?
Well, I think back to the same thing as a great cow still makes great ones.
That's right.
Do you remember her? She was at Casino. Do you remember her?
Very
Oh, I
good,
thought
very
she was incredible.
Very good female.
I've seen her down in Zane's.
Yep. Those of us in the cattle business, we've all had one of those DNA tests come back, and they said, "Nope, that's not what it is. What are the other options?" Of course, now it's a lot quicker, and they can give you what the other options are, right? So
Yeah.
all right. It's always a nerve-wracking moment when you've sold a bull and or a female, and it comes back and goes, "No, that's not right."
As he goes. Yep.
Entertainer side, we got a nice heifer to go ahead and start, and she's fresh and she's good looking up front. I think she moves nice when you set her into motion, and although I would chop her tail head down just a little bit if we could, take a big swipe with the scissors right there and make her just balance and set that into her just a little bit nicer. Still a nice way to go ahead and start and lead off our show in this particular breed. The white flanked heifer is moderate and stout and bold and powerful. A female that I'm guessing it's her first show, and she's fighting the halter ever so slightly for the young man. Still don't think her neck and the way it just wants to crinkle, and then just her hip and her spine handle. I don't know if I think it's perfect. She still has a lot of good things in her power and her mass, her moderation. Let her settle in and a couple other shows. You might want to switch that pair. For us today, we felt more comfortable with the bigger, longer, more extended heifer. The big-bodied one that comes in 3 is low maintaining compared to the baldy heifer that comes in 4th. We change her structurally there as well and stouten her up in her foundation. The baldy heifer symmetry from the profile is dang nice, and she's got a good look to her. Young man is getting her set up very, very good out here. We set her into motion. I think she becomes the most problematic out of her hip and her hind leg. We soften her up in her center rib if we could as well.
Coming in will be class 35. April born, maintainer heifers. Quite a sire group here. We've got some Angus sires, we got some olive me's and some all me's and driving I-80.
Yep. Well, it actually should be driving 80. They got the
That's
little
what I
in there.
There you go, driving 80.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he really
Still an Angus guy, right?
he had yeah, you're good. He had he's had a resurgence here. That's an older bull that Brian Godemiller raised, but boy, that bull was there's been several of them sold really, really well this time there. Where are we at there? It's a nice heifer there that catches your eye as she comes around there. Well, it's competitive right here now.
So it's competitive. Few cattle with the first show jitters. Want to go back to the barn, but young people hanging
On
on
a
well.
roll.
Katie Fryer is a very competitive heifer in this
Yes, she
class.
does, doesn't it?
That's the driving 80.
Yeah.
Now I see why people went
Oakland
back to use
Schwartz. Who's that? Could that be? Is that really true? Boy, there's. I'll be darned. Is that her old Smiley? That is. Taylor Schwartz's little daughter. She's that little girl right there.
Right.
She got the cutest smile you ever seen in your
Very
life
young.
when she goes. She'll get it up there. She's a dandy. Boy, they got her looking nice. Do we have?
Being very efficient,
She's,
pulling them bottom up.
yeah, he's rolling.
He's rolling.
We are rolling through this show here today. Boy, them old girls right along the rail making sure that young lady there, that black coat on, she's making sure everybody gets in there where they're supposed to.
Yeah, it's a little different than some of these young people are used to, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
when they pull
Yeah,
bottom
ain't
up,
got a rapid fire. We're gonna
rapid, yes.
gonna go.
Make
And
sure
I can
everybody
say,
gets in the right spot.
oh yeah, and I will say that, we could asterisk that too. But well, your adrenaline gets rolling, and you get in the groove of focusing and judging and getting down them good ones. You get in the rhythm, and you know what you're after, and you're wanting to get to where you're at. Two. All right.
Can't see over the cap, but wins
Yeah.
the class. That's all right.
Oakland, yeah. There'd be mom and dad right there too, are right there standing together. Well, just think of the nerves and emotion going through, not only sending, there's a whole different thing of sending a young kid out there that's yours. Yeah.
There
Wait,
is.
I'll let Jake talk.
Nice animal right here that's going to start this class. Build, symmetry, structure, balance. Very, very nice. Young lady has got this one dead broke. Yeah, put that top down, baby. Nice, very nice animal. Good little showman. Nice heifer to go ahead and start. The red tagged heifer, I think, has the most upside potential of the next cattle in the lineup. She's green and she's fresh. I think her structure is very, very nice. She looks like a female up through her head and her neck. A little skinny bodied. I think she's the skinniest, the most honest in her shape of the rest of the cattle. I think she still has future to get better. More moderate, bigger body, lower maintaining kind that comes in 3 just gets a little too squatty, maybe from a maturity standpoint. I like to just see her a little bit longer coupled, a little bit when you study her up through her front 1/3. White flanked heifer is big body and moderate. There again, a little extra set to her hind leg, maybe not near as neat and as attractive off through the profile. Big bodied heifer on the stand, I think, does have some balance. When you set her in motion, she gets a little soft topped and just a little uncoordinated off either end of her framework. Young man's heifer that comes next is just more feminine than the one that goes right behind her. You like her extra length and extension, but you like to just power her up when you get in terms of her bone and her foot size and just her feature. The stout, hairy female that comes next, I bet the breeder or the young man wish he probably came with a different set of pipes when she came, because she does have a stoutness and some power and some back shape. I just wish she was a little bit more maternal about her build and her design. Young lady that rounds out the class does have one that's long and extended, just needs more body to play with the ones that are in front of her.
Yeah, Doug, I talked about that, and as any parent is you cannot prepare for the emotion that it is to send your child out there when they're that any size with one. It's just that is a different emotion that you cannot replicate without doing it.
That is true, and I always got a little bit lost in that competitive spirit even when they were very young. But Lynette obviously was caring, nurturing, and made sure those kids were ready. But that first time when you send them out, it is nerve wracking, and then your cattle are acting well, and like you say, but you never know. This is a unique environment for these cattle for the first time. So,
oh yeah,
but bring out that good one on that little of a gal. That's awesome. Got the marches coming in next, and our maintainer breeding.
Might be a good class right here now. There again, we get right in here with some names you could recognize right off the get-go, and get in there. Hey, Sweet Willie. We haven't seen Sweet Willie yet, the main end juice. Got the red one there. Bristol Young had her sister in here a second ago. She down the blue. Third one right here. They do a good job. Mom and Dad get to the right there.
Chad's looking on intensely for sure. If you go, it's different.
All me up in there. Got a little of the all me wave at times. I get a little bit. Sorry. Great mix. Kind of rose encore.
In terms of the speed limits, just not near stout enough today for us.
1A Sloan Curtin. Sloan, I didn't say it before. Sloan is the president of the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds Junior Council. Good to see her, to be able to donate her time. Very valuable that way. She's no stranger to the show ring. Well, she had a calf blew up last time too.
Got one loose on the other side that she sees they're trying to catch. So
yeah, wanted to mimic.
Yeah, that's right. Show me what to do. How do I get off of this thing? Sloan did a nice job.
Now we're going to watch them two judges over there. They're going to act like they want to catch it, but they have no want to catch one of them over there. Now Jake caught one on his side. He wasn't paying attention. He didn't care. He's going to grab one. He's a stockman. Them two boys over there, I'm going to leave that alone.
Not my circus, not my monkey.
Okay.
Very competitive time for these marches.
That's what I would say.
Careful starting plan. Exotic, overall
Young man, I was like, don't point at me first. What are you doing? What are you doing, Jimmy Jake? I don't want to be pointed at.
Remember my
Hey,
kids.
look at that heifer right there. That's a nice heifer.
That's a great heifer.
That is a nice heifer.
Glad
Now,
to
could
have
that
her
heifer,
going with you.
so that heifer there win the county fair and gain showdown. We talked about that earlier today. I mean, that heifer right there could yeah, you can see her in there. It's a very nice heifer. Yeah.
You know what?
These people certainly want them, like we talked about, so well presented anymore. And,
Oh, they
just,
are.
and just the small differences in how things do.
Yeah, if you get one today, like that's foot doesn't like the surface, it kind of alters up a little bit. Yeah, I can cost you a spot, but it's yeah.
Just went out of the rain first point. We're down to 3. You're now in Lochner. 3rd, 2 Kennedy Burns. 4th, 2 Davy Robbins. 5th, 2 Brigham Cruz. And 6th, 2 Christopher River. Currently in the ring, class 24, Tianina Steers. That is your mile line.
Tianina Steers.
Your champion.
So we got a first clone. Curtin wins the class.
Nice lineup of females, and the one that wins, I think, does so pretty easily. She's a nice heifer that's moderate. She's big-bodied, got some cool pieces and some cool things. Bernard raises good, show goats, and he likes things big. He would still comment that he would take some hair off them back legs and make them a little bit more ladylike and feminine, and she also gets a little tentative as she gets out and goes. Heifer here in second is big-bodied and stout, and I like the way she's assembled out of her hip and her hind leg. On the stance, you can appreciate her as good as anything, and she gives you a very, very high-quality look. She gets a little lackadaisical when you ask her to get out and go up front, but I do think the one that does have a lot of breeding potential and different things, you could probably go with her. Heifer that comes next is big-bodied and one that's not cooperating very well for the young lady, as you can tell right there, but she is a nice animal. I think, further shows she goes to, we can get a little bit more of a better look from her. But I think she does have some quality in the way she hinges there in her rear skeleton. Just doesn't balance quite as nice from her hooks forward when you set her into motion. On the stance, good looking one here. The young lady's high tying female that's a little bit more moderate, but she's bold and she's stout and she's powerful. Just wants to get a little wide up front. I don't think her shoulder alignment's quite as neat and as tidy as maybe a couple of the other cattle in the class. High tying heifer that's smooth built and she's refined, good about her joints and good about her feet work. A little frailer in her ankle, one that I probably would just like to make a little bit smoother at the point of her shoulder, but dang sure one that does have some quality. There's a lot of quality all the way along this class. If you want to tie into this red one, there's some neat things about her. She's big-legged, she's fat-bodied, she's chubby, and she's stout and dimensional. A little too much for me. I'd like to clean her up and just her hairline, and probably would like to just make her a little bit more natural to study her in her bone work. Bigger naveled heifer that's going to make a nice kind of a cow comes next. We like her structure, like her flexibility, just a little too plain and a little too common and compact when he started through her front 1/3. Big, stout, high-performing, dense-made heifer, the Brockle-headed heifer that's going to round off our class. She probably struggles the most from us on a structural standpoint up front. We got to relax her in that regard and just make her a little bit neater and tighter about her shoulder and knee alignment.
Well, what do you think? What do you think? We thought that was interesting. He wasn't afraid to give an opinion not only on calf, but presentation too, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah, he thought about the big legs, but maybe not that big legs.
Make her a little more elegant.
A little ladylike, I think is what he said.
Fred Lydell Meyer said, make that silhouette just a little bit bigger, right? Just a little bit better.
Which kind of funny coming from a goat guy because we said Bernie said that because them guys put the fake. I mean, Iowa, they just put the fake hair on the legs. They make them things silly.
Make them
Awkward.
big, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, different. What are we, class 37?
Class 37. The Februarys are coming in.
Yep.
It's all me. In game. Prime time. Kingston. Nothing
Oh,
sweet
where's
Willie.
a Kingston? I got to find me a Kingston. I wanted to see a Kingston.
And a 24 karat.
I think that'd be that third one with a head and neck like that, I would imagine. I would imagine that's what it would be.
Random things and going through, but it's black and maybe like regular
We get, yeah. See, I'm the old, I'm still a cattle breeder. I still got to check out these sires. I'm going to learn
Sire
something.
groups
I'm
are
going to learn
everything.
something today on what we see, what we like, and what they do.
Those sires is stamp them and stamp them and stamp them is always a bull owner's dream,
And
right?
it isn't,
And they make that type and kind you're looking for.
they do, and the key is not whether or not they're perfect everywhere. It's just do they do the same things you need every time?
Right.
Does that make sense? Like
Right,
if one
no,
does
that-
body, one does
right.
muscle. If you need more muscle, and maybe that
If I breed this type
yeah,
of cow to this
right.
bull,
Yeah,
is
it's
it gonna fix
automated.
what she needs,
Yeah.
and is it going to stamp that kind, right?
Yeah, you don't have to breed two alike. You got to breed different, different at times.
Latecomer.
Yeah, Jake, he's going to give him the time. We had one of the early classes today. It's supposed to be two. One showed up, so he looked at her. He talked her. The second one showed up, brought her back in, looked at him, and then re-talked the one. He ended up still winning the class. The one that was there actually still won, but Jake's like, hey, you're going to show up. We're going to give you a look. And he took his time and studied it up good.
I'm sure as quickly and efficiently as he's working through them, the guys back in the barn have caught up now, but I'm sure there was a period of
They
time
probably-
early morning in this show about 9 o'clock. They
Doing
were like,
math. Yeah.
they were like, oh man, it's way different than we anticipated, right?
Yes.
And they've all adjusted now and they're all on point.
Yeah, we're doing good, but we still got there's still plenty of show to go. There is plenty of show to go.
Waiting for the 20.
All right. Do we place him on this side? I watch some steers go in, or we just walking? They
are placed. So
Yep, I got you.
Gift from my little part of the world. It's going to
He
lead
is,
off
I
with that
gotcha.
prime time. So they are competitive as well. They do a great job every weekend when they go out.
Yep.
Nice class, and there's some trade-offs between 1 and 2, and there's also some trade-offs between 3 and 4. The heifer that wins the class, you like her length and her size and her extension, and one that does, I think, move pretty nice when you set her in motion. Her angles read nice. She's fresh, and she's honest, and she's big and long, and gives you a nice outline here on the stand. Probably a softer sided one here that comes in too, just from a depth of rib standpoint. She gives you a nice silhouette here from the profile there as well. Set her into motion. I don't think we didn't think she was near as comfortable on her front end as the one that goes in front of her. I think she maybe just wants a hinge out of her hock, just a little bit different there as well. 3 and 4 get a little bit close for us as well. The more moderate, bigger body, lower maintaining option is one Bernard decided to slide up into 3. We change her in a couple ways, and she reads just a little bit plainer than the young man's heifer that comes next. She's big, long, and extended. Bernard told me I probably need to get behind the cattle and watch him come at me. She doesn't come with as much just true rib shape and true width from her chest plate. And when he studied her there from behind, the one that goes in 3, we got to power her up. White flanked heifer that comes next is good looking and nice design, gets outpowered, outperformed in terms of stoutness and ruggedness. young man that rounds out the class. Came a little bit late to the party, but that's all right. We didn't judge him for that. Heifer is nice structured, and she got some depth of body and some femininity to her. Just needs a little bit more extras of bone and power and mass to go up any higher.
Yeah, yep. All right, we got Jake going through there, rolling right along. So we have
Last 38. The January's will be coming.
Yep. We do have one fall. I can't believe the falls never. We do still just sporadically have a fall. Iowa can never just get into the bringing the falls out, do we?
Right. No, and I never could figure that out because it's, there's no substitute for age and maturity. But maybe keeping them fresh is hard. But I'll tell you what, that a good big fall can always be competitive.
Right.
Nice to see the Coffee family with their participation in this class.
She looks pretty nice to me.
She does look good.
She does look good. She got a primo. Oh, from Crawls. Yeah, very nice. We got a Memphis Mafia. Well, that's high dollar semen. Prime time. Hits different. Well, we got some sires in this group.
And the water got deep.
Did look like it went deep coming around there. Sometimes you can cheat too and read an ear tag or two to see what you got. So that first one there would be a hits different. She's a little more powerful than a few of them we've seen. Prime time, same as the one that sired the one in the last class. That'd be Bremer Matt Lautner's bull. Did that have a PCC ear tag? Was that a Pembroke ear tag? Sure could have.
So, yes.
That's a Memphis Mafia there. To Jake, he's ready. He placed him, didn't he?
He is very efficient today. There's a lot of
Bernie, keep up with me, Bernie.
A lot of hay down, but
Keep
here
going,
we go,
Bernie.
right?
He's going to talk before Parker gets ready to do it.
Kind of a logical class. That lines for me and Bernie over here. Two good heifers up on the top end. The one that wins is the most comfortable, we think, in her skeleton or the way she's assembled off either end. Nice silhouette, nice body shape. Nice out of her top line when you study her out through her hook bones and her pins. One that moves very, very nice when you set her into motion. Not as powerful, as overwhelming, as opened up as the one that comes in too. This is a rugged, beastie animal in terms of her rib shape. When you get in right behind her in her stifle, with the extra mass, gets a little coarser and probably just a little bit more masculine at the top side of her neck and the openness to her shoulder. Wants to stay in her comfortable status, just a little bit wide up front. We like to change her in that regard, but power, shape, mass, and one that does have a lot of utility. Was have a lot of dimension to her is one that goes in too. A nice balanced heifer for a mid-rib back is the young man's heifer. She's deep-sided and attractive out through her hip and her hind leg. Little just plainer and coarser about her neck and her shoulder. Probably isn't just there's many wow factors, the one that go in front of her. Nice heifer that rounds out the class. One that does have some extra length and extension. Just needs some more body and needs some more bone and feature to go up any higher.
All right, we should have one single entry. We're going to get our maintainer division. Boy, these maintainers, we bring them back out. These class winners are going to be fun to look at again
Class
too.
winners are going to be fun to review again, without a doubt.
Yeah, we talked about freshness being hard. Boy, they've done a good job keeping this one fresh. Condition, she's good jointed for fall. Grace Sullivan. Now, Grace, would that be Dan's daughter? Well, I did see Dan around a time or two, Dan Sullivan, but
always looking around the edge here to see who's watching, right?
Yeah. Turn it up.
Very fresh. Very fresh. They've done a great job with their
Yeah.
Well, Little White makes some ride over here. Young lady's got a nice class winner. for our last division of mains, and one that is long and extended, very attractive through her front 1/3. Isn't the biggest body thing in the world, but I think if she gets her bred up early, and if she is bred already, that'd be the best thing for her. But a nice single entry to wrap up our main show. Congratulations to her.
Hey, what was that term he said? White is right. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
White is right. I dig it. Hey, I'm going to use that, Jake. I'm going to keep that. Use it
Keep
again.
that in the file cabinet.
Yeah,
Huh?
white is right. I mean the baldy head, but he must have said white on the bottom too.
Right.
She definitely has that stick out look. All right, here we go. We're ready to go. Bring that apex back out here. Yep.
What you use that there on white, right? Early planting, we're in probably job.
Oh, we're getting the history lesson.
Wonderful. She's looking to walk free.
There you sir.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Rooting for her.
Thank you.
I about fell over. I was like, oh my God, is that who I think that is? That's so Smiley.
As we bring out this division, very
We're
well
good.
represented
Oh, my
from one end
goodness.
to the
Yeah.
other. The maze even are looks like they're supposed to be here. So that's really,
Yeah.
really cool when you get
My buddy Danny Harker out there said too the curtain heifer to be a full sib to the junior national winner that Jason showed.
Okay.
So we got
Very
some
nice
there.
lineup of maintainer heifers, and not saying it's easy because it's not easy to raise, feed, vaccinate, get them sold, getting them into the right homes, and then not only that, but making sure they get presented and look the way they do when you bring them back out here. But it was. Not saying it's easy, but it was easy decision for the two that we like the best in this particular breed. If you would give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, Bernie will go show you the two that we like the best. Congratulations to all these young exhibitors.
Oakland Sports. Hey, there you go. That's a proud dad and mom.
Proud
Your
dad,
mom comes around the corner. Got a lot of raw emotion right there, didn't we?
Right there.
We saw that.
Even,
Mama,
yeah, you
Mama-
brought a tear to my eye. To be
Oh,
honest
my
with you,
goodness.
Chad.
I think I did too.
Yeah, no, that's really, really cool
hey,
part of this.
Smiley got the smile there, man. Congratulations.
Awesome. And Lindsay Coffee for reserve.
There you go. Primo heifer. Oh, that was fun to see right there, wasn't it?
That is, and when it means that much to these families, and
it
it does.
does.
You know,
Yeah.
it just, that
And
brought
we-
back a lot of memories, and that's just
Oh.
really cool, raw emotion, Chad. You're right
Yeah, it
about that.
was. You know, to send it out there, too. That's so cool. Yeah. And she's just tickled as can be. That's a good heifer. Her dad, he's good at it too. You could tell he would have done. He'd have got it clipped there and got it ready himself. I mean,
Okay.
he'd had helper, but I mean,
Right.
he's
That knows how and just does it right.
obviously knows how to do it right. Yep.
I swear to you.
Yep. Hey, she'll look good in our lineup too.
She will.
She'll look
That'll be
very
one that'll be
nice.
competitive all summer long. Just
Oh, I
that
think so.
youthful appearance, that'll be good, right? That'll be good. And going
We
to the
won't be looking
fountain.
at her at a state fair though. I don't think we'll be big enough for that just yet, will we? Oakland. I don't
Right.
think she.
Right.
I don't
No,
think
no,
she may-
right. No, no.
I don't think she's a fifth grader.
They'd have to put her on stilts or something and mature up that face
I
a
don't
little bit
know
for
about
that.
that.
But, yeah, no, she's not very big yet.
No, she isn't. But wow, that is exciting. Yep. Oh yeah. All right, we got through our. Boy, congratulations to Main and Jews, man. That division there was good, wasn't it?
That was a very good division of maintainer. The whole division of means was very
Yeah.
high quality.
The high-
high
The high is a
quality.
half there. Yeah, it was good. So what do we got into the percentage foundation red Angus? Yeah.
breed. This is my first time viewing a foundation red Angus breeding effort show, so this is new to me.
You've never seen a percentage red Angus division?
No, I've not. I guess I've been away from it a little
I got
longer
you.
than anticipated.
Oh yeah.
We got the age difference here, but
We
both the
had,
divisions, so
yeah, that, yeah, because actually it's last year the champion percentage Red Angus here went down against some of the multiple different breeds was champion AOB at Louisville, the North American.
wow.
Look out there.
Okay.
Yep.
When you reach them around.
The Millers from Henry County, Iowa had her. I just know they're right there next to us. And
There's a big age
she's
difference here,
nice.
but the quality is there. So
Very nice. Well, that first one's got some good to her, don't she?
yes, she does. January.
Is that Polzine's PZC Firestorm?
But when
Yeah. Look good. We might have lost one somewhere. We're supposed to have 3 in here, folks. We just
That's
down
40.
to 40. Oh, heck, I have.
it's going,
Oh, I'm in the Red Angus. Never mind. I'm sorry. We had all me. No wonder why. Yeah, no wonder why she looks like she's got big hair like a main Angier.
There you go.
So she's a dual purpose maintainer Red Angus.
And her name God we trust.
That's the other one, yeah. Oh, did he place him or does he just walk her around?
this. When you
I kind of peeking across and watching the steers.
Yeah, very competitive division here. So
I like that calf there. He looks good.
press knee pressure for the front ball there.
2. All right, Walby is going to win on this side here. Jake's going to talk on this in a second. We'll let Jake give you a talk on the Grand Reserve.
Here in our composite Red Angus, or percentage Red Angus, composite Red Angus show, the dark red heifer is easily our favorite body and look and style, pizzazz. I think she moves very, very nice and moves very attractive. Very attractive when you set her into motion. The orange heifer that comes next is good looking. She's moderate and she's big bodied, and I think she's okay in terms of her structure off her rear end. Probably the biggest concern for me is actually maybe sound weird, but the shape of her vulva is a little small and a little inverted for me. I also like to change the angle of her shoulder if we could just a little bit. But compliments the young lady for fighting through it and getting through it. I know the heifer's been just a little bit of a struggle here for her this morning, but if you would give both of them young exhibitors a nice round of applause.
three classes of Red Angus heifers coming next, and just like we talked about, the efficiency of the screw behind the they're right in here and ready to go.
Yep.
Start with some marches.
Boy, nice trio. I think it's a little sword on them as you go, but boy, they sure look nice. Red Diamond El Rey. Don't know what he is.
No,
that's a nice effort,
that's
though.
a nice effort. A lot of good in that one. Firestorm and a still.
I don't know my definitely don't know my Red Angus. I do enjoy judging them Red Angus. I mean, them cattle are really good.
Really good and powerful. That's what my son-in-law or daughter they raised in Indiana, raising some Red Angus cattle.
Gotcha.
So.
Yeah. Oh well.
Nice way to start our Red Angus show, and go ahead and pull her right behind her. The young man's heifer is the most attractive and best balanced female in the profile. She's big-bodied and alert-headed, and the one that does have some power when you get behind her. We could change her in a way or two when he asks her to get out and go. But I think the dark red heifer that comes in too doesn't help her in that regard. She too is another moderate, big body, low maintaining kind of a cattle that gives you a nice balance look from her mid rib back or shoulders back here from the profile. Maybe a little plainer about her head shape and her neck compared to the one that goes in front of her. The lighter red heifer is stout and bold and powerful, like to chisel her tailhead down if we could just a little bit, make her give a little bit more athleticism to the rear skeleton. You ask her to get out and walk.
Coming in next will be Class 42, the February part of the division, the Red Angus division. 5 of these. And the Nelman family has 3 of them. Hard to have a show without them.
Hey,
showing
they
up
wanted to
today,
make
so we
sure, didn't
appreciate
they?
that. That's right.
Wonder how the sort went. Who got first pick? Who got second pick? How that worked? Sometimes that could be interesting.
Always that sibling rivalry when you get into class like this, right? So
Yeah, you got to make sure you get it right too, or Jake could get it right because that makes a difference.
Very wonderful. Third, great.
You know, good time too. We hadn't talked about that, but again, Sullivan Supply sponsoring us for the juniors for a junior show. That is good. I mean, the boy, you know, John, you've watched John from a long time, sold him a lot of stuff too through the years they showed. But I mean, just what he's done and what he's given back, and you know, and they talk about some of that, but just putting back to the industry, just like when, you know, Tess walks by, you know, that's, you know, she's going to get a picture for the Pulse, and you know that's happening, and the coverage they have on the Pulse, the products, how innovative the products are, just the stock show you clinics that they've done to make us all better. The, you know, and I know Brayden off there back to his farm, but just his cattle, you know, the prefixes show up a lot in a lot of these divisions.
they do.
So impactful. But I always did say, you know, he could have sat there and took his money and kept it. Didn't have to put it back in here, but he, you know, truly loves the business. It's good to see.
There's some differences in this particular class and this grouping. I think the young lady's high performing heifer is a nice way to start. You like her extra size, her extra length, her extra body. I think sure a nice way to have a class winner for the young lady in the Iowa Beef Expo. Maybe the most upside potential young man with the cowboy hat. His female is the most youthful and most feminine about the top side of her neck. Doesn't come with as much center rib. Probably like to change the way she's assembled out of her hip and her hind leg. The next heifer is really big bodied and moderate. Maybe a little plainer when you get off to the side. We'd like to see her go better off either end of her skeleton there as well. Young lady heifer with a little bit of navel, maybe throws off her balance here from the profile notch. She does have some stoutness, does have some mass and dimension. We like to see her move a little bit nicer off either end of her skeleton. Young man with the cowboy hat, or young man in the pink shirt that rounds out the class. Big, long, high-performing female that's really big in her center body. Just needs to go a little bit better. It needs to be a better balance here when you get off to the side. She wants to come apart behind her blade.
Well, you know.
Very good class of Red Angus heifer.
You're good. Yep.
Harto won it. And then with our last class of Red Angus breeding heifers, our Januaries to hit the ring. Talk a little bit about what John Sullivan family has given back to this industry through the scholarship programs and all the things that they've done and the innovation that has happened over the years. You know, John and I known each other forever, right? And,
Right.
And that's just been one of the great things. And then you can talk about Vermeer and Mark and Deb Core, and they were friends
Right,
out
yeah.
at Beef Expo, and you just think about all that family has given as well, and that's why we're in this arena today.
Yeah.
Through the gifts and the blessings that those people have helped us with.
Yep. You bet. How you doing? How was it over there? Was it good?
Yeah, it was good.
Yep.
Can't
All right.
complain.
That is good. Get right through here would be good. So Jake is flying through the show. How many classes over there do they have Charlotte's? Do you know?
Like 4?
I haven't been watching much this year show. We've been having a good heifer show. Jake's going to talk here.
Structurally and build, we like the dark red heifers, phenotype in that regard, and she's nice down her top line and very maternal and feminine about her head and her neck shape. The young man that comes into performance, I think, has the advantage between 2 and 3. She's bigger, she's longer, she's more extended. We like to change both these heifers structurally, so I'm going to give the advantage a little WDA. Young lady's heifer is very striking and very attractive from her shoulders forward, and she's nice down her top line. She gives up probably the most in her center rib. Her to like the change when he set him into motion.
All right, folks, we're coming out here to pick our champion Red Angus. Hey, I got me a new sidekick here right now. Hunter Lock Roach. She's over there. She was over on the steer side.
Yeah.
Had to bring her over here. Had to get the girl version of what's going on in the industry.
I'll give it to you.
So we're glad to have you here. You've been on the other side. How's the experience been so far?
It's been good. They've been taking their time going through the steer show, but it's been good.
It looks good.
Yeah.
Now they've been flying over here on the heifer side.
Good.
We got more of them. They're moving, but boy, our top end. Have you seen it peaked over to
No,
now?
I haven't.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, they've been good.
It's good stuff.
Say for a breed, the main Angus between the high main, the main Angus, and the maintainer, very impressive.
Pretty
Very
good.
impressive. Charlotte's was good. Keys was good. Yeah, it's been fun.
Good.
Herefords were good. Yep, it was impressive.
What do we got left in the show? Red Angus?
We got Red Angus, then we got to get Shorthorn pluses, Shorthorns, Scimitals. Because I think that's all we end up. No, then we go to, I forgot they kind of put them to the back. So after Pyramid Scimitals, Hunter, we get into Black Herefords.
All right.
Miniature Herefords. Maybe that's it.
You gonna shout on the minis?
Shout out the minis. Yeah, we're having strong Scimital.
Congrats to these Red Angus exhibitors. Just a short 3 classes. They came in, and we'd like to change. We'd change a couple of them in some areas. But we do like a couple these ones out of the first class for their extra body, their extra utility, and extra cow-like feature. Congratulations, both them 2 kiddos. They'll be champion reserve.
Hey, Lane, that's Lane, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Lane gets champion Red Angus.
Yep.
Let me get back out there.
Get them both out of that place.
He did, right on there. He's been pretty consistent. I think like 3 or 4 times we ran a reserve, even in big divisions, to that same class.
Yeah.
He doesn't care where they're at.
Good.
Said that. Yeah. Hano third year, we talked about it. I like the ring.
I think it's better this year. The building is amazing.
The building is amazing.
The building facilities are amazing.
Surface as good as we've had in 3 years.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's why we said that around the first class.
Yep.
Yeah, there has not been any slipping.
Good. Yeah, that first year was pretty rough, but
it did. Yeah, a few of them. Yeah, if they kind of took off a little bit, they could skid.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I felt like our steers moved pretty good on that side.
Did they? Yep. Yeah, I didn't notice anything different on the heifers. No, I thought that was awesome.
That's good.
I love the natural lighting.
Yeah.
I know, you had an Iowa State Fair champion steer. So, I mean, in the middle of August, there's no doubt we need to be over in the Coliseum.
Absolutely.
But for this, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, yeah.
And for being a
It's good.
spectator, I mean, there's way more room to sit down
The
and you
seats
can
are
see
more
it.
comfortable too for
Exactly. Oh,
watching.
yeah.
Yes, I've heard him talk that way before. We sure got back to winter in a hurry, didn't we?
Oh, yeah. You guys capping?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, yep. Yeah, we're dumb enough to cab for a long period of time, so
Oh,
we get all the
absolutely.
weather.
Oh, heck
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Was that oh yeah for being dumb enough to,
No.
have the cabin season so extended?
No, Chad, I can't make funny. We are the exact same way.
Boy, you shake your head at yourself sometimes, like,
Oh, yeah.
why can we not condense this a little
Yeah.
bit?
But hey, then you'll get that one that makes it work.
You do?
I like them the way they came in, and so does Bernie. We started off our plus division with two very, very high quality females, and the redneck roan is very attractive, and she gives you a neat, really high quality look here from the side. Just a nice way to go ahead and start. The mother, predominantly black heifer, black and white female, is good necked, and she's long and extended, and I think she's honest in her breeding condition here as well. I don't think the heifer comes with as much just true power and stoutness there. They're a stifle, they're a twist, or have as much just true bone and foot size as a redneck roan that goes in front of her. But a nice way to start off our show with two nice plus females.
Hunter, that's one of the main reasons I asked you, and you made a comment right before we finished that, I think it is, and you realize it as a breeder, and you go to cabin, but I mean, when you get down, lack of sleep, and things are not going right, you may have lost one or something goes wrong. But boy, your attitude does change when one comes out, stands up, and it's like,
Okay.
oh, I think we're doing it for. Oh, we got Dewey Lloyd over here, the old mean grandpa that breaks the wrist of his granddaughter.
He looks wound up.
He looks wound up. Yeah. But yeah, that is the case though, isn't it? And I think anybody that calves cows, and we got a lot of people listening too. I know are back home that are calving cows because they can't come here, and I know they listen and pay attention. But it's like, you just never know where that next one's coming from. Yep. You spend all winter thinking how well that mating's going to work. The positive this one, the positive that one. That calf gets up, it's like, oh boy, that didn't match.
No.
Yeah, it's still fun.
Absolutely.
It is good. What we got sires in this group here? Do we have? Oh, we got to have a few more here. There we go. The girls behind us do a good job keep track of our class numbers. If I get lost, I can get in there. So we should have 6. So we're still maybe one short yet. $403. Perfection. So what's it like? We're over here and he's talking over there, but do you catch yourself stopping and listen? That's a voice
to the steer side?
To that guy there talking over there. You probably heard him talk a time or two before, haven't you?
I just, every time I'm like, oh, what's he going to say now?
What's he going to have to say now? It's been entertaining. You listen to them guys do this crosstalk.
Yeah.
Have you heard them doing that, calling each other out, talking about the glue round there between Dr. Parker and Jake?
No, I missed that. I was probably in the barn.
3 or 4 times they're going back and forth to one another.
That's funny.
Talking a little stuff to one another.
Yeah, okay.
There's our 6th one. I knew we had 6th one yet. Jake's like, what do we got now? He's like, whoop, I got to stop and judge. We had one of the early classes today. There's supposed to be 2. One came in, he looked at it, brought it around, talked it.
Oh, shoot.
And then the second one showed up. So they had to re-rack them and then re-talk them. He did a really good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's never a good feeling when you're the judge either. You're like, oh, man.
Didn't have to. He's the one that the first one stayed a winner. So you didn't have to switch it. But that's when you're like, oh, I'm really sorry. But that's what happens.
Yeah. It is a long walk from the barns to the pavilion.
Depending on where you're at,
I mean,
it is, yes.
So I know kids are trying really hard to get
They
here all
are.
the time.
Yeah. And they haven't kicked them. I mean, we've had late ones, but
Yeah.
they've let them in and
Getting
took
them the
there.
opportunity. Yep.
Well, if you don't pay attention on your showman app
Mm-hmm.
or having somebody watch, it's hard with all the tents and
They
stuff
have
there,
that,
isn't it?
what's that new app called?
I have no
Have you
idea.
seen that? It's
I didn't even know what
called-
show app was till today.
Okay. It's called Re-
Nice class of pluses here,
Oh,
and the
gotcha.
blue heifer is easily our favorite. Just her basic build, her design, her extra femininity. She's sensibly sized. I think she's probably the most moderate heifer in this lineup, but I think she's the most honest in her breeding condition. She's smooth and she's attractive. She moves relatively nice when you set her into motion. Cowie heifer, that's big bodied and a very, very deep centered and high volume comes in too. She's a little bigger stature and a little longer bodied. I like to change her hoof shape and change her hip structure if we could just a little bit. But two very, very nice ones that go 1 and 2. A little late to the party, but a heifer I think needs some consideration. And if she was any softer there, her center rib, we'd slide her up in the second spot. Today she's a little leggy and she gets a little bit more daylight underneath her center body compared to the two that go right in front of her. And we'd like to just soften her up in that regard. The next heifer, we change her off either end of her skeleton structurally, but her moderation of the next grouping of cattle and her extra center body, her boldness and stoutness of her rib, I think keeps her up a little bit higher. Need to make her a little bit more ladylike about her face. Same goes with the one that goes next. I would like to make her quite a bit more maternal about her head and her neck shape. She is big bodied and she is stout out through her hip. Relatively decent in her structure. Just need to make her a little bit more maternal. The old blue Moody Blues sired heifer here. I don't know what she is. I'm just randomly throwing out an old name of a blue roan bull, but she's moderate. She's big bodied and she's stout. The hip structure is a little odd, and we'd just like to see her balance up a little bit nicer here from the profile. But one that does have some center body and does have some volume.
He sits over there, yeah.
Yeah. No, but we'll do a little Beef
I got
Expo plug here.
Okay, Beef
So
Expo
it's
plug.
called Ringside Seat.
Ringside seats.
It checks what class you're on.
Yeah.
So it's like a live update that works really well, honestly.
Yep.
So Schaefer and Tice sponsored that app for everybody for the Beef Expo. So it's
So
really
they're
nice.
on
It
there.
worked good.
Oh, I got you. And that is complimentary to what's the Showman's app? Has the class breaks.
Yeah.
But this
is
actually
its
tells you live
Yeah.
where we're at, what's going
Yep.
on
Yep.
to help you watch to go, hey, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Giving the exhibitor friendly
That's right. Well,
information.
just got to inform you, Chad, because you're not as tech savvy.
Sit in the steer side, yeah.
Well, we can
See, I
try-
think I'm tech savvy, then if I know I'm not. How about the heifer side? Let's get the
All right,
heifer
let's
side.
get the
Where we
heifer
at?
side. All
You're
right.
the wrong
I
side.
know. Sorry.
You're got to be a heifer girl now.
I'm messing up. Let me switch. Yeah,
And what's
class 46. Class
46, I got you.
46.
Yep.
Yeah, that's accurate.
I was asking you there too before. How about I was asking about my favorite lock, Dennis.
Yeah, yep.
Is a classic.
Yeah, he is.
So what's it like to have
Grandpa?
his support? Grandpa, yes, Grandpa has been there from
When
Ever.
my sisters were showing too, older sisters.
everybody.
And yeah.
Yes. No,
Yep.
he never missed nobody. None of you did.
He is a silent supporter, and he doesn't miss much. So
He doesn't give opinions and critique afterwards.
absolutely, every time.
Oh, I was going to
didn't
say, so where you
that.
get silent.
Well, okay. I meant supporter.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't see anything silent
No,
about
you're,
Dennis. He's
you're,
going to share
you're
his
right,
opinion.
actually. Yeah, he definitely.
He's going to be
Even
cordial
sometimes
and
when you don't
respectful.
want the opinion. But that is what grandpas are for sometimes,
That's right.
I feel like.
That's right. Yep.
I'm just glad he can be here, honestly.
Oh
So
my goodness, yeah, I've known him
blessed.
a lot of years, and I
Mhm.
just one thing about him, if you like genuine people, he's the same as
Yeah. Yep.
what he was years ago.
Yep. He's good stuff.
He is good stuff. So we always give a good shout out to
Mhm.
him.
Got a lot of semis showing today.
We do have a few. Yep,
Good.
we got a few. Yep, I was cheating down in there too. There's quite a few changes coming too. I'm
That's
excited to
right.
see some of those show
Good
up as
stuff.
the breeder's excited. So Let's see what Jake's got to say about class
Beat you to
46.
it, Parker. Red heifer here, easy winner for us. Dark cherry red and attractive and nice pattern and good looking. Fighting the halter here a little bit, but I think her structure and her angle still read very, very, very nice. The blue heifer here on the stand is big bodied. She's got a nice hip in her hind leg and her angles read pretty good. You set her into motion. I think the heifer is it's pushing plenty of condition, gets a little weird and wobbly out of her front end. The white flanked heifer that comes next is more moderate and sensibly sized. She's deep and soft and high volume through her center body. I like to see her go and reach with more athleticism off either end of her framework. The heifer that comes next does have the advantage in structure, but it's also easy to be looser structure when you don't have as much muscle or dimension as the cattle that go right in front of her, but she is nice in her silhouette and good looking here from the profile. Opposite end of the spectrum on cattle here, more a stock benefit on this one, probably more of a Parker build on this one. Moderate, huge bodied, and really chubby and dimensional when you get behind her. Like to see her just a little bit more ladylike and attractive from her shoulders forward. Like to clean her up conditionally if we could.
There they go, talking to crossways again.
That's funny. Parker needs to be called out. That's good.
They get called out. Yeah, they're calling back and forth. Yeah, because I asked you that before. They're going back and forth having a good time.
I think Parker's probably used to be getting humbled by his judging kids, you know.
Do you think so?
Oh,
You think
yeah.
he is?
Oh, yeah.
You think Jake Bloomberg's ever been humbled?
Probably.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
He's pretty self-confident.
Surely someone has.
I'd say somebody has. Blake Bloomberg was listening earlier. If he was, he might have tried a time or two.
Uh-huh.
So it's going to be fun to see what Jake's retaliation will be to this or how he talks back. They've been going. But you know, the adrenaline's got to be flowing for both these guys judging.
Absolutely.
For this cool of just environment, quality of cattle.
Yeah.
How you like that for talking one be a second place animal on that side?
It's a good second place steer.
My goodness, that's a good calf. Hey, we talked about on the heifer show is how many of these ones that are down the line that we're going to see at a showdown? For these tough classes. I mean, there's some of these that can win counties and be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Young lady brought a very, very nice heifer here to the Expo. It's going to be your single entry class winner. Big and long and extended and very good through her center portion of her rib. I think a heifer that hinges out of her rear skeleton. Very, very, very nice. Just a nice single entry for the young lady that's exhibited.
I was just going to say.
Dang sure got her show broke to the T, and she looks the part there as well. Congratulations. We'll bring her back out here for a breed champion to give her one more look.
Hunter, you made that comment, and I totally agree. I was about to say that one of the most talented young natural show persons that I've had a chance to actually. I did judge her there one time, and I mean she's ate up with it. She's good at it.
Cute little stinker too.
She is. Yeah. She understands the task at hand. What needs to be done.
I think when you grow up with it, siblings are doing it, it helps.
And there also is a part of this. There are ones that are out there that actually do it, and then the ones that are ate up by it.
Right.
I mean, you can't. I mean, you are a yarn. I mean, you
can tell
your interest level.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's just one that, just loves it.
Yeah.
I sure like that dark, deep cherry red, though. I've kind of learned to kind of appreciated that.
Yeah. Pretty color.
Yeah. How about Jacobson? Do you know the Jacobson girl? Which one is she? Do you can recognize
one in
her?
The middle.
Middle, which
Purple
one?
Shirt, front line, closer to us.
Second?
Yeah.
With the big hips. Okay. Yep.
Yep. She would have won class 2.
Okay. Yep. Well, I think got a big booty from this
Yeah.
side. For folks, you guys listening, that's where Drew took off to. Had a show steering that
Some
lineup.
differences, but a nice lineup of Shorty Plus heifers back out here. And there's not one that looks the same, and there's not two that are going to match up perfectly, but that's all right. I still think they all got some extras and some quality about them. We're going to take one more look. We haven't made up our decision quite yet. There is two that we're still debating upon, and we'll look at them just for one more second. If you would, please show your appreciation actually for all these young ladies out here that made it back out here for your drive at your Iowa Beef Expo. Dang sure a nice group of females when you look back at them.
Hey, primetime wins. Fall heifer, they got her Fred. They got the high five. So in the second high five we got. Look at that. She understood the assignment, what to do.
She's funny.
She's
been selected.
Yeah,
She
understands it. Yeah.
She knows.
Yeah. That's on 4. Collect my goodies at the door. I'm not
That's
worried
right.
about them.
See ya. That was a good drive, though.
Hey, it's a nice one of those. Yeah. I would imagine our purebreds would be pretty good. I know last year and stuff we had some pretty good purebreds. So we have got Vortex, Red Knight, Park Place, Lone Wolf. Nope, I'm out. Don't know none of them. Do you know any of them? That's pretty good. That's solid. That's I see him sometimes sell pretty
I've
good.
seen some out of that.
Now Vortex. I mean, if I remember a Vortex, that'd be like old stuff.
Was I born yet on that one?
Not if I got the right one, maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know any of the others.
I don't know.
Lone Wolf.
Why don't get it in?
Oh, Brad's got good news.
More so.
That's good.
He didn't pick one yet, had he?
Text my sister that belt buckles are in
Oh,
the IJBBA point series. So they had the award ceremony last night.
so if you have somebody that's got a buckle, they are here now
Yeah.
that they weren't there. So if you are listening, you want to text somebody, call somebody you know that's got one. They are up here at the desk in the Jacobson Center. Did Scout? What did I see? Did she get a banner to showmanship?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Nope, she made it to the semis and then.
So what did she? But did she have? Did she have a? Did you have a snap up there for she did something?
Oh yeah, so at the award ceremony last night, she would have been High Point Junior Showman.
High Point. Okay,
Yep.
there you go.
And
See,
then
I
she
knew
was,
something was showmanship.
It was
That's
something.
right. I knew something.
You had it, Chad.
I had a little bit of it.
Come
a little
on.
bit. Got
Yep.
the gist that she
That's
can.
right.
That the gist that she can show.
Yep.
Yep.
Then she was third. She was third high in points as the market series. So
Oh yeah. Very good.
Put some cool things together. Working now, like this game, look at some slices. You don't see her everything. He just got shaken down, stop. He's wild.
that Charlotte that won that first class. We would have raised that calf.
You did.
He's an in god on maternal maid Kelly.
I like this ball.
We apologize as Jake stopped. I know we're watching Shorthorn side, but Parker kind of got all excited about the quality of the Charolais, so we kind of stopped over and took a peek over there at them. So there's just 3 classes there then. Yep.
The Charolais breed and the steer side's been really hot
Been
the
good.
last couple of years.
It's been good for a lot of years.
Yeah.
A lot of years. Yep.
What? 3 years.
Listening to him. Yep. We got Jake leaned up on the side. Everybody gets drawn to quality. I don't
Yeah.
care what it is, what species, the better end. We talk
Yeah.
about some of the showdowns and seeing the difference, being fun to watch quality. And
Mhm.
Jake's like, he's like taking a look and studying them things. Yeah, very good.
That was back. Now he's back.
Jake is refocusing again. He says, I am ready to go. You're extra wordy there, Mr. Hidley.
So congratulations to all of them.
Yeah, I'll let Jake talk his part then.
Back on our heifer side, what a nice way to start off our shorthorn division. And although I tweaked the both the first 2 structurally, beyond that, and from there up, I think which one brings forth the most positive attributes is the young lady's attractive neck one. That's nice in her top line. She's bold and powerful. She's presented a little bit better to a higher degree. Not necessarily that's a deciding factor, but I'll give her a ding sure the advantage and a compliment on that. With tweaker, I talked a little bit structurally. Same goes with the heifer here in 2. A little bit more moderate, stout, bold-bodied female that maybe gets a little plainer about the face, the shape of her head and the top side of her neck compared to the one that goes in front of her. But I like her body. I like her mass. Redneck roan heifer is hairy and she's deep-bodied and deep-sided, and I like her length and extension. I like to crisp her up and give her a lot more just probably honest shape and turn to her upper rib when you study her out through her hip. Her 2 would like to change when you set her into motion. The dark red heifer presented nice. She's more moderate. She's got a nice silhouette and nice feminine look about her to the profile. I like to see her just go better off either end of her framework there as well. And she also just wants to get a little higher in her spine. Maybe doesn't have the extra look of quality from the profiles, the ones that go right in front of her.
All right, Jake gets done talking, turns around and wants to check to see who's going to do the Charolais show. Must be pretty intense because he did say the best pair of steers that they've seen so far today. So it must be good. But we're going to dig right in over here again on another shorthorn class.
It's like Libby Seiko won that first class of shorthorns.
Hey, Washington County, that's our southeast Iowa footprint. We always get excited for that.
Yep. Family does a nice job.
Yes, they do. That's Snyder Boyd Johnson, Kylie Lloyd, which is that's a Sullivan heifer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look good. What did Snyder's about 2-3 years ago or so have a really nice shorthorn too? I think they did well, didn't they? They won a lot. Yep.
They're a good family. Work hard at it.
They sure do.
Good
we
kids.
got lots of good ones. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
21 Charlie here.
I think they probably would have got that one from the Stutzman boys. Helping all
I would think so. Yeah, I think they do. Yeah. Williams, good boys too, ain't they?
Oh yeah.
They do a nice job.
Tanner
I
and
think
Tyler
I
Stutzman.
think you've had them clip a calf or two,
Yeah, we
two
have.
before you.
Yeah.
Ain't too shabby, are
No, they are good people. They
Good
do a really
people.
good job.
they? Yeah. Hey, a lot of times they didn't do it here. We'll still give them a shout out, but Stutzman's Incorporated or
Mhm.
whatever they are, their company, they sure donate a lot back to youth
Yes, they
too.
do.
Yep. With them back too, that's a nice pair of shorthorns. So we got Ty Johnson. So Addie was in already, and Lane was in. So now we got Ty. Just three in that family, is that right? They're just two. I think there's two boys and a girl. Oh gosh, you don't know Addie Johnson?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I think I'm too old, Chad.
really?
Yeah.
She is. She's probably getting older. She's a cutie.
Is she the one that won showmanship yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah, bright eyes,
Yeah,
good smile,
adorable.
very intense.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Actually, their mother was a snore, so I watched her
Okay.
show. So follow her on Snapchat, but I always get a kick out of showing Addie on Snapchat. It was
Yeah.
she just I talked about her when she's out here, just the little version of when it's all grown up. I mean, she couldn't get old enough fast enough, and yet,
Yeah.
she's very experienced for a newcomer.
Good pair of heifers here on the top end, and both of them are very, very, very nice. And they do have some trade-offs. The heifer that wins, we think she's just a little bit stouter and holds her top line, especially in her loin, a little bit nicer. She is neat in about her head and her pull set and just her length of the top side of her neck. No, but I think she hinges with a very, very good authority off either end of her framework. We like her probably just extra pin width and lower stifle compared to the heifer here in 2. The heifer here in 2, neat looking and good design and very, very smooth. And once again, another good one when we set her in motion. So weaker in her loin and wants to come apart there. I don't know if that heifer has is just true natural turn drive or full rib as the one that goes right in front of her. Getting critical, number 2, nice shorthorn females. Dark red heifer right here ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw with the 2 that go in front of her. She does have some rib shape and some power, and you get behind her, a little unattractive in her hind leg and just a little bit more opened up about her shoulder. The roan heifer here is big bodied and does have some dimension from behind. She reads the plainness of her initial 4. I think the one that is just the most probably concerning in her grow bone and her tail head when you study her on that side. I like this heifer structure in her build, and she's big bodied. I got to change her head. She's just strengthen her up in her jawline and her feature. And then again, I think just stouten her up in her bone. Good class of shorthorn heifers. Give them exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Man, I think maybe me and you could be show judges. We actually did like them too, didn't we?
That's right.
We picked them out pretty slick.
Yeah.
So class 50. Laney White, Totemeyer. They had that. They won down for the cause. Yeah,
That's a good family. Yeah.
I think they had championed it down for the cause of the Shorthorns.
Yeah.
That'd be her right there. She looks
Yep.
good.
She does look nice.
What would she be? Guns N' Roses. I don't know what she is.
Just looking back on the pulse here, those high mains sure look good. I missed that.
Oh, Tabor, she's incredible.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, she's really good. Yeah. High Mains was good. Sweeney's Purebred Charlotte was really nice. Yeah, she was good. Yeah. Yeah, even the maintainers and the main Angus is good. What did he call her? A high value producer or something? And that one of Tabor's is just like for something in that breed. She's yeah.
Especially with the mains.
Yeah, he didn't call her high priced. He just called her, just a high revenue generator or something. Yeah.
I think a lot of people would probably like to take that one.
Oh man. Had Brian Fox over here. He talked to me for just a bit there and talked about Still dominating with Almy and Databank.
Yeah.
Still dominated. There's been some popular sires, but they still dominated.
Mm-hmm.
Bernie, we still got the microphone in his pocket. They still hadn't done him to talk yet. Drew was talking about Bernie. You know Bernie at all?
Uh-uh.
A little bit about him?
No.
Yep. Bernie is a very, very accomplished goat breeder.
Just go.
A goat. He's
Oh.
awesome at goats.
Pretty good.
Like really, really good at goats. Like several national champion state fair winners.
Okay.
But them two grew up together in Illinois for judging and stuff. Yeah, we'll let Jay go.
Texas no. So we'll probably start really moving different time values for down there. So all these years we're behind.
Back on our Shorthorn side, three very high quality heifers that me and Bernard think are on top. And the one that wins, I think, just prefers more ladylike look, more just about her head shape or the crest of her neck. And I think she's smoother in her build. You ask her to go, and I think she's adequate in her structure. She's good in her lines, and she's attractive on the go or on the stand. If you like them stouter and probably ones that are a little bit dual purpose and can raise ones on that side of the ring and hopefully potentially on this side of the ring, I bet you gravitate to the dark red heifer, and she's bunchy and stout, powerful. To me, she reads just a little bit more masculine about her head and not as ladylike about the top side of her neck. Just a little bunchy. I like to stretch her and length her out if we could. Heifer here in 3 is actually a rib shape and power. Probably the most impressive of the initial trio. Just got a tweaker right behind her shoulder, behind her blade. I see we try to pull it up a little bit for us here today. She just wants to break apart right there. We like her structure. We like her body. We like her femininity. We like her mass. We just got to change her in that regard. Dark red heifer, moderate, big bodied, a little plainer than the ones that go in front of her. Young man that rounds out the class. Got one that's long and extended. We need some more WDA for her to perform and her to compete in this grouping.
All right, another one, good one of the short horns. Do we have? We got them flipped over 51,
Single
so we have
entry?
single entry. Yep.
Here he comes.
Hey, we asked that before. What's your take of that? Why in Iowa do we not have many falls show up? We always have one. I don't know if we've even had 2. This is December. Probably not fair. Why do we not have more September, Octobers? What do you think? Got a take on that?
Not really. I guess in Iowa, there's not a lot more places to go show them, I guess.
I don't know.
Sure.
I think it's been open up for a long
Yeah.
time. And I would think that they would, but they just don't. So, yeah.
That is kind of weird.
Yeah, I would think they would. They're harder to keep them fresh.
Yeah.
But I don't know, we just haven't done it. We just don't.
Nice shorthorn heifer here, just a single entry. It's moderate. She's stout built. Once again, I think probably a dual purpose animal that, depending on what sector of the industry you're in on raising steers or show heifers, I think there's a fine line on where she would be utilized the most. But very high quality heifer around our shorthorn division. Congratulations to them.
All right, we're gonna get us another division winner to bring back for our Supreme Champion tomorrow here in the Purebred Shorthorns. Probably been a year or two since we've had a Purebred Shorthorn win the show, but years ago they sure did.
Can I age you? When was that?
I don't know, that'd be a long time ago, but I remember if it had been them could have been.
I mean, I remember them winning a lot when I was.
Yeah, they would have probably been like in the 90s.
Okay.
It had to be the 90s,
All right.
probably.
Yeah, I wasn't showing then yet.
He wasn't showing
No, I
yet?
wasn't alive yet.
Flappy darn.
No.
Congratulations.
Here, and I thought it was going to be a good idea to bring somebody
Yeah,
young
sorry.
in here
Yeah,
to
well,
talk,
hey.
and then they're gonna make me feel
No,
good,
you're not
feel
old.
bad about being old.
Well,
That's okay.
no.
I'm okay with that. It's all good.
Hey.
Jake, he don't even let the seconds get. He's ready to keep rolling.
I'll be back. A good lineup of shorthorn cattle, and believe it or not, this was one of my favorite breeds that I showed growing up. And the cattle have changed a little bit, but I think they still bring forth some quality and some value. The one that we like the best, pretty easily, that brings forth some balance, some structure, and still some eye appeal, coming out of Class 2. If you would, please give him a nice round of applause. Give the rest of them a nice round of applause. We're going to take one more look for your reserve. Congratulations, this young man having a breed champion.
Yeah, buddy.
Mr. Snyder gets him a breed champion there. Did they pick a reserve? That one right behind her was pretty good too.
Yeah, here she comes.
Did he get her? Yep. Johnson.
Good deal.
I believe that is Ty Johnson.
Good pair of heifers.
They were good. We liked them too. We liked right off in class too, didn't we? Said them two, and that end was nice. Man, we're in the foundation scimitars. You said he's been moving right along. Up to this point, if I did my numbers right, because we got one in this class, I think it's 187 heifers we've been through already. So that'd have to be close to about 1:20 per head. Because somebody told me there at 1:20 we would be showing her between 12:30 and 1. And I said, there's no way.
Good thing they didn't listen to you.
Yeah, they did. No, they would have got it ready without me there,
Yeah.
that's for sure. But we'd had, I said, with Gina Mike sharing, sometimes that slows you up a little bit.
Yeah.
Dr. Henley, he does get wordy too at
He
times.
does.
He likes
I
to.
can attest to that. Being
Yeah.
a student.
So we just have one single entry May. Yeah, Jake even called it out there on a single entry. Come over and said, I could even get this class right.
Yep.
Little White is right.
It's good looking Angus steer over here.
He does look pretty good, don't he? Jake should check it out too.
Starting off with the Simmentals and the percent Simmental ring, we got a single entry Baldy heifer could withstand some more competition. She's nice in her outline. She's got some depth of body. I like a heifer that's just a nice way to go ahead and represent the first class or Simmental show. Congratulations, that young lady.
We sold.
Yep.
All right, folks, we got a big class of April percentage Simmental breed heifers. Hunter, do you know that they had in the high mains? We probably got a little bit here on there, but they had two big classes of marches.
Believe it.
It did. I mean, where they broke the marches in half. I think we got that foundations as well, but
That's good. Well, as fast as he's going, I guess they can afford to break him.
Yep.
Looking heifer there.
Boy, that's pretty baldy. A little bit of white on her belly kind of sticks out.
Third one in.
Should be a style. Could be, I guess. Good as it gets. There's changes coming.
It's a big leg. It's scimitar.
Yeah.
Changes coming.
Hi, Tara. How are you? What do you know? The old grinder boy.
Yeah.
You bet.
Would that have sold in your fall sale then?
She did. Yep, she did. Got my neighbor over here in the class 2. They're the next to the end, old Bristol girders.
Mm.
Get out there, boy. It's a good class into here.
Still on steer better for your sale, right?
I still am. Yes, I do like. Big steer bidder fan.
Yeah. We are
You
too.
know.
We switched to
Did
2
it-
years ago.
Yeah, you
when
did.
we
You like
were
it
doing
good?
Yeah, it's been
You
great.
did. Yep. We have, and that's just more of, in life becomes relationships
Yeah.
of what you've got.
Exactly.
I sold Chris Angus show heifer his
Mm.
senior year in high school.
No, that's cool.
I did. Yep.
She do any winning?
She did. No, I don't know if she did. No, I
Yeah.
don't. I mean, I think she might have won her county fair, but I don't remember.
It's nice that it doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
Just
I
the
don't remember on there.
relationship,
We did.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. He was, and I knew Chris was talented and had some,
Yeah. And Ashley,
there.
I'm sure, does a good job behind the scenes.
She
too.
does. Yeah. They do good. Caleb took our pictures last few years. He does really good.
Yeah, he does.
Yep. Yep. No, does good. Yeah, actually, we had Chris took pictures for us back in there when actually Chris put his name on there. So back early, I was one of the first ones that Chris he did Hunter Brothers. So, but yeah, he did. He come over and pictured.
Platforms like software, which is over our total footprint. So it's why continues to set us important additional
But they do. They're particular, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they worry about a good product
Yeah.
out there. Yeah.
So it's
I sure do appreciate everything they've done.
Oh yeah. Is it Kate? Kate is the young guy who started
Yeah.
with him too. Yeah. Yeah, he did get to. Yeah. He just had embryo sale
Yeah.
just last week. Yeah,
Yeah.
sometime. Yeah.
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 Went really good.
Yep. Good.
Good set of percents here, and the one that wins, hard to pick a hole in cattle. She's smooth, she's big bodied, she's nice structured, she's attractive on the move or on the stand. I think a nice way to go ahead and start. I'd like to take all three of these first three heifers home, to be honest with you. I think all of them have a lot of quality. The Baldy heifer is high quality there as well, and she's good looking. She's attractive about her face and nice in her rib shape. I think she moves very, very nice when you set her into motion. She's fighting a little bit. She wants to maybe stand a little wide at times, and I'd maybe fix her tail head just a little bit. But those are two very, very high quality females to go 1 and 2. Generating potential, I think, has the most options for the young man's heifer here in 3. She's stout and big boned and big bodied and dimensional. I don't know what her other cross is, but I bet it's not Angus. But she is a very, very unique heifer. heifer. I told him I don't know what their deal is. She stepped on a rock outside. I know it's slippery, on the roads with our beautiful Midwest winter of snow coming in, but she is limping and favoring her left front leg. But that's a nice animal. Hopefully she recovers and you let her rest because she does have a lot of breeding potential. Hopefully he gets her loosened back up structure-wise. Hopefully she has a nice show career for the young man there as well. Next heifer, just nice cattle. Nothing wrong with her. She's moderate. She's big-bodied. She's appropriate in her structure. Does she read just a little bit plainer when you throw her in the mix of this lineup? I would say so. That's why she got down just a little bit. But she's a nice animal. You like her build and you like her kind. Next heifer, you can appreciate her cow-like look. She's maternal. She's big-bodied. I bet she lasts till, as long as she milks or whatever. She'll last a long time for that young lady as a productive type of a female with her body style. Just a little too frail and a little too plain. Black and white heifer, I'm not opposed to color, so that's not why she's down. As Mr. Hook already said earlier, heifer is a little sharper about her hock, a little flatter in her body, and like to soften her up in her center rib. The next one's big and stout and does have some dimension, just a little too off balance. Wants to roach up in her spine and we ask her to get out and go. Big-bodied heifer that's appropriate in terms of her structure that rounds out. Just a little too generic, probably in her general build to go up any higher for us.
Boy, yeah, that was a good class. Bristol Curtis wins that class. I didn't elaborate too. That's one story I could tell you again about there. We had a gal got twisted uterus, so her mom is a veterinarian, so we went to get a cesarean. So to keep Bristol entertained, and me and her had a dance off.
Oh.
So she was a little bit younger, but we were. She would. I don't know if it's a dance off as much as more like do what I do.
Yep.
So she'd play the music and she'd do just crazy stuff, and I'd have to do with her. So yes, that's what I'm saying. She's never forgot it. So about every time we do, but it's kind of fun. Yep. One, two, three, 4. Decap must be the would that be there? Because that Johnson boy would be the 4th one. We'll have to read some tags when we get out here.
Decap girl, is she in the orange?
I would think so. I think that looks like her. There's a girl that's grown up a bit since she won the state fair. Top 5 at Louisville in the Scream deal. Yeah. That is huge.
You sure know how to take care of it?
Yeah, they do a really good job, don't they? 342. Do we got?
They are out of order.
Yeah, they are out of order.
That's the.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say we would be. What is Johnson's heifer? That's a next level. Yep.
Where do they get their heifers from? They raise them, or?
They raise some, but I think I don't know that answer.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I see them in different places. They've had, well, they've had won a division reserve in a division, so they've really been doing well.
Good day, then.
How you think their heart broke when that heifer rubbed her crotch out? We still worry about that. There's that time of year that they do that.
Put up electric fence, and I swear they still find a place to.
Yeah, they don't take long either. Oh, hey, we got Avery Bennett give me a shout out. Sorry, Avery, I didn't see you there. Jordan Crawl with a Max Rosa, last one, Iowa Beef Expo. Yep. Supreme Heifer.
Thanks, Avery. Good one.
Yeah, very good. Hey, I do remember that heifer too. Yeah.
Thanks for sparking his memory. He's good now.
Yeah.
Oh, same story, different class. I like the one in third too. She's fighting the halter so bad I can't read her structure, young lady. And I hate to put you down there because you did a nice job presenting her, nice job showing her here on the stand. I think her angles read good. I just can't tell. So we're gonna go on the ones that are broke and the ones that I think do move nice. Young man Heifer does that. She does that in a lot of nice ways there as well. She's bold rib. She ties high. She's got a big kind of a hind leg and appropriate bone and foot size. Got dabble of chest, and her forerib isn't perfect. That's getting pretty critical. I think that's is dang nice. It does have some extras that a guy can breed onto and make the next generation a little nicer. Basic, I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that in a good way. Good cattle here. Not big holes, not big wow factor either. Good structured, nice bodied, feminine about her head and her neck and her shoulder. And she moves nice. Doesn't have probably the extras on probably what I feel like would make the next high dollar one at my house or this or that. But she could probably stay consistent with her structure and her build and her body and utility to always be a main front kind of a cow. So I like her too. We talked to the young lady in the orange shirt right there. Attractive headed, nice lines, nice silhouette. The heifer that's just not wanting to be a show cow today. I mean, her stride is not very long as you watch her go, and I don't understand it because her angles are dang sure nice. I think she's just so nervous and upright and doesn't know what's going on for today, so we got to put her in the third. Star-headed heifer is nice and bold and dimensional. One that does have some power and true shape to her and does have some look of quality about her. I don't think that she comes with the added structure up front as the cattle in front of her. I don't know if she has just the extras and the sleekness and the maternal look about her head and the crest of her neck to go up any higher. Nice cattle comes next structurally and got some body, a little plainer in her design, not as stout in her features and her bone work. Heifer that rounds out the class is big, long, and extended, a little too flat-sided. Like to see her just a little bit more quality look from the profile.
Good class there. Lane Johnson winning that class. Nice heifer. Class 55. Looks like there should be 6 of them. Waiting on them to come in. There they go. Think Stock was just making fun of Jake for liking black and white wild color ones. I think
heard that.
that's what
That's
that
all
was.
on Snapchat too, huh?
Uh-huh.
I'm enjoying this
That's
this crosstalk that's going on here. It's
that's
been
good stuff. Got a late entry. So a girl.
Jake's going to give her a double take. Like,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Studying her though, giving her a chance.
He is. I don't know if it'd be a good time to get in here. And I did want to talk about it sometime today with having you here too, because you were on a very successful judging team where you did there. But,
Yeah.
but you know, back when I judged, very few girls did it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty rare. Now, what percent are we? We're probably 60% girls.
Would think so. Yeah.
Well, we're every bit of, we're strong, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Well represented.
Yeah. Pretty
Yeah.
proud of it, honestly. I mean,
Yeah.
I think
Yep.
some people paved the way for that for sure, like the Judge girls. I know that's not their last name now, but Ashley, Wagner.
And yeah,
And then Jesse, I think.
Jesse. Yeah.
Those two were huge.
So those would be two that would come to mind to you.
Yeah.
That would
No,
be
yeah.
pave the way for you.
Inspirations. Yeah,
Yes,
for sure.
I gotcha. Very good. Yeah. Boy, they were. Yeah, I got listed to both those two give reasons.
Yeah.
Goodness, they were
Yeah, I
good.
bet. No, I
Yeah.
always looked up to them for sure. Like,
Very good.
They
Yeah.
can do it. I
Yep.
mean, can do it. And then, of course, Macy Gretzka.
Macy,
think
yes,
was
she's very,
huge,
very, very, very
impact
talented. Yep.
On my judging career or
She did.
collegiate career.
You know, we claim her as an Iowa girl, even though she is.
Always
So
got
it's
to
kind of a
claim her.
split. Yeah, she
Yeah.
would. Now, Cash almost would. You know, he'd still be an Iowa boy, but
Yeah.
yeah,
But
she does
definitely
good.
Macy. I mean, we got-
Definitely Macy. Yes, yes. But she's worked her way through the ranks too. Boy, she does a good job
Oh, yeah.
judging shows. And I think if Cash ever gets done, I think she'll judge all the majors on the
Yeah.
on the steer side.
I hope so.
Yep. Yep. So
Has
there,
she done a state fair yet? Trying to think.
you know, I don't know. I think she did. I mean, I think, and not to say it's not there, but I think she did like one of the like Virginia or one
Yeah.
of those.
Yeah, I think you're
I think I did see that a time or two. But we'll let Jake talk here a second.
We took a little extra time with the young lady and the heifer named Sweetie down there, doing a little showmanship. But we got a nice steady pace going today, so we can take a little extra time with some young kids. The black and white heifer in this grouping is the one that I could probably utilize the most at my house, and what me and Bernard were talking about. Like Brad already said on the mic, a little white dang sure doesn't hurt. My opinion or my view of cattle. I like her body and I like her length and I like her extension. She's very, very green in her condition, and I like that about her. I think she has more upside potential on what you can do with that female from a breeding perspective. Good cattle here in second, shoulders back, big bodied, cowy, very sound and very functional. A little cresty about her neck, a little plainer when you study her in her dewlap, but a very useful kind of cattle. You can appreciate her body and utility. Same goes with the star-headed female, and she's as big body and as low maintaining as probably what you're going to see that we've seen so far today. Pushing the limits a little bit. I like to freshen her up and skinny her up. Young man, if you take her home and just kick her out for a little bit and give her a little bit more exercise and get her bred, I think it'll benefit her for the long run, especially as a cow. My dad would have loved this heifer right here. Her moderation in size, her body, her utility, her feminine look. To me, I wish she was just a little bit bigger and stretchier and longer, a little bit everywhere. But good cattle, young man. You can appreciate a lot of things things about her. Sweetie, young lady, a little scared to grab the halter when she first came in. She get a little bit more confidence each second minute she's back out here. Got a nice heifer, blaze face female. It's moderate. She's stout. She's powerful and dimensional. A little sharper about her hock and the way she's assembled on a rear skeleton for me to move up any higher. But congratulations to her for fighting it back out and getting back out here and showing some confidence. Young lady rounds out the class. Very feminine design female. It's big bodied and probably more appropriate in her hip and her hind leg than the one that goes in front of her. Just reads too plain and giving up probably a little bit too much WDA for us to put up any higher, but a nice grouping of females and a nice class. Congratulations to them young exhibitors.
We got again another good breed there. We've got, so we got 56. That was 55.
Good looking one that came in.
Well, she don't look too bad, does she? Bankroll Lizzo. You know what that pedigree is, don't you? Mean nothing to you? So that would be, I'm sure it is, but that would be the full SIB. Sarah Sullivan would have been Supreme a few years ago back here. She'd have won Junior Nationals.
Okay.
And then Supreme at Kansas City and the Open Show at Louisville.
Stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. I would imagine if she did, I'm not sure if she was, but I guess I should say there's a lot of different places RJ might have sold that pedigree.
Yeah.
But I know I was wanting to think maybe Jess Rector because he had a really nice one of those that went out there too. I don't know, but boy, she looks nice, so doesn't she? That one Sarah showed that full SIB, boy, she was impressive, I thought too. Yeah, she's big, fat legged and big body to show heifer look like it still make a cow. Do you know Addison?
I don't know her. No.
I
No, she
gotcha.
does a good job though.
She does a really good job. Yeah,
Done a lot of winning the last few years.
she has. You know, and then you probably know where she goes to college at. I could really stump you on where she goes to school at. Because if you don't know her, you ain't going to get it right.
You got me.
She is an Iowa Hawkeye.
Okay. Yeah, no, I
She
would
is
have
going to
never
get
guessed
into either pharmacy or nursing,
Good
one of
for
the
her.
two. Yeah.
Place
Just
to
fit
go.
for what you want to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good girl. Her dad Wade is a high-end exec for Tyson.
Cool.
Moved to Arkansas this last year. He's in corporate.
Wow.
Yeah. Good people. Good people. Waited to move up the corporate ladder till she got graduated.
Oh.
So Addison's mom, I think, might still be in Iowa yet.
Okay.
I think it might be pretty well close to go, and I guess we're far enough in there. I think that was a pretty easy winner, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was.
And it looked pretty solid. Let's see what Jake says about her.
Very much like her. You know,
What have we got? How many more have we got? We're into February. That's 2 class of February's.
Last January.
And we have our 1 September.
Okay.
I bet you she's better than we've had for the falls. What do you think?
Yeah. She's doing. I think she won. She did get it down for the cause, maybe.
Could have.
Yeah.
I didn't pay attention too close. Yep. It's got to be handy for the ones that don't.
We're stepping up our game here in the percentage side, and a very, very solid animal. The white flank female that wins and doesn't blow you away or probably doesn't just hit you with like, oh man. But really, it's nothing you can pick a big hole in. Big bodied, very, very nice when you set her into motion. Got some power and got some mass and some 3/4 view. I think a very, very solid and very, very functional, very, very useful kind of female to go ahead and win. The Baldy heifer is stout, bold, and powerful, a little sharper about her hock, not as attractive in her hind leg set. The next Baldy heifer is big and high performing, and she's wide off either end of her framework. Maybe just doesn't balance up with much eye appeal as a couple of cattle would go right in front of her. The black heifer here is nice and sound in her structure, and she's going to make a nice kind of a sensibly sized cow, a little too fragile in her ankle. I like to give her a little bit more attractive set to her hind leg when you set her into motion. A good looking, nice design type of cattle here from the profile. I don't mean to sound generic, but she is getting swallowed up a little bit in terms of pounds, in terms of WDA compared to the ones that go in front of her. Young lady's heifer is not the option. She's high performing and she's big and stout. I'd say she's coming into some estrus as she was trying to ride a couple other heifers here earlier, but she's good looking. Just like to see her move a little bit better, young lady, off either end of her skeleton. Could be the fact of her estrus cycle, but we'd just like to change her off either end of her framework if we could. Nice class of females. We like the one that wins quite a bit.
Very good. Now, he didn't go off on her, though. He just talked about how well she was and pretty easy there, but you never know. Sometimes he'll sandbag a little bit, too.
Yeah.
I would say he would.
Keeps it interesting.
He just keep, yeah, he's got to have a little poker too, maybe. That's a nice heifer. He
Yeah.
walks in there right there front end. Them Tobies, you know Tobies? I think they do a nice job always. They do. That's another bankroll. They show up good in this percentage, this division. Blacklist. Good time. We give a shout out again, though we're supposed to, or not supposed to, glad to. Vermeer. I mean, man, pretty cool. It is good to be over here. They make a big financial contribution for us to be in this place. And it's nice. And there's a chance you can't take it for granted. So if you can support Vermeer, support them. They do a good job. They got a good dealer network. Do a great job, great products, back and support what we do. And we can't never take for granted the opportunity to have this show and the volunteers that put up for what we do. So
Fortunate.
we appreciate Vermeer. Does Dave Locke, what does he run for? I probably shouldn't ask. I know he's probably got that other color, don't he?
Green?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured he did. As soon as I said that, I thought, some of them answers you better know before you ask. I was like, oops.
I'm like, oh, Chad, don't ask me. I'm not
Don't ask you. I got you. Yep. Well, we can easily make up for that because we do run Vermeer
Good.
at our house.
Good.
We run the Pro Baler, got a Vermeer mower conditioner, mower rake, and everything else. Man, what the hell? You going to give a shout out to the good help?
Shout out to my sister Taylor for feeding me. Gotta walk. Yeah, she did.
Oh, no, I didn't need nothing. You're good.
He
No,
said,
I did. It's all good. Thank you.
Nice pair of heifers here that have to dang sure got their trade-offs. And I know this heifer up front, and I'm a structure freak and a structure guy. She isn't perfect or the most idea. I think structure advantage probably goes in the heifer in second. It's going to sound weird and maybe like a goat or a market term, but this one has more true forearm and more true substance and cattle there. And she's bigger back. She's bolder sprung. She's stouter. She's more more dimensional with any look or view that you give. And she gives you a nice silhouette here from the side. I would tweak her a little bit structurally. She comes up a little shorter there in her rear step, but that's being a little bit critical. I think there's more utility and more versatility in that type of cattle. Structure and looseness and just look and eye appeal goes to the young man's heifer here on the side. Just wish she was bigger boned and bigger forearmed, and a female that just matches some dimension that she has up high a little bit better and more proportional down low. Nice, simply sized, good cowie type of female. It's moderate in her build, and she's big body, and she's got some power and some mass behind her. Just a little bit gives up some look and some attractiveness off from the profile compared to the cattle going in front of her. Couple baldies that round out the class. The bigger, high-performing one that's huge through her center rib needs to go better off either end. Same story, different note, just in a more moderate package is the young lady's baldy heifer. That's bold and dimensional. Structurally, I think she's the most concerning in this grouping. That's how I had to put her down just a little bit. Go ahead, Stock.
Hey, the blue roan's got the love today. Blue roan. I seen that. Yo.
Crying.
Hey, what about the white is right, baby? Where'd it go? Where's the white is right? Hey, this is supposed to be fun. It is fun. These guys are having fun.
Yeah,
They're doing good. It's excited. We get intense. We talk about emotion. We talked about that earlier there, just on, we get so caught up in competition that sometimes we get them, we're all guilty of it. We all get the, blinders on, the eye blinders on,
Yeah.
and we see what we like about ours, and it just takes a second to get through that. But
I tell my dad all the time, I wish you could see like our cattle with someone else's eyes. You get so barn blind.
you do,
Just
you
just
do,
to see, what they might need different.
yeah. And the thing I've always said, Jake has done an awesome job at judging today.
Mhm.
He's very consistent all the way through in terms of where they're at. He will give. Not everyone's exactly the same, but he gives back for structure and
Yeah.
not so freakish that they have to be just perfectly moving and give up everything else. So he's done a really good job. But the thing I get frustrated at times with some of them don't watch how a judge what he likes, what he or she's been doing, and then say that. But it's like, he or she has done that start to finish.
Right.
Have not give all day.
Exactly.
So
Makes a huge difference.
oh, it does. For somebody doing a good job, and it's different for us. Get the perspective here. You can watch stuff, but you see them, and they just look different. You cannot judge how somebody does off of one class like so
Exactly.
many people do.
I know.
And you can't judge them coming off the trailer. You can't come judge them, watch them come off the wash rack. You have to judge them in the show ring.
Yep.
So it's been good. And I think on the other side, Stock, I don't believe he's judged that many shows, has he?
I don't think so.
I think he's having fun. He's doing a
Yeah,
good
it
job.
seems like
Sounds
it.
good.
Pretty big one to do.
Very big one. Does it for Iowa folks like us? It doesn't get much bigger, does it?
No, doesn't.
No.
It's like they're picking.
Somebody else might call it call it just another Beef Expo jackpot show, but not to us. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
Yeah. It's like picking champion Division I market heifer on the other
I
side.
think so. Now is that Braden Tabor over there again too, or is
Looks
there
like
a
it.
younger version of?
Nope, I think that's him.
Yep.
Good looking heifer.
Boy, Parker probably figuring out he'd probably fall in love with that little
Mm-hmm.
little boy or girl.
Mm-hmm. She's doing a good job. She's got her
She is
stuck.
doing a good job. Ain't for lack of effort.
No. Those kids are so cute on Bailey's story as
Yeah,
well.
they
Just
are.
enjoy
That's a good
watching.
job, yeah. What a nice set of these foundations
It
again.
sure is. What's that first heifer? Prior? Priors? The
Yep.
first one?
Blacklist. Yeah, it's important that we follow along good, don't we?
Yeah. Slacking.
We've got
Baldy heifer looks nice.
these these things. I said that before, but man, we got good heifers coming out here on this backside.
Yeah.
They're getting up against the all, and I'm sure a lot of them leave dejected. Man, I got a good heifer, and man, I didn't do well. But I mean, them are some summertime stuff that pick them out and have
sure.
a lot of good days ahead of them.
This time,
This Pryor family, boy, they do a good job of showing
They do.
heifers, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
now, which that's she's not already, but
They're January. She's still fresh too
Yeah.
for January.
this one year, all thing, and red, still protected.
5, 6. So is that one that
Yep.
Clankman right there?
That was a Boyer heifer. Usually that family shows really.
That boy. Oh, I got you. Yep. They've had some nice heifers
Yeah.
today. That's for sure.
Briars go second. Bankroll win.
What did he call? Probably was getting pretty star. Like what is into maybe maybe shading blue right here.
Way to go. Did he put the baldy first?
Or kind of
That's a nice pair.
Yeah, very.
Very nice pair. Well,
Looks like they're still
we'll let Jake
talking.
tell us what we're thinking.
Nope, he's
Definitely some decisions to be made between 1 and 2 here, and it's a little bit different, I guess, than the last class. We're going to lead more towards structure and comfortability and just basic build with the Baldy heifer. Is she the most tricked out thing in the world? Absolutely not. Find a hole with her in terms of body structure, cow-like function, one that's appropriate and strong in her top line. More importantly, she's the most appropriate in her forearm to her knee set when he asked the cattle to go, and then when we asked him to make the second trip, she never missed a stride and never missed a step. I would stouten her up and make her just a little bit more genuine and just her actual turn of shape and muscle. I think the heifer in second brings forth that. She's got some neat pieces. Initially when she came in, we kind of gravitate towards her and her high ear set and her proud head and her presence. She's nice down her top line. She's got some power. When she first stopped up there, not saying she was bucking over, but she's wanting to throw her elbow just a little bit farther in her skeleton than what I prefer. Then I wish she took a longer reacher stride there from behind. Heifer that comes in 3 is moderate, and she's bold and stout and dimensional. Be a nice kind of a cow. We got to make her more attractive to play with the 2 in front of her. Heifer that comes next is ultra feminine and a ladylike up front. Nothing wrong with her from a structure and a body standpoint, just balance-wise. Needs to come apart and just a little bit more attractive. Big-bodied, nice presented heifer that comes next. We got to freshen her up and condition-wise and just make her more attractive for the show ring when you study her from her blade forward. Kick her out for a while, kick this next one out for a while, see if they can loosen up and just freshen up in her condition. Mongo bodied and extremely high volume female that comes next that we just got to see her a little bit leaner. Opposite side of the spectrum here, highly presented female that's nice in her lines and nice presented here from the profile. She needs more utility and means more just true cattle and beef like look for us to move her up any higher.
Champ.
Hunter, what do you think there?
Good looking fall.
I think she can maybe win her class.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you folks at home, you to see that one come in. I love this camera angle. We didn't talk about this
That's
tube
good
in here.
stuff.
It is good. They go high and get a picture, and they do that just right at him. It's so good. You can really see it.
It's awesome.
She looks really good.
Having
You
a
say
good.
this one did good at down for the cost?
I don't quote me on that. I kind of
I know
so,
Stex
but
won one ring, but I didn't know who did.
I don't.
Farmer Brian, she has Brian Wall. She made a seed fit. And it's still
Just chest. See if you know Channel can't very good at all.
Oh,
What do you think about that color?
Well, we got yourself a baldy here, Chad, that I like pretty good. Yeah, a nice way to end our percentage show. A big fall heifer that's extremely big-bodied. She's nice out of her hip and her hind leg. Bernard thought she was maybe a nickel pigeon-toed up front there, and we had him rewalk her, and I think she's appropriate there. Isn't the longest and freakiest on the top side of her neck. That's a nice, powerful female that's bold in her rib and dimensional out through her hip. Got a very, very impressive and attractive hip and hind leg. We like her quite a bit, and we're going to be excited for this percent Simmental lineup. Congratulations, that young man.
Folks, we had the mics turned off, and I was just telling Hunter, I was like, my goodness, that is my color all day long. That blaze face just like that. Whoa,
just
baby.
getting giddy up here.
Yeah, it was. I was getting excited. Bristol's running the deep water now. this is a really good division. Very, very good. We're going to wrap these things around here just a little bit.
Yeah.
Boy, incredible set of foundation Simmental.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very nice.
Can't even see them all in the screen. There's so many.
Put them in motion. He's going to re-rack them to get them where they need to be.
Yep.
Well, a lot of shows, Hunter, you could take a top 5 picture out of this division and make you look good, could you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll start all the IJBBA point shows after this.
Yeah, this is the first one, so we're started
first
now,
one.
right? Yep.
Yep.
What's the next show?
I think there's 2 next weekend.
Is there?
Heart of Iowa and
Heart of
Iowa
Iowa?
Falls.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
Then there's going to be a show in Afton.
Did they have one in December in Iowa Falls too? Oh, that was the yeah.
Glad here at home.
It's like they're really studying that class 3.
Class Oh, Johnson one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
They liked that heifer a lot.
They did. She got out. She's flexible. Okay, coaching. He just had the kid put the top down. Get her top down. He wants to see what he's got. What do you think some of the conversation goes on between them two? What do you think?
Looks like they're
Say what you like.
agreeing.
They do. Yeah, they've
Both got
they've
the
been
points.
conversing. Bernie's been engaged. There's no doubt about that. It's on that ball to hear this. He's talking about that.
Yeah.
We dominated by bankroll in this lineup, ain't
Yeah,
we?
sure.
Yeah. I guess second chance is the big one. Kind of watching body language, just studying them up. You can tell the intensity everybody gets here on the side, and you look around. We're kind of right here where what kind of the exhibitor, the staff comes in here and gets in here very intense. So you're scared to say something one time or
Yeah,
another.
I know it.
Part of this, you guys getting the big up high, boy. It's intense. You could feel the intensity, especially right here in this area we're at. But
It's
you
really
can just
quiet.
you could feel it. It's gotten quiet. Everybody's wanting to see where we're at. This is a decision that affects the top five at the end of the day, because we're going to have a player out of this division to come out here and be part of it. So,
For sure.
let's see what Jake's had to say.
Well, very good lineup on the Simmental side to start our two breeds of this particular divisions, and very, very happy with this lineup of cattle and folks along ringside and breeders or fitters or whatever. You got to be very complimentary of this, and just the lineup and the overall look and design and build and versatility, I think, in a lot of these females. And there's a couple different ways you can go. We're dang sure fine with that. If you think you should have won, or you think you would have changed it, this or that, I'm perfectly okay with it. If you know my mom, I can handle a good chewing. I got a little bit back here to still chew on, but I can handle it just as well. There's one that me and Bernard gravitated to, and we liked her in class. We actually like her better back out here against the other ones. But if you would please put your hands together for a great, great set of females here in our Percent Simmental show. We'll go show you the two we like the best.
Well, right now, rubber meets the road.
Oh.
What do you got? You got your favorite picked?
Do you?
Oh, I do. Yep. Yeah. And right, wrong, and different. It's color too.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. No, it's good. Well, they are starting from the front, working their way back, and going on the. She's fresh for this. Is fresh for a big one for September.
She looks really good. Good look right there too.
That little girl in the yellow, they keep calling that heifer too, don't they? Well, she is long fronted. And they sure like the Johnson heifer,
Mm-hmm.
Ruggeman heifer. Well, I thought for sure he's going to pick up by now. I thought he had his mind made up. Think they'll do a rock, paper, scissors? Any chance of that?
Looks like it.
He did say earlier, I said, hey, I'm the lead guy that I was picking how I want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. That looks like it.
There you go. Johnson Heifer. Heck yeah.
Little boy smiling
Yeah.
before we even got to him.
Oh, yeah. Was she at next level? Is that what she was? Man, she's got the sound cushy feet that gets up and picks them up and puts them down. Next level. March. Well, that's a good division to win. Oh,
so.
my goodness. Very, very
Sleep good
nice.
tonight after
Oh,
that.
my goodness. Yes. Hey, they've had a good day. So they've had 2 division winners in a reserve.
Holy cow.
Yep.
Can't complain.
Nope. This obviously would be the biggest of the wins.
Yeah.
But, yep. Gonna go get the
That's good stuff.
pretty Blaze face. Yep. Nice pair. Like the both of them. Did a good job. Impressive set of heifers.
These guys stop for lunch or did they keep going?
They took one break. I can't say I've never seen them eat. Did Parker take about an hour break for lunch?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
He's got to eat.
Well, yeah, no, that's true. That man, he does not miss a meal. I tell you what.
They're taking a restroom break here. Foxy, what do you know?
Yeah, good. Chad, here he is. Grandma.
Hey, my favorite. What do you know? Hey, we're having a great time. We gotta get that microphone down to where you can talk. Huh? How many years you've come up to this deal? So let's go back up. Dave is for the first one, yeah, because he would have been too little for the first one though, right? Because yeah, I know that. Use around a little longer than Dave was. Yeah. Yeah. What is Dave? 54, 55?
It's 50. I think it's 53.
53?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4, yep. Yep. So no, 1, yeah, 51.
Oh man, don't tell him I said 53.
51, yeah. So he was a little fellow when this thing was going on 50 years ago, but yeah.
Yeah, this
It's 50th, 50th. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. Each breed had their own before they had the Beef Expo. So this is right. Dennis Locke is filling us in on the Iowa Beef Expo history where the breeds had their own separate ones before they brought together. Was it Herefords were the leaders? Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah. Hey, do you remember when we used to show them when they brought them in by hip height? Do you remember they showed steers by hip height? Do you remember they would actually, instead of weighing, we measured them? And they brought them in, broke weight. Maybe, I think they broke weight, classed by weight, and then then you walked in by hip height, and hip height was there, so it's like the class was pre-placed.
Oh.
So you'd have 20 of them in there, and they'd bring them in, and the tallest one. So then they maybe made a pair switch. That was it.
Wow.
And they just lined it. I mean, just lined them up. But that's what they did back then. Yeah.
He's doing good. He's doing a good job.
Mike is on. He is great.
Mike is on.
Great. Everything's great. Hey, it's always good to see you. So what did we pick up from him? He said that before 50 years ago, he was here before it started 50 years ago.
And
the Herefords had their own sale cattle, like the Angus did, before they brought them all together.
Yeah,
is what they did.
Yeah, everybody did their own thing, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I was trying to think. because I would be 57. So I'd have been 7, probably 8 or, probably in that second one, I probably would have
Okay.
showed
What'd you show?
number 2.
You remember?
We showed Hunter. We showed more traditional, like a little more British type crosses.
Okay.
So like when I showed and they went height, I came in on this end.
Uh-huh.
So we stayed down there. So it
Okay.
was
Well, hey.
when I first started, I did, and not ashamed to say that,
Yeah.
would start at the first pulled or at the very bottom end. So yeah. Work your way through, but
That's right.
beauty of
What differentiates Vermeer from other brands out there is simply construction.
What impressed me the most was the speed you can bale hay and the amount of forage you can make it take in.
I'm really pleased with the ZR5. I think it's the best equipment purchase I've ever made.
With the Vermeer equipment, I can go from raking and baling to feeding. Everything's through one dealer. They know every step of the way.
been very young. So what would that have probably been in the? Oh, he'd have them years in there. But when Kirk Steerwalt was a young guy and fit that steer called JR,
Okay.
he fit a steer called JR that would have won the Beef Expo back in the day. And that was back in the day where they would take wax bars before this, and you put glycerin bars on the legs and pull it up so it'd be real lumpy. It'd be gross looking today's standards.
Wow.
So he would use glue from the first adhesives.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, he
Brilliant.
was so far out ahead in his talent. I mean, with big shears,
Yeah.
but he was so talented, back at that time when they had that
changed it.
Yeah, changed it. Yeah. And now we come there. If we, had him, and he's told the story. I mean, it's a well documented story. But I do remember that. Yep. When he had that calf, and yep. So you probably don't even, you'd be too young to remember, like even the World Steer Show at Iowa. Yeah, that used to be a big deal. That was similar to back in the day that I remember. The World Steer Show was so big, they used to do like Fort Worth.
Oh, wow.
So they'd have like 25 or 30 in the class. They bring them in, run around the ring, and only place 10. So if you actually made the pull,
where was that show at?
In the Coliseum.
Oh, cool.
Yep. Yep. I don't even know when the last, but that was like a big deal. Yep. It was good.
We're sending them in.
Glue and paint. Living a good life. Take over Jeffrey's spot. Yeah, got there, did all the nothing but tops and tail heads. Yep. Perfect.
Oh,
So what do we got here? What do we got? We are purebred Simmental heifers, Mays and Junes. Is that a Roxy? We got a Roxy out there.
Relentless.
It says Roxy, it's no nonsense. Decaps is yeah. So we have only one. Looks very good. A bankroll. Remedy. Relentless and bank on it.
Nice class. Get us going.
Yeah. Can you I'm gonna go look at her.
Chad stitching me going to check on one he's got in the bag. So Decap's gonna win the class. Only one. Second.
Malty heifer here on the stand, hard to deny. Good looking, fresh, and nice in her presence. Presented very, very, very good. Her feet aren't doing her any justice. They look like they hurt maybe a little bit as you ask her to get out and go. But beyond that, she's still the best animal in this grouping pretty easily. I like the young man's heifer's moderation. She's big-bodied and very cowy, maternal in her build. A little straighter in her rear hock when you ask her to get out and go. Maybe just doesn't have the extra look of quality to her front 1/3 as the unique Baldy does in front of her. Big, high-performing heifer that comes next that does have some extra spread and dimension. Not as attractive off either end of her skeleton. You ask her to get out and go as a 2 in front of her. The Baldy heifer is good-looking. Neat pattern here from the profile. We like to stouten her up at the ground as well and give her a shot more depth of body. Another heifer that rounds out is very nice and highly presented and very neat looking here from the profile. Soften her up, give her a shot more volume right when you get behind the cattle, just to explosion her up and give her a lot more WDA, a little bit more pounds to go ahead and play with the ones in front of her.
Good class there. Now, class of Aprils. I think we want to be 2 classes of Aprils. Yeah. Thank you. It's Keston Holmes, the second girl in. Heifer looks nice. Only 4 in this class. Looks like Keston's gonna win. Family does a good job showing them, all those girls. Really work hard at it. Heifer looks nice.
A very, very nice way to go ahead and start this class, and a unique one here on the stand that got a very high neck presence, and she's big-bodied, and she's very smooth and maternal about her look. She's not setting down at her ankle just perfect out here on the rough stuff, but I think her angles read extremely good. She's a very high-quality one that gives you a very nice pattern look here from the profile. The Baldy heifer here is just good, solid cattle. She's big-bodied. She's nice structured. She's She's very maternal and cowy in her look and her kind. A little too plain about her head shape and her dewlap to rival the one that goes in front of her, but a very, very nice second place and a confident second place kind of a female. And it gets a little closer between 3 and 4. I guess the black and white one that's presented a little nicer, does have some more stretch and length and extension here from the side. We like to power her up and mass her up from behind, give her some more width and spread and dimension. Probably the heifer with a shot more boldness and softness to her center rib and a shot more strength to her jawline is going to round out the class. Just too off balance for us today. A little frailer in her bone work there as well. Wants to tuck her hind leg underneath herself as you ask her to go.
Well, we're rolling right along in there through there. Almost feel like we slowed up just a little bit. Do you think the foundations kind of came off a little bit?
Yeah.
Yep. So this is 62.
Nice class of heifers.
Well, they're even too, ain't they?
Huh.
How are you? That sad does do different things though when it pops
Oh,
out
yeah, it does.
top of that. Hunter.
I absolutely called him out.
Surprised he didn't call your name out for you.
Yeah, my thanks, Mark.
Yeah, I was gonna say he could easily said Hunter. Yeah. I guess I just have one of the personalities that can only keep running somebody around here so long.
True.
Must be just too offensive. Nah, it's all good.
No.
Jay Bradley. He's had a long time.
Yeah, he has. Does a good job. Keeps it fun. Light.
He does have it. I do think you need to have him commentary, but I still think we need Beth McDermott. Her voice is so it's so Iowa State fair.
It's legendary.
It is. It is. It's so, and maybe you need to save it just for the state fair for that.
I know him. And only Iowa people would get that.
Yeah, right.
Sure,
yeah,
people
I'm sure do it. Like, what's it? What are you talking about?
What are they talking about?
Yeah, no,
she announces for the Iowa State
sweetheart
fair.
lady. Yeah, she has for
my entire show career.
Yeah, I was gonna say because she did it when my boys are in mid-30s and she did it when they were showing.
Yeah.
So, yep.
They're a great family. I know they do a lot for their county too.
They do, yeah, just good people.
Yeah.
Nice class of semis here. The young lady heifer easily has the most appropriate and attractive set to her hind leg, and she's moderate and big-bodied and very maternal about her look. If she would just let her head down just a little bit, she's fighting the halter when he asks her to get out and go, so she was a little bit more tentative on her front end skeleton. I think but a nice heifer to go ahead and start. I like the heifer here in second, and some pieces, also some pieces that probably just don't blend quite right today. She's a little immature in her body and just her condition here, but I like her looseness of skeleton, looseness of spine. She probably just doesn't reach and go out her hind leg with as comfort as the one that goes in front of her, but you can appreciate some things about her as well. 3 and 4 are very similar cattle in their own right. I thought this heifer's just a little bit extra strength to her jawline and strength to her foot and bone and body style. I think needs to go up a little bit. just reads a little bit plainer and lower tie-in when you started through a front 1/3. Maybe just doesn't come with the extra bells and whistles as maybe a couple cattle in front of her. The better headed one and the better of the top side of her neck comes next. A big bodied heifer there as well. Just a little extra set to her hind leg. Like to stouten her up at the ground for as much mass and volume as she has up high. The baldy heifer that rounds out the class is long and extended, a little too flat-sided, and probably just runs into some cattle with just a shot more quality, more look from the side.
Good class. Chad's got one in this class, went in the back again. Baldy heifer. Looks good. Decap girl again. Looks nice.
Now, select.
How bad is she?
She looks good.
Yeah.
Bad.
Trying to maintain around the same frame size always.
Man, that is good looking baldy, Chad. Just giddy. He can hardly sit in his chair right now.
It's all
so excited.
So giddy.
But you have a reason to be. She looks good. Has she been in the fall sale? No.
There, yeah. How far are they on the market heifers? Oh, we have big ones or not big ones?
Division 2. Pagan Champion Division 2, looks like. A lot of market heifer classes.
Yeah, there is. That's Iowa, though.
Yeah.
So we got 2.
Well, that's where she had done more than
We've sure enjoyed the market heifer side of things last few years. My sister and Sheldon.
Oh, yeah.
They're fun to show.
very funny. Taking to the money.
Good set of purebreds, and on the stand they can look a lot different than on the move. I like judging them better on the move anyway, so I'll pull them a little quicker that way. The baldy looks the best, I think, on the stand and on the move. She's an easy winner for us. Nice cattle, gives you a very, very good look here from the profile. I like her hip and her hind leg, her body, and she reads like one that is a high quality animal, and one that I think not only has value here in the chips, but also as a cow there as well. We like that one a great deal. The heifer here in 2, big bodied and good looking. Top line gets a little funky, gets a little weird over her loin, but of the initial decision between 2 and 3, hip and hind leg and flexibility and softness to her hock and lower joints, definitely has the advantage there. Another killer looking that the lady in orange has brought us today that's very, very highly presented. She too just needs to move a little bit nicer for us when you set her into motion. Looks to kill here from the side. Dang sure good in her top line. Presented very, very, very nice. Young lady's heifer that comes next is nice and attractive up front. Does have some body and some look here from the profile. Just like to give her a shot more volume and shot more mass and performance to go up any higher. Same goes, different story for the young man's baldy heifer. A neat little headed kind of a deal, and up in her ear set for a purebred Simmental. A little too stabby going away from behind. Like to change her structurally if we could off either end.
Great guy.
Research.
Boy, another good Simmental shows we get through. We jump right down here and split up another class of marches. Yep. Claimants, they done a good job. Jars had a good year last year.
Two of them.
Two of them, and they had one just right there. So how many? They brought quite a few little heifers.
Busy day.
Yep. Oh, yeah. You can tell Jake he rolls when he can roll, and he takes his time when he needs to take his time, and I really appreciate that.
I think everybody does.
I think they do, yeah.
It's a big show like this.
You want to make sure you got a fair look, but you don't want to be here till midnight
exactly.
Hunter, what's your thought? You ever thought about wearing a hat? You cowboy hat girl?
No, I'm not.
Don't think so?
No.
Can you ever see yourself wearing a cowboy hat as a judge?
Not really. I don't think I'm punchy enough. I don't know.
What do you mean punchy enough? What's punchy enough?
Cowgirl enough.
Cowgirl enough, you don't think?
I don't know.
I got you. I asked Drew that too. Drew was not
What
really.
did he say?
No, he didn't see himself. No, he
okay.
did not see himself wearing a cowboy hat. Yeah. Been a
I
lot
think
of
they
years.
look good. I mean,
Been a lot of years since I've not worn one.
Not to cover our bases off either end of this class, but I think our decisions was 2, 3, and 4. The heifer that wins does so pretty easily for us. Balance and good looking and attractive young man with the cowboy hat. Got her presented very, very nice for us here this afternoon with a gonna take home a nice blue ribbon from the Iowa Beef Expo. Young ladies fighting through it here and having a little bit of issues with this heifer. But she's came along and one that is big-bodied and one that does have some extra performance and length and extension. I think structurally she's appropriate and attractive. Just doesn't come with maybe as much look from the side as the one that goes in front of her. Skinnier, greener maid heifer that comes next. That's fighting the young lady here a little bit as well. Hard to get just the greatest look on her. But I think that heifer does need some more center rib and does need some more volume to go up because the cattle will go right in front of her, but you appreciate her structure and looseness to build. Volume and power and mass does not hinder the baldy, I think, structurally, and just looseness of flexibility and looseness of spine does. We got to make her more appropriate in the way she handles her hind leg. The baldy black and white heifer here is long and extended. She, too, just needs more dimension and needs more power to play with the ones in front of her.
All right, Hunter, what are we up to? 65?
65.
From the Februaries?
Yep.
A lot of these left. Is there 2 Februaries?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So Hellwig, would that be Jefferson County?
That's a Jefferson County family.
I got you. I thought that probably
Neighbors.
was.
Yep.
Neighbors there.
It's a good girl. Shows the river, yeah. Sorry about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good family.
Remember that? So would Ed have been grandpa?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
Grandpa. Grandpa.
Fred?
Yeah, I do.
He was awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I loved him. Got suspenders on.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to him. He's a good boy.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a lot of kids that they show pigs,
Yeah,
cattle.
multiple species. I thought they did.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Do you think that's beneficial for a future livestock judge?
I would say so.
Do you think so? Just being a stock person
I
and being
think so.
around them? I do too.
Yeah, I think it's
Because you hear
huge.
terminology, hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I think
always
so.
funny. I think like you're hard on stuff that's your own species, like I
Yeah.
showed cattle and then at judging contests, I think I would nitpick the cattle classes more than
Just sit back
like,
and judge
yeah.
them. Yeah. Yeah.
like hog classes.
Did you get pre-biased where you like maybe
think
seen something and you're like, oh,
Yeah, I
that one
don't
did
like-
well, we don't need because it doesn't work good when you do that.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does not. No.
No.
So yes.
Especially the national contests. They'll use some heifers
yeah.
that you've seen before and
Well, we had that. Did you hear about you probably didn't
No,
at
fill me in.
Louisville for the national contest with my last year being on the committee there
Yeah.
for the senior college contest. So we had that class of maintainers.
Okay.
So we had for sure 3 of them had been granted reserve in their divisions at a
Okay.
national level.
Yeah.
So we had 2 of
Was it Bloomberg's?
no, we had the oh goodness, we had one out of Wisconsin that was reserve, and then we had the 2 Iowa ones, and then we had Illinois one. Anyway, it was tough.
Yeah.
It was very tough, and we
Makes
had
it
end up
fun?
had no, it didn't make it
No?
fun. No, because I had to listen to
Not
reasons
fun.
on those.
Okay.
So it ended up we as a committee had placed them. It had placed them almost blanketed. But there wasn't one person in the contest that got a 50,
Hmm.
and the average score was like a 27.
Whoa.
It ended up being brutal because what it did is you had to judge them. Coaches weren't mad. It wasn't controversial because like the best one of the come out, she's kind of okay haired
Mhm.
and she got a little easy in her top. When you put her in motion, she smoked them.
Yeah.
She wins. And then there was a big pretty one that had hair that just pretty narrow and kind of maybe past 12 o'clock.
Mhm.
So we put her 4th, and a lot of them ones, some of them wanted to start with her
Start
because
her.
she was a pretty big outline
Yeah.
one. Yeah. So anyway, but you actually had to truly judge those cattle and place them.
Cool.
Yeah. We had
So-
two shorts is what we had. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
So which one would
out
have
of
won
Miller.
that class then?
So it'd have been the one of, I want to say from Wisconsin. She was reserved down there. She had won Kansas City in the lows. She's really nice, but
Cool.
yeah.
So
And
what
some of them
scored well
handled
in your
them.
room?
Well, you really had to be, it was frustrating because you really had to be accurate. All you had to be accurate
Yeah.
because everybody talked to bust
Right.
for the most part.
Yeah.
So, yes. And it was frustrating because some of them wanted to come in there instead of judging them, they wanted to come in and tell me 4 heifer that was big and long and pretty, but narrow and not the one we put forth. They wanted to take
Oversell.
about how much more she
Mhm.
had, just more of this and more of that. And it's like, oh,
Mhm.
goodness, it ain't, no, can't fly.
Nope.
And you could tell me the other one maybe a little easy top, but
So was
just
your
couldn't
high
move 'em.
set?
I did have my high set was she nailed them. Young lady that for Kansas State. Kansas State handled it probably best for me.
Yeah.
Was is it Skylar Ward?
That sounds right.
I think so. That was she did. I mean, she absolutely. I think she ended up having a pair switch, but she described them things absolute to a
Cool.
T. Yeah, it was good. Yep. Yeah, that was she.
So
Yeah,
that
she was
the-
good.
this past fall. That was
Yeah, that
your
was just
last year.
this was just that's my last year. Yeah. They do a 3 rotation. How are you? What's happening?
We got it.
You want to get up here and talk about Vermeer Bailers? Okay. Yep.
This young man gets her stopped here for the profile.
Yeah.
I think it's little candidate.
So I thought it was going to be a controversial class because everybody sports so bad,
So
but
I mean, that thing
the
looks
coaches all agreed with it, so it wasn't controversial because it was.
still is.
I mean, I thought we were going to place it right. It just ended up being a very, very challenging.
so it didn't decide the contest.
It did not, no, because everybody
Yeah,
handled
so-
that.
Yeah.
Everybody handled the bad. Yeah, because I felt bad because this is the reasons, and I didn't want to be an official to be on a controversial class that would cost me the contest. So that's the part that bothered me the whole day until I found out that it was okay.
But they cut them.
Oh, I think we cut them. Oh, we cut them big too because everybody, every one of us had the top pair exactly the same. So we have 6 officials. 5 of them had exactly the same, and 1 had a bottom pair switch. So how do you cut them? You got to cut them. You ain't a 1-1-1 because that ain't, 1-1-1 is where you got. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, and I got 4, 3, 2, 1. So yeah, I forget what we cut it. We cut it like a 4, 3, 2. I mean, it was being pretty aggressive for how they scored. Yeah.
So afterwards, were you like,
No, I never did set right. I'd rather have them line them up and talk it. But anyway, then we kind of got sidetracked off of nitpicking because those are all show leaders. Those are different ones that show leaders. So you come in there and they know, some of the kids I've already judged several of them in a different contest.
just too? I mean, what kinds you like.
Oh yeah.
Have to kind of revisit what you like is maybe different than what's probably just the best.
Have you been on any committees?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Okay.
No.
I got you.
I help with my sister's livestock judging team.
I got you as a coach.
Yeah,
I got you. Yep.
That side of things is interesting too.
I only coached 1 year.
4-H team?
I tried to have our local team. Katie Hogue would have been like a junior in high school.
Okay.
So I tried to coach their team, and they did more of. I got up here at the state. That's when they did more of the media evaluation stuff.
Okay.
I was like,
yeah, no, not your thing.
not my thing.
No.
So we didn't. So anyway, back to the show, folks. Hopefully, we didn't bore you to death. You hit your mute button, take your mute button off. We're back in here again.
I think it looks like that.
Lot
little boy
65.
And first, he was in the market heifer side. That's why they're waiting.
Oh, that's why they're waiting.
Yeah.
I got you. What's your take on that? Do you wait as a show? I suppose we're getting along pretty good.
I suppose since they're moving so quick.
I think so.
I think it was close enough. Parker was talking to class.
Oh, he had. They're just supposed to wait on a little bit.
Yeah.
My part is you get holding up too much on a big day. It's like, man, what's a big show? That's part of it.
And maybe since it's later in the day,
Yeah. Yeah, that's all good. It's too much for
nice heifer he's leading too.
Very nice effort.
Yes.
I had something I didn't pay attention there. They said back when the World Steer Show was at the state fair I talked about earlier, the 4-H show was a 2-day event. I'm not old enough to remember that.
Okay.
So the 4-H show is a 2-day event. Can you imagine having 2 days of steer showing?
Not many steers?
Be a lot, wouldn't it? So little guy, we wait for him and he gets right to first. Is that what he did?
It's the W.
Man, I tell you, that's a great day. Next 11. I think Jake was ready to roll on that one.
Yeah, he was.
How did Hope do? Where's she at?
Hope was third.
Third? That's Hope?
Yeah.
Okay.
Heifer looked nice.
Yep.
Got a nice baldy heifer that's going to start this class, and she's the most cowy in her body and her build. I think she's the nicest down her top line and up in her rib shape and her power when you get behind her. She isn't just going to win every beauty contest from her shoulders forward, but from there back, I think she's the best one in terms of her body, in terms of her mass. Bigger frame, bigger outline heifer that comes in too is very long and extended, and she's probably more appropriate in her length from her blade forward. I don't think she handles her hip and her hind leg with as much authority or as much athleticism, or just as much just comfort as the one that goes in front of her. But we do like that cattle for extra performance or extra length of side. extra center body. A nice heifer in terms of her structure, in terms of her look and her design that comes in 3. Honestly, she's just too green to compete with the 2 in front of her. But I do like that kind of cattle, and I like her structure and her build for a purebred. The next heifer is very angular and very feminine about her look and her design. Just needs to be softer and needs to have more bone and substance and mass. Young man that rounds out the class. He's got a very highly presented kind of an animal. I hate to tell you, young man, but I think she's fighting an injury, and I don't know if she's going to just maintain longevity, how she moves out of her hip and her hind leg. I'm not trying to be negative to you, buddy. I'm just trying to give you a heads up there. But a nice grouping of cattle. Nice one to go ahead and start.
Rolling. We're rolling. Got Jake digging right in here, baby. There's Jaron Gertis, my neighbor. What is the one ahead of him?
Floss's girl. Heifer look nice. Taylor for
She's good. Yeah.
3rd one in. That's nice.
So would that be last minute? Would that be a Willie Weiss sold one?
I think so.
Yep.
Usually they
have
buy
there. I
from
mean, that
them,
makes
I
sense
think.
on that.
Yeah.
That was a good show. Heifer Vicky
Yeah.
was. Yep. Have you been around many of the trust funds?
Mm.
I haven't either too much. I mean, boy, that lady killer cow sure does a good job all
Yeah.
the time. Hey, Nick. Good. How are you? We were just checking out the trust fund. We're assuming you got her ready. Yep. Looks good. Hunter picked her out right away.
180.
Yes. That son gets working on him a time or two. He gets see, that's where if you had a hat on, see, Hunter, if you was wearing a hat, judging, you could have the sun. You
Wanted
could
to
just
obscure your
keep,
vision.
it ain't gonna screw your vision. You just
Well,
kind of tilt your head a little bit. You get
yeah.
your own sun, almost automatic sun visor. I think you'd pass. It's passed well with a hat on. You gotta try sometime.
Okay, I'll
You think?
try. Yeah,
Maybe?
I'll try. Where do you get your hat?
My current one, I have a shorties, custom made.
Okay. Really popped off and custom made.
Yeah, it's a little
Nice.
cashy. Yep. We got Bernie.
Longer to pull these ones.
I tell you, there's 3
Yeah,
of
a
these
little
that are
bit.
pretty tight in
Yeah.
there. Because Jaren's heifer here, then she's a little burlier than what they've had there
Yeah.
too. You've had, yep, 2, 3, yep. So trust fund wins.
Boss girl wins. Gertis 2nd.
Gertis would be 2nd. Yep. How you say Ryan's last name?
Oh wow.
I'm gonna say you didn't get that. I'm not even trying it. Congratulations, Ryan, for being
Good
third.
job, Ryan.
Yeah. What's a Vicky? What is she?
Vicky.
Soapstetic. And Vicky was a broker, soapstetic broker. This one, that one, the one that Curtis showed. The one before.
Just I'm gonna say
Okay.
they would have
Nice trio of cattle here up on the top three, and all very, very different in their kinds. The Baldy heifer on the stand, easily one to gravitate to. She's high-headed and proud. One that does get a little choppy and a little choppy moving when he asks her to go, but substance and body and power and mass and still look of quality here from the side, I think she needs to stay up. Young man heifer, she's fighting him like you all get out here on the go, and I really wish we could just turn the halters off these cattle. I'd probably look at her and appreciate her just a little bit more and get a better look, because on the stand you like her hip and her hind leg or center body, just wants to tuck her shoulder down and get a little turtlenecked on me when he asks her to go out and go, or on the stand she just doesn't raise it up as high as the Baldy does. I want to like this one. I know we're a continental breed and we like performance and WDA and bone and power, but for purebred cattle to have that kind of head shape and neck and throw it on top side of their skeleton, you dang sure got to appreciate. Then you also got to ask yourself, she's the flattest forearm, the frailest bone, and the lightest performing one. So where do you go? And does her structure is it that much better than the other two? I didn't think so. Bernard didn't think so, so we slid her into 3. Star-headed heifer is more traditional looking from a performance standpoint, a body standpoint, a mass standpoint, just from an attractiveness and a ladylike look. She probably needs to go down behind those other 3 for us. Just not as elite there from a balance standpoint and a look standpoint up front. We switch these back to Red's presented extremely good, and she's got a nice pattern here from the side. Just not as much cattle there off either side of her. When you get in right behind her, she's the flattest in her upper rib. We like to change her structurally there as well. Young man that rounds out the class. She does actually have more power and shape and dimension. Just comes a bit more unattractive here from the profile. We like to give her a more center body.
Hunter, that's a nice trio.
That was
You
good
made a
stuff.
comment too when he was out. Boy, Jake, I mean, he described them things, I mean, to a T.
Yeah.
With how
It just makes a lot of sense what he's saying and describing them. I mean,
yeah.
fun to listen to.
Yeah.
Class, Belcher boy, Pride.
King of Diamonds. I haven't seen the King of Diamonds for a while. Oh, what's the boy right behind him? Oh, Thorson. They usually show the Angus, don't they? Got a cope aesthetic.
Wow, switching it up.
Yeah. We'll talk about good families. That's a good family too.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, good people. Did a nice job. Got the Pryor heifer here.
She looks nice.
She does look nice. They had one of these scimitars out. Would that be? I don't know. They had one of the young ones that was at Denver that did well, I thought.
Belcher kid. This heifer was in the judging contest last week.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
Yep. Did she win? She didn't.
No.
He's a good boy that likes this stuff too. Yeah. Kind of catch herself saying that a lot of times. These ones that put a lot of effort on it, but they do.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah. They deserve the credit.
They do deserve the credit. Yes. Yeah. And just because a lot of kids are good kids, still doesn't mean that you just,
I can't believe, I mean, go to these big shows, how many people it takes in the background to get your calf to the ring.
Goodness.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, not even the fitters, just everyone. I mean, getting the water.
I mean, so everybody, and it's just, you just
a family and friend of it. I mean, you just got to have a whole crew.
just transportation. Yeah, it is. It's amazing. Yeah, it's not about you. It's not a single person because you ain't nobody could do it. Really in life, you can't do nothing. You can talk about, hey, I can do this, I can do that, but we need people. We're social people. People are social creatures. So remember we talked about when it gets tough, Jake slows up a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah,
It's like he's telling her that
yeah. He
she's
telling her
gonna go
the
forth
bad
in her.
news. Yeah, but you got a really good heifer. I really like her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
That's a nice heifer though.
She is.
Without a floor.
I mean, look at that hind leg. I mean,
Yeah.
she sets that pasture now good,
Yeah.
that kind of body. A little maybe more traditional
Yeah.
just in terms of throat, but boy, I'd be proud to have bred her.
Yeah. I'm sure Jake just taking the time to tell her that meant,
Yeah, I'm sure he
it meant
was.
the
Yeah.
world to her. Be proud of her stuff. So I
Yeah.
always gotta tell my sister, I mean, when you get beat,
You
just
got-
be proud of them. I mean,
You got it, especially on a heifer, you're taking it home. You're gonna be
Yeah.
glad you got it.
yep.
2, 3. So Pryor, Simon, Belcher.
Yeah.
So,
King of Diamonds.
You know what that is? He's I think Wade had
I told the young lady down there in Fourth that I'm sorry about her. I like that cattle, and she would have maybe been a class winner or some other or the other classes that we had previous today in this particular breed. Just ran into 3 very, very high quality animals. I like the one that wins pretty easily for us, and just elegance and attractiveness. I think the one that holds her top line together with the most comfort and the most strength. She's big bodied and very, very loose built. Now, when you race her around the ring and get this course stuff, she maybe gets a little, doesn't know what's going on. But when you walk her at a normal pace, I think structure is very, very appropriate. She's got a good look and a big body, and I think she's very appropriate in her breeding stage and condition. I like my main man heifer here. Here in second too. That gives you a very, very high quality look. Structure and angles and flexibility is very, very good. Heifer ties very high on the front side of her shoulder, and she's nice bodied. Does she come with probably as much just, I would say, even though she is better haired than that one, she doesn't hit me probably as hard from a generating potential from a breeder like myself. Now, if you want to switch them along ringside and this one works for your program better, I'm damn sure fine with that. But I do like her structure. I like her body, and I like her look. I don't think maybe her spine holds together as true and as right and as honest as the one that goes in front of her. Old Snippy here is one that would gravitate and does have, makes you want to look at her. She's huge bodied, she's big legged, she's stout, and she's bold, and she's powerful. Of the initial trio, I think she's the most concerning from a condition standpoint. She's throwing a little bit of sternum down low, and I like to clean her up from her navel back. We talked this one as we started the class. Good cattle, big bodied, nice structure, just a little too plain to compete with the 3 right above her, but a nice group of females. We like all 4 of them a great deal.
Good class of them there. So, class of falls.
one class of falls left and we
Yep.
get ready for our champion
Yep.
bred.
Think they're gonna have this wrapped up by 3?
Get a 15 there. Sure, 15 Hey, we're just talking. We just talk. So what do we got? This big class of falls. I've been talking about what falls all the time.
Yep.
haven't Hey, what do you know?
How's it going?
Good.
But pretty all the down semi small. It's all $7 for 3 foot.
Yeah, this, yeah, it's just 500 to change this result.
Yep. I kind of got distracted. I got a few folks
No.
stopping in and saying I guess hi. Would it
Yeah,
be hi be
you
okay?
are a local celebrity, Jen.
Well, yeah, yeah. I think maybe that's just known for being around so many more years. But
You got a good reputation. You're good stuff.
what we got? We got
November and 3 Octobers.
Yep. All righty. All right, well, listen to him. Yeah. Let's him talk again.
Yeah.
Selecting your champion Division 3 market. And then we'll be selecting our 3 division champions and reserves. Your champion reserve all.
Structure short some this class, and the little young lady's black heifer, easy winner for us. She's the most flexible. She's the loosest build off either end. She still gives you a nice cow-like look. The baldy heifer is the next one that has the most performance. She's big-bodied, she's stout, and she's powerful. I like to see her go a little bit more comfortable off either end of her skeleton. Young man's all black heifer that comes next, and she's moderate. She's chubby bodied and she's thick ended. She's dang sure blessed with a nice coat of hair. Just one that needs to go better off either end of her framework there as well. I thought she had more center rib and a little bit more just true softness there underneath compared to the heifer. That is presented extremely nice. That rounds out the class. A little off in her top line, one that gets a little rounder and coarser about her build.
Good drive.
100 and a good stout drive of these things one
Yeah.
more time, ain't there?
Can't even hardly fit them.
Yeah, they take them around one more time. Well, we talked about the mains. They had 3 division mains, but Scimitar Breeder's been good too, ain't they?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the Foundation Purebreds, he's been good divisions. Very, very good.
It's the first one, should it?
I believe that's a Roxy, a Relentless. That would be a Paulson heifer. It said Roxy something, so I don't know if it's a Roxy daughter or a direct Roxy.
Give me another page.
Purebred. She was a May. Decap. Roxy's no nonsense, so not sure. Going, giving them a study, breaking them apart. Yeah, I
He
know.
goes,
But yeah,
"No."
I just ain't much you can do. Just like a train wreck happened, it's super slow. It's like some of them other divisions gets kind of tense here and quiets up a little bit.
Quiet. A lot of people
Looks
watching.
down, goes.
It's like they're also picking champion Division 3 in the market heifer
Are they?
side. So
Because after this, we just got a few small ones. What do we
Yeah.
have? Just black Herefords and then minis.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He's got the mic in his hand.
Guys, you know, the line, bring the one fight.
It's kind of just fun. I get entranced and watching their body language, watching their talk, taking a look at them,
Yeah.
see what they got.
Which one was he looking at down there?
I did. He was skimming them.
Yeah.
He was just going through there.
Thinking.
Yeah. All right, Mary Bloomberg, your boy's about to talk a good division.
So, flat out for, and always before, getting not mentioning.
Well, our percentages were good, and I figured our purebreds would be just as good too. And I think we got a very, very solid lineup of cattle here. There's 2 or 3 of them that are in discussion for me and Bernie out here, and there's some differences between them. I'm not going to go through them again. You guys just really care about who wins and who gets reserve. But for our opinion, we think there is one that is probably the most comfortable and the most athletic in her spine, and still, I think, has the most future in her growth curve and just her maturity. I'll set the mic down. If you would, give these Simmental exhibitors a great, great round of applause. Bernard will go show you the one we like the best, and we'll discuss the reserve. Congratulations.
Priors. You can tell Bernie was a big fan of this one. He come down here and he kind of did the head nod and like that one. Bright color for Parker. All right, they're going to go through. Are they going to go way down to the far end? They're going to get all their steps in there today.
Class 2 or
Class 1, I thought looked really good. That was that Mayheffer, that Relentless, the decaps. I thought she looked really good down there. Then Holmes's, I believe, are that one right behind her. That'd be a very, very nice heifer. I think they're going to come all the way back down here and get this other one. There you go. Yep, Thorson's. Same class. They did that quite a bit today.
Yeah.
Took 2 in the good tough class.
That's
What are
what's
them,
up.
Januaries?
Yeah.
These are low. Yeah, we go back down and look at that Mayheffer, what she was.
Yep.
Yeah, January.
January's.
Yeah, it's a tough class. Got the Sol prefix on her too.
Well, what was the deepest breed today, you think?
Good question. I thought the lows were incredibly tough
Yeah.
on there. I thought the two high mains were very tough and elite. I thought they were good. I thought the purebred Charolais was a very special animal. I thought those were good. Key I thought was sure nice. Yeah.
It's been a good day then, yeah.
Be careful I don't want to shortchange somebody by saying too much, but
Yeah.
I did they did talk like them two highs are very tough on there. But I thought Maine and Jews as a whole were tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it.
There's a lot of good heifers on this end. Yeah.
Got a black Hereford in the ring.
Yep. So we don't have a reserve.
No,
Only just one. Get Jake's confidence back up.
Just single entry black Hereford here. A young man told me she's in April. I asked him if he just freshly tattooed her too, and he's like, yeah, I think so. But got a nice upper here and a nice breed champion for the young man. Very feminine in her build and her design. Going to make a nice kind of a cow for him. If you would put your hands together for that individual.
But in the minis?
We are on the minis.
I'm getting sidetracked here.
That's
Sorry.
all right.
Is that okay?
That's okay.
I bet Taylor
We'll let that
Woods. I
pass.
bet Taylor Woods wins this class. How about
Taylor
that?
Woods is gonna win.
Well, very attractive headed and necked here for our mini Hereford division to start off. A good haired, very neat pattern female when you get off to the side. Be nice to get her back out here with a couple other class winners. But if you would, congratulate this young lady on having a class winner at the Iowa Beef Expo. Nice job.
Taylor.
What's that?
It's a good job, Taylor, on that class.
She did.
Yeah.
She
Yep.
dominated.
They absolutely just
Dominated.
annihilated that class. Good work.
Good work.
Class of 3 next.
She doesn't look as excited
No, she
coming
doesn't
out
look
as she
as
should
pumped.
be
Come on.
for just
Here we
whooping up.
go.
Most of these minis are nice haired, and everybody does such a good job presenting these
know.
things. It's like, woof,
Just laying the hammer down for minis.
lay the hammer. Yep. Oh, that golden ticket does look good here, don't she? Is she gonna
I
win?
mean, I sure think that's what that heifer is, but
You think that's what she is?
let me double check.
Do you have? We're gonna do our resource of information.
Let me go to the polls here and
Got the polls.
double check myself.
Hey, good time for us to give a shout out to Sullivan Supply,
Absolutely.
major sponsor here at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate all they do.
Absolutely.
You bet. Premier. Where else do we see some stuff? Showtime's banners. Schaefer Tice Cattle Company.
Sunglow.
Sunglow.
It's not on the pulse yet, but that yellow
That's
looks really good.
How many times have we not had a black one out there for champion market ever? Is that common?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think so
I
either.
don't think so. Just riling the crowd up, Parker.
There we go.
Woo! That heifer doesn't look good. These girls doing a good job showing these minis, though.
Yes, they are.
Two little girls.
Cuteness award.
We got even more exciting over here in the Mini Hereford show. Young lady, I like your heifer, but you're just a shot cuter to me, so that's why you win, just so you know. Nope, your animal is my favorite. She's bold, she's stout, and she's powerful. For a mini, I think she's probably the most appropriate in her hind leg set and how she hinges out of her hip and her lower joints. Nice one to go ahead and start. The heifer here in two, smooth and attractive, and she's got more length and extension, just not as much power and mass as the young lady that goes in front of her. The one that rounds out the class is bold and powerful and dimensional, breeze in her ear tag. It looks like, just like to reconstruct her out of her hip and her hind leg if we could.
Very good. Class 72.
Single entry. Here comes Wyatt or Hudson.
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 Hudson Walter.
Spark white heifer.
She is dark colored, ain't she? Dark pigmented.
It's got her presented good.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Good. Well, we're short time, boys. It's for a big lot of numbers of cattle, man. I mean, he rolled through these things. Like we talked before, Jake did a great job.
Yeah, he did.
But he moved where he had to move, and he took his time where he had to take his time. He made sure he's right every time. I think he's right on this one.
A nice single entry here. The dark red heifer that appears to be pulled. I think that's an advantage in this particular breed. Is long and smooth and very cowy in her build. I appreciate her from a structural standpoint. Young man's doing a nice job of getting her shown. She'd be a nice one to come back out here for your grand drive here in just a bit. Congratulations to him.
Good class winner there.
All right. Do you think you want to call him out on that and ask him about that? Appears to be polled.
Appears to be
Either
pulled.
you're polled or you're horned.
That's funny. 2 kids left.
2 kids. 2 falls.
There's the youngest long boy.
Is that the youngest of
Yep,
those?
I think that's the youngest.
I got you.
Wyatt. Showing pumpkin.
I'm not sure how many they got, but kids it is.
Yeah, I don't either. Oh, got her head. Pull her head up.
Up,
There you
get
go.
her around.
There you go. He's got her. Wyatt's gonna get the win.
There you go. He's going to keep right up with the. What do you know today?
Have fun.
Just hey, looks like it.
It's a good attitude to have.
Part of the day now.
Fun part, yes,
Yeah.
for today. Heck yes.
They did good. They win the keys.
They did.
Yeah.
Yep, that was a good heifer.
Yeah.
We got the big stick out here on this young man's
number
mate. Oh,
3
she's
or
cocking off there
maybe
for
not?
you, buddy. Got a nice one here. Attractive about her head and her neck, and she's nice bodied. Presented very, very good for the young man. His knees ain't quite dirty enough. I didn't see if he. I don't know if you did those front legs or not. If you did, kudos to you, big buddy. But a nice effort to go ahead and start. Young man's here in 2 is stout, and she's bold, and she's presented extremely nice there as well. A little chuffier about her front 1/3. Probably need to just lean her up, freshen her up in her breeding condition. But 2 very, very nice heifers be 1 and 2 in this grouping.
All right. He didn't look. He looked a little frustrated. I think he get bad the stinky eye.
Yeah,
Something
he
wasn't quite
did.
right.
She's throwing her head around, maybe.
Think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Hey, we said it before too, but the young people, maybe I didn't talk about when you here, but the young people for the Junior Beef Breeds and the helper in here, boy, they done a good job.
Yeah, they have.
I mean, they blended in. We seamlessly moved,
Yep.
and the show moved. Jake did a good job moving, but they had the back here. They rolled them in.
Yep.
They did a good job.
Yep.
Do you know who that young lady is? With a taller with a black coat there, second one in. Do you know who she is right there with that?
Girl.
She's been a trooper. She's been
Yeah.
over here against the wall. She's been pulling all day. And as Jake gets going,
Nice way to wrap up day 1 of our breeding heifer show. And it's been a fun day, and I look forward to tomorrow working alongside Bernard and Dangshire, working alongside the 2 gurus on the other side in your steer show. Nice 4 class winners and our respective seconds over here for our mini division. Give these little kiddos a nice round of applause. We'll go show you the 2 we like the best. Thank you.
All right, everybody, live auctions.
Oh. About to.
Hey, thanks for tuning in. We'll look for you back here tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. We'll get some Angus and be dominant. Hunter, appreciate you come take the time with us. We had a good time.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
This was good. We got a reserve. We'll see you guys later.
For over 5 decades, we've been honored to work alongside hay producers like you. Our products have always equipped your operation. And now with exciting new additions, we're helping you do even more in a day. To us, it's more than just hay. It's your heritage and ours.